力があるからこそ自らの意志で確かな選択をできる。
グレイ、これからは君の仲間だ。依頼も俺が協力する。よろしくな。
冒険家のドロシーです。あなたの探検についていってもいいですか？
ヒーローのチームには必ず僕みたいにみんなを救うキャラクターがいるだろ。
世界を飲み込んだ吹雪の原因を知る人はいない。突如この地を襲い全てを奪っていった。多くの命が消えていった。その絶望に希望をもたらしたのがイザリアと霊視技術だった。資格を手に入れた人類は続々とイザリアへと入った。そして疑似政府 EOS を設立する。威嚇者を創造しイザリアは繁栄した。この新たな世界で人類に新たな未来が開かれた。だがジェネシスの出現が新たな災難となる。同時に現れた反イザリア組織 RCS がジェネシスを利用して威嚇者を改造し恐怖と混乱を煽ったのだ。ジェネシスが急激に広がり感染者たちは化け物に変わりシステムも暴走してしまった。ジェネシスがイザリアの全てを破壊する。その危機に現れたのがハイパーリンカーだ。彼らはこの世界の支えとなる。旧世界の悲劇は忘れない。新たな故郷を守るため彼らは今もなお新しい仲間を探し続けている。
行くぞ。死んだらもう痛くないから。貴様らの魂を貫く。
貫く。
力があるからこそ自らの意志で確かな選択をできる。
グレイ、これからは君の仲間だ。依頼も俺が協力する。よろしくな。
冒険家のドロシーです。あなたの探検についていってもいいですか？
ヒーローのチームには必ず僕みたいにみんなを救うキャラクターがいるだろ。
世界を飲み込んだ吹雪の原因を知る人はいない。突如この地を襲い全てを奪っていった。多くの命が消えていった。その絶望に希望をもたらしたのがイザリアと霊視技術だった。資格を手に入れた人類は続々とイザリアへと入った。そして疑似政府 EOS を設立する。威嚇者を創造しイザリアは繁栄した。この新たな世界で人類に新たな未来が開かれた。だがジェネシスの出現が新たな災難となる。同時に現れた反イザリア組織 RCS がジェネシスを利用して威嚇者を改造し恐怖と混乱を煽ったのだ。ジェネシスが急激に広がり感染者たちは化け物に変わりシステムも暴走してしまった。ジェネシスがイザリアの全てを破壊する。その危機に現れたのがハイパーリンカーだ。彼らはこの世界の支えとなる。旧世界の悲劇は忘れない。新たな故郷を守るため彼らは今もなお新しい仲間を探し続けている。
行くぞ。死んだらもう痛くないから。貴様らの魂を貫く。
貴様ら
力があるからこそ自らの意志で確かな選択をできる。
グレイ、これからは君の仲間だ。依頼も俺が協力する。よろしくな。
冒険家のドロシーです。あなたの探検についていってもいいですか？
ヒーローのチームには必ず僕みたいにみんなを救うキャラクターがいるだろ。
世界を飲み込んだ吹雪の原因を知る人はいない。突如この地を襲い全てを奪っていった。多くの命が消えていった。その絶望に希望をもたらしたのがイザリアと霊視技術だった。資格を手に入れた人類は続々とイザリアへと入った。そして疑似政府 EOS を設立する。威嚇者を創造しイザリアは繁栄した。この新たな世界で人類に新たな未来が開かれた。だがジェネシスの出現が新たな災難となる。同時に現れた反イザリア組織 RCS がジェネシスを利用して威嚇者を改造し恐怖と混乱を煽ったのだ。ジェネシスが急激に広がり感染者たちは化け物に変わりシステムも暴走してしまった。ジェネシスがイザリアの全てを破壊する。その危機に現れたのがハイパーリンカーだ。彼らはこの世界の支えとなる。旧世界の悲劇は忘れない。新たな故郷を守るため彼らは今もなお。
Hello to all the hyperlinkers out there watching online today. Welcome to the 2025 Etheria Fusion Cup Invitational. I am your host today. I'm Tony Capatch.
And I'm going to be your color caster for the day. I'm Clement Chu.
Hello, hello, hello. Etheria is a turn-based action RPG game with a CBT test is currently underway. The most important gameplay feature is the real-time arena, or the RTA arena.
The really cool thing about the RTA is players can truly control all their characters. You get to make all the decisions, who you're going to target, what comps you're going to run with, and who you ban and pick. It truly creates a very immersive and deep strategical environment.
That's right, that's right. So right now we are going to take a look at the top 16 players from around the world, and we are going to look at the competing Fusion Cup Invitational trophy. And first let's take a look at the event trailer. Coming right up.
行くぞ。死んだらもう痛くないから。貴様らの魂を貫く。
アルーンさん、奴らをやっつけて。
Alright, let's take a look at the format for today after that exciting video. So, the event consists of two stages. The first stage is the Swiss system with BO3 matches, 3 wins to advance, 3 losses to be eliminated.
And the second stage is going to be for single elimination. We're going to have best of 3s all the way up until the finals, where we want things to be undisputed. So that will be the best of 5 to determine our winner. And let's take a look at those prizes.
That's right. So the prize pool for the tournament is actually quite generous, if I may say so myself. The total prize is actually $10,000 US. Okay, first prize is 5,000, second is 3, third is 1, and fourth is the same, also 1. Wow, what a great prize, to be honest.
Why are we casting? I want to be down there playing some Etheria right now and making some bucks.
That's right. Sometimes I wonder myself if we actually chose the right kind of occupation, you know. But hey, let's take a look and let's introduce the players that are participating in this event. As seen in the event trailer earlier, the tournament features 16 of the top players from around the world. So we have people that are here from Shanghai, Taipei, Europe, Southeast Asia, as well as America.
It truly is a global launch for Etheria Restart. What better time to get into a deep strategical game where everyone across the globe is playing. Of course, we have players with a little bit more experience coming in, I believe, from Shanghai, and especially I've heard whispers that Hidden God is our tournament favorite
Really? Very awesome. Very awesome. So we are having the scheduled first round of the qualifiers is now available as shown on the screen. I'd also like to explain to the hyperlinkers that in order to smoothly progress to the tournament, we won't be broadcasting every single match or each round. So each round of the event will be taking place simultaneously. The official broadcast will cover 1 to 2 matches. We hope and we thank you for your understanding of this matter. Finally, during the tournament live stream, we have 2 giveaways to offer to our hyperlinkers. First, the periodically released reward codes that will appear on the screen, which you can see will redeem anytime during the Etheria CBT. Additionally, we will have 2 interactive giveaways. Simply leave your UID in the Ethereal official YouTube channel live stream during the designated time, and you will have a chance to win 50 or 100 Etherean prototypes. Wow.
Wow, that's a lot of draws. And in this game, it's actually very generous. It is still a gacha game, but if you have 100 draws, you can actually pick your banner and guarantee the SSR of your choice. Don't miss out on this.
Yeah, after seeing it, I really would like to participate too myself. But, you know, after these 2 events, we're going to get going. We're going to get started, and we will see the hyperlinkers to stay tuned for the tournament updates. Just as I mentioned before, the code is going to be coming up on the screen really quickly, okay? As far as it is right there, Fusion Cup, okay? So just simply enter Fusion Cups to claim your reward. All right, so with the Etheria 2025 Etheria Cup underway, we are going to get started here. And so we are having players right now. For the right and the left side, we have right, red, blue, okay? And coming up, let's take a look.
Should be starting our first match at the round of 1. We saw 6 matches already, I believe 7 matches already done. This is going to be the last one between One Line on the left and then Sean B on the right here.
One Line is in blue and Sean B is in red. So now we've come back to the pick phase, right? We have a pick and ban phase, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And during this pre-ban phase, we have 2 where we are going to have both players ban 2 characters from the entire roster, okay? We have a total of 4 bans, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh, it's going to be a total of 6 bans.
Total of 6 bans, okay, not 4 bans, okay. Yeah. And for that, we're actually going to have a selection phase that is going to follow the pick phase that is going to be shown on the screen here very shortly.
And you can see both characters. You can customize your avatars here on the left and the right.
Fantastic.
I know this is going to be a first view for a lot of you out there wondering how Etheria is going to play like. And you know, we can dive a little bit into that. It's a turn-based RPG strategy game where most of the time you're playing 4v4 with characters known as animuses against the opponent's animuses. You take turns, you get target selection, and you get to choose one of 3 skills that each animus has to use every time.
Fantastic. That's fantastic. So, do you have any fan favorites for yourself, or do you have any ideas of who's going to pick what based on your experience or understanding of the game, or do you have a strategy idea that you think either One Line will play or Sean B will play?
Well, One Line is kind of our local hero here. He actually won the most recent CBT3 Cup, and he really played, I think it was sort of like a mid-tempo game. Whenever we're thinking about archetypes, it's really about the speed that you want to strike.
Right.
They're really, really fast teams that are just all about rotations that gives those action points, or we call them, I believe, strike preparation in this game. And you want those single target big DPS characters out there like Messiah or maybe D-Team to kind of snipe out the enemy carries right out the gate. That's one play style, and there's also kind of like the mid-section play style where you're trying to build up buffs and cash out on those buffs. We're going to be looking at the ban phase right now. So currently with the UI, we don't actually get to see in real time what they ban, but once this clock runs out, we'll have 4 bans in total, 2 from each player. And in this phase, at least, the bans can repeat themselves.
Gotcha.
So, you know, they're not going to know what each other is going to ban here. This is kind of the blind phase, but here we have them. The pre-ban is out. And as we were talking about kind of like the fast-paced strategy here, Doki is kind of the linchpin of that. She's called Doki Doki. She gives a lot of this called backup data, extra speed, extra damage that stacks, and also reduces cooldown reductions. So she's a very, very hard target to ban out.
Right, right. And that's just because she'll give the upper edge at all times during the phasing, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
What are we looking at here as far as the favoritism as the initial choices? Like, do you have an idea of who's going to choose one for favoritism and what they're going to choose and why? I remember that you said this because, like, if you're looking for someone who has either a shield, they're going to ban it out, or someone who doesn't have a shield in the ultimates, or they have a passive, like you said earlier about that.
I'm nowhere as good at these players, but we can see from online, he's already going for that sort of late game strategy. He's stacking up a healer in Ling Luo, probably the best healer in the game, and then Veronica, a new character just released in this phase of the CBT, and her ability is she has a passive called Soul Wound, which doesn't allow her teammates to die. They cannot go below 1 HP, and what that does is it goes along really well with Tiamat.
So it's kind of like a last stand kind of move kind of thing. Okay, so that way that, you know, if anything comes to, like, push comes to shove, they can actually pick back up and they have still a chance to bring it back turn tide. Gotcha.
Very, very difficult to remove those hyper carries, and Tiamat is exactly the one you're looking for. She's been the most banned character throughout all the tournaments so far, has that transform ability. Once she gets 8 Bloodthirster stacks, she becomes this green monster ultimate form, and she does AoE damage that clears the entire board.
Just decimates everybody, huh?
Yeah, so that's probably going to be the plan here. It's going to be a very slow, grindy playstyle coming out from Wonglai. And from Sean B, I think we're seeing something a little bit different. He's actually loading with a lot of stuns to just go right out the gate. See if he can take out some key characters here. I'm looking at especially Lilith, who has this a % chance to actually reset her ability, gain another turn. So she could run through her entire rotation in one instance, and she also has a guaranteed stun to start that off. So we're going to see, take a look at the UI here, and a couple really important things is the action bar on the bottom. This will show us which character is going up next.
All right, and we're looking at the perspective from the blue side, if I'm not mistaken, right? The blue-sided player, Wonglai, right?
Yes, we're starting with Wonglai's side, and he's running a team with 1 hyper carry and basically 3 support carries. So it's really important that we talk about the protection slot. The 3rd pick from each player is actually protected. You cannot ban it afterwards.
Gotcha.
And that's why he put Tiamat as the 3rd selection.
Okay, let's have a look and see what they're doing. So far we've gotten a couple buffs, and we're starting to put out some damage. Now they're coming back with that.
And
resetting some cooldowns.
Starting off with a lot of shields here from Veronica. This is one of my favorite abilities. It actually steals 20% of the max HP from the opponent team and gives it to your own team. So we can see on the left side bar here, there's already a lot of blue stacks there on the left side, and that just means that this Tiamat is going to be able to weather the storm, get to that ultimate form.
Right, we're gonna ramp it up slowly and see what's going on here. Wow, that was quite a large AoE there.
Yeah, but actually nothing hit right there. We did have the immunity come down already from Ling Luo, so that actually prevents the crowd control from going through.
Wow, big damage there.
This is really interesting because this is an SR character that we rarely see being used. Messiah going in for a big AoE, 340% damage across the board. Does cut into that shield, and what we're looking at is that Tiamat HP. That's everything that surrounds this strategy. If Tiamat stays alive, now she has that invincibility and also that soul wound, so she cannot actually be taken off the board as of now. We'll need some dispels to come through.
Right.
And just going on here, we have, this is also another revive.
Oh, another protection, huh?
Yeah.
Protection, bringing her back up. We got an AoE as shield. Swapping back over, a little heal. We have an extension here.
Ling Luo is just so hard to get through. Once she gets her ultimate down, she also has a passive called Whale's Prayer that actually stacks up and gives HP over and over again every round, so it makes Tiamat just almost impossible to take down. And we can see Tiamat's going to get a lot of these Bloodthirster stacks already going into the transformation.
There it is, the Green Dragon. Wow, look at that.
Woo.
And we already have 2 off the board, almost a third.
Wow.
That just got nuked, bud. Wow, they're hanging on by a hair.
That was 75% of the entire board's HP gone in a second, and that's what I was so excited about Veronica. This new champion, I think, really slows the pace of the game down, and I expect a lot more Tiamat bans coming through.
Absolutely. After seeing that, I can understand why, to be honest.
Gets an extra turn right there, just wipes the board with her abilities, and honestly, I don't think Sean B has a way back into this game. Now, I have seen players choose to forfeit here, but maybe Sean B is going to hang into the game. He does have Revive coming in from Sanya, so can sort of claw back, but this damage is just,
that's a little bit, that's hard to... That's hard to come back, to be honest. He just had a resurrection and he's already almost dead again. That's pretty wild. But she is also out of transformation and there is some heals going out, so we'll have to see what pans out.
Yeah, we can see in the action bar here, there's still 2 more movements here from Online. Let's see if he can take out one of these characters. Veronica actually not going to focus on the low HP one. Try to take the Reviver off the board. And a good stun here from Obo coming in here because the Lingluo's immunity no longer in play. Let's get 2 characters, but still a very massive HP differential on the board.
What are we looking at? Just heal and trying to stay alive strategy? Is that what this is right now?
Well, honestly, I think once Tiamat
goes back, oh, here we go. This is transformation time, if I'm not mistaken, right? Oh, not yet, not yet.
It's her ultimate ability that does give that. We saw the shallow grave icon just jump out, which means that these characters cannot go below 1 HP. That's probably not a concern right here for him.
Yeah.
For Olai, since he has so much HP right now. He's just slowly building up into that second Tiamat proc.
At this point in time, have you ever seen anything pretty, like, as far as like someone comes back from a situation like this? Do you think that there's a slightest chance, or, you know, is there a way that he can figure out to make it come back from this, or just slowly chip away at the team, or do you think this is just totally controlled right now?
I definitely think it's always a possibility, but it's very,
never
very
say never, right?
Yeah, there are a lot of
there's transformation. Here we go. Oh,
ultimate
man.
form, goodbye.
Lol. Oh my goodness, that is wow. Okay, so we have the victor.
Yeah, Online with a clean sweep right there. All 4 characters alive, and this is what I was talking about. He does like to play those sort of mid-game tempo styles, and with the new character rosters that we've been given in this CBT, I think this is the pace that you want to play.
That's right. Yeah, we just had a big win there. That was undisputed, to be honest with you. That was a clean sweep, if I'm not mistaken. So myself. So going forward, what do we got here? We have we're gonna do an interview, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, no, not yet. It's going to be best of 3, I believe.
Best of 3 first up.
Should still have 1 game coming up right afterwards, if I'm not completely wrong right here. Maybe the production will tell us if I'm completely off base. But
so we do have the winner of the first round, which is 1 live, right? And we are going to have some commentary coming up on the second match, I believe, which is supposedly going to be starting here very shortly.
Yeah. I believe it's a best of 3 even in round 1 here because the games can go so fast.
Like, that was a pretty quick pace. Was 3-4 minutes maybe?
Yeah, and we actually had a lot of trash time at the end.
That was true.
That
was true. I was pretty surprised about how long they lasted, to be honest, just because at the beginning, like the 3, well, he dropped initially just 2 people out of the beginning, and then there was a resurrection, and then okay, so we're going back in with a pick. So we are going to do another 2 rounds. Okay, so it is best of 3. And we're going to get ready to go with a ban picks, or they are currently ban picking right now, which we can't see on the screen, as you said before. And then later we're going to come up with what the finalized choices were for those bans, as well as what they're going to choose.
I have a huge prediction. Tiamat's going to get banned, and we see it right there coming out from Sean B.
Yep.
The strategy is a little bit too powerful right here. We heard from most of the Shanghai players that this is, it's either you pick it or you have to ban it.
Right. And so what do you think a strategy is going to be now that his ace cards is gone?
Well, it's pretty clear that Sean B is basically forcing Online to go on a different strat. He took away his main carry, taking away Veronica as well, which is so good at outlasting other compositions. And Online is, I think he's going to stick to his guns. He's going to go for that more mid-tempo, stack-up sort of situation. You got the healer in here. A lot of times, if you're going for like a first punch type of composition, you don't even need to run a healer.
Right. Are healers usually picked first in these kind of strategy games, or do you think it just depends on the player itself and what they're looking for as far as a composition?
I really like Lingluo, so I'd be willing to pick her first. She has immunity across the board, which is really hard to find in this game. You can't really stack any of your debuffs. She invalidates a lot of these different strategies. On the other end, for Sean B, we have a comp that might be able to outlast the other side. So you know that Online likes to play fast. Why not play fast yourself? So he already has 2 big CCs coming out, Obull coming out here, and also coming out with the shield character. I really like this character a lot. Does also immunity across the entire team.
Correct. Okay. What have we got here? We're waiting on the 4th pick. Can they choose in and out between what they currently have and what the opposing team has as they go back and forth? Because I realized the first match that they actually had some swap in and outs prior to the time to be running out. So I'm assuming that until that happens, they can actually go back and forth and adjust as they go.
So after all 5 of these heroes are picked, you would notice that in the game there's only 4. So afterwards, they do all the selections. They can ban 1 more to take away a key piece from the opponent's strategy here. Of course, they can't take away the protected slot necessarily, but they can target the rest of them. And Sean B going on with a very similar composition. Messiah and Obo we saw from the last round as well, so he's sticking to his guns here, but adding a little bit more power. I think the main carry here is going to be that Messiah, and I do think like for Online, if you see basically just 1 character that is high DPS, then why not just ban that one?
Gotcha. Coming down to the last pick here. Oh, there it is.
Going with the Lily here. She's one of the best rotator champions, is going to speed up the rest of your team, so we do have a really good spread of characters coming in from Online here. Yes, Heinrich, which does give you a lot of abilities to stop buffs from coming onto your characters, has anti-heal to kind of counter here.
Gotcha. All right, we're moving in around 2.
Yep, 4 characters coming in, so different compositions this time around. We see the Wrath coming out from...
We're getting right into it right away. Again, we're looking at the perspective from the blue player, Wanlai.
Yeah, and just to talk about the combat systems here, we do have different typings. You see the green and the red and the blue coming out on the characters, and if you're fighting against characters that are weak to your typing, you get extra crit chance, they do less damage to you, and a very easy way to remember it actually works the same way as Pokemon. So red counters green,
okay, that makes sense.
Green counters blue, blue counters red.
Okay. So you got the holy trinity right there.
Absolutely. You got to keep it simple for the players.
Got to keep it simple. Hey, that's right.
Seeing some target focus going down onto Lily right here. The cool thing about Lily is that she has an ability to use Twin Shadow, and once that character has it, then she can actually use her ultimate to instantly reset all the cooldowns on her ally. So very, very useful in combo-centric decks right here.
Team reset.
Cooldown reset. This is just going to be the Wrath going through. This character, I believe, is Rahu. The way he works is that the more defenses he has over you, the more damage he gets. So you can stack those defensive buffs onto him, and then in the late game...
Slowly ramps it up to a giant one-punch wonder.
Exactly. So going with the same strategy on Online, kind of that stacking buff here. But this time on Sean B, I think he brought a composition that, again, has a lot of those same features. The Shroud coming in from Hellkid, very, very prominent character. And of course for Obo, it's a slow DOT character that has an AoE stun as well.
This game's tempo is a little bit slower than last time, as we had the one-hit wonder banned out from the get-go. But it still looks like we're going to have some pretty good trade-offs here and there. And they're starting to target focus the guy on the very left right now.
Yep, we have 2
Oh, he's gone.
characters.
He's done. There he goes. There's one down. 3 to go. But they do have a chance to bring him back, if I'm not mistaken, like they did last time.
This time around, not.
Nope, there's resurrection?
No, unfortunately, Sanya this time is on Online side, so it's not going to have a revive here.
Gotcha.
It's going to have to be clawed back 3 versus 4. Unfortunately, I don't think he has the DPS to go through all of these characters. There's actually 2 heals here on the side of Online. He does have it from Linglo as well as Sanya as well. See the Pure Fate Purification coming down. So in terms of the stacking game, I think once again Online has that edge. You can see the Wrath being stacked up higher and higher on the side of this Rahu. It gives him more defenses each time that stack is up, and that defense can be transferred to extra damage against his targets.
Gotcha.
Immunity, Whale's Prayer coming down here onto Lily, and I do expect Lily to have brought in that Twin Shadow onto the side of Rahu. Just running again with 3 supports and 1 major carry on the side of Monglai, and I think unfortunately for Sean D, he's once again going into that phase where it's just a slow bleed out from him. Early target focus from Monglai, very successful.
Yeah, I can see what you said about when he stacks up those extra buffs and defenses, he starts to hit harder and harder. We just had a pretty big critical that almost took, what, a third of his health away. Now he's sitting there pretty low, and we're just going to probably watch him end up just being slowly chunked away until he ends up ended the turn here.
Yeah, we have seen some really cool stuff from Messiah. This is the champion on the far right here from Sean B. And his ability is, once he kills a character, he actually grants himself invincibility. He cannot take any damage.
None. Wow. Well, best of luck with that one, because it doesn't seem like any of the characters on One Last part are getting close to dying anytime soon.
Absolutely right on that one.
And there goes second one. Okay, 2 down, 2 to go. Is it just because the defensive aspect on One Last part is just too strong? Is that what we're witnessing right now as far as what we're seeing is Sean not being able to put any kind of damage on top of his characters? Or is it just because it's a total combination between, oh wow, okay.
Another swipe, it might be another 4-0.
That was, yep, that was a 2K punch right there.
Onlai really showing his understanding of the game. I think it's just the way the compositions interact with each other. We had more of a crowd-controlled comp coming out from Sean B.
Right.
And for Onlai, he was, he has immunity coming in from Ling Luo. He has lots of healing to just weather through the storm here. And I've heard from the players that, crowd control just isn't as prominent with all these new characters coming out in the meta and kind of slowing things down.
Gotcha. Let's see what we got here. Is this the end right now?
Extra defenses. The final ult probably coming out from Rahu. Still not being able to take Sean B out completely.
But we're getting close. We're definitely getting close. Looks like he's trying to go for a perfect exit. Bringing all of his characters up to full health, extra defense, and trying to look like, starting to look like it's going to be a double win for nothing.
Wow.
There we go. Hey, took the pot. There he goes. So the winner of the first and the second round is One Lai. So
yeah, round 1 of 1, continuing with the same strategy, and I think a really cool thing to pay attention to is the way he set up that ban pick. He had a lot of support characters that he could swap in and out, but it was always the main carry in that protected slot. So you couldn't take away his composition of 3 supports, basically 2 healers, 1 buffer, with 1 main carry that can stack onto the end.
Right, yeah. That was pretty impressive, to be honest with you. He really did, I mean, to be honest, a lot of people, what they do is, from my experience with what I've seen, they end up losing their main pick, and then after that, they kind of are, kind of lost, and they don't really know what to do. But he actually had both strategies down to a pat, so the understanding, like you said earlier, about the game is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So, going forward from here, what do we got?
We're going to go into round 2, so these are going to be players that actually made it out of round 1 already. And, of course, the players that lost in round 1, they still have their chances. We are playing Swiss, so they are not eliminated until they lose 3 matches.
Okay.
So round 2 is going to be coming up, and it's only going to be stacking up the hype. Honestly, we have a lot of players that might not be that familiar with the game right now. They haven't played in the previous CBTs, but when we're going into round 2, I expect these to be seasoned veterans.
Okay. Okay. So do you have any predictions so far? So what we got going on, or?
Well, I don't really know. I'm always rooting for my boys that came around from casting other titles. We work with a couple of the players here are located in Taipei, so I really want Green Tea and Virtual to be doing well. He's a huge TCG player on the scene, and he's only been in contact with the game for the last 2 days, 3 days.
Really? And he's already playing in a tournament?
Yeah,
wow,
he's already made it through round 1, which I was really surprised about.
That's impressive. Yeah. Wow. So as far as what we're going to be looking at going forward, what do you think are, from people that you've seen, obviously, what do you think the combinations as far as what their team picks are going to be? Do you have any idea of like who's going to be focusing on what kind of strategy? Are we going to have people looking for what you said as far as like a fast pace or a more defensive pace? What do you think the going forward into round 2 is going to be?
So I expect the meta to slow down a lot. When I saw the last CBT, there was a lot of one-shots coming out from the Doki combo. Of course, in round 1, we just saw Doki getting banned both times.
Right,
so
right,
maybe
right.
that's the reason that it's been a little bit slow. But I think with the addition of characters like Veronica, that we saw had that soul wound where no character could go below 1 HP,
Right.
or characters like Celine, that is a new character here, I think things are going to slow down and we'll see more buff stacking.
Gotcha. Okay, so we are looking right now at the bracket, and going forward into BO3, we have Allen versus Richards, Virtual versus Peibao, Rice versus Shang Tsai, right? One Lai versus Timaeus. And then in the 0-1, we have Blood Elves and Sean B, Link and Green Tea, Zoka Skunks and Elven Mage, Saiso, and Hidden God.
Oh, I can't believe Hidden God is actually.
Yeah,
in
you
the
said he
bottom
was the
bracket.
you said he was the famous pick, or the favorite pick as far as that what you said earlier. But hey, that's the way that it goes here. Sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't. You just have to look at the way the draw is, and RNG sometimes is not that favorable.
True, true. That is still a factor in this game here, even on RTA. Sometimes if you roll badly, you get no stuns compared to you stun the entire enemy team.
That's right.
That could be the difference maker. Everyone has a shot.
That's right. So, and going forward, we're going to be looking at this in round 2. Seems pretty exciting, to be honest with you.
Yeah, a lot of high-level players online coming in. Shanghai was actually the winner of the Shanghai Cup, so I'm really excited to see his play coming in there. And
Right.
just one of the cool things about Etheria Restart is if you're into PvP, you don't actually need to collect all the SSRs.
Right.
SSRs are really expensive to level up. They're really hard to get from your pulls. But what Shanghai did in Shanghai was he actually won the tournament playing only SR characters.
Gotcha. All right. Well, after that, discussing all those things, I think that we are going to be looking for
Just the round 2.
the round 2, right?
Up,
If I'm not mistaken, it should be round 2 soon.
Yeah. Probably just waiting for the players to load in
Yeah,
here.
they're probably sitting back right now, situating themselves. I'm pretty sure that everyone is probably a little bit on nerves right now, just because of the first round that went through. People are kind of like, getting ready to resituate their strategy, trying to, recount, see what they can get and what they can't. And probably going forward, I think we're going to see some pretty big upsets, especially since, we had some favorites already in the second losing bracket. But again, you never really know, because it is almost like a round-robin elimination. It's a Swiss bracket round-robin elimination, so we can we might actually have some people come back towards the very end there.
Yeah, and we do have 2 players coming out from Taipei facing up against each other. Virtual, that I was talking about,
Yep.
He's just such a TCG genius. He's only played the game for like less than 48 hours and already has a running composition coming out. And Peibao, who was the runner-up in the previous CBT tournament here in Taipei as well.
Gotcha. Well, it's pretty exciting to see what they're going to have.
I was actually talking to Virtual a while ago about like what strategy he's trying to work out.
What do you
here.
say?
Not sure if I can. I hope none of the players are looking at stream.
I think you'll be okay. I think you'll be okay. Relatively speaking, I think they're probably more focused on, in-depth strategy right now with themselves in the room next door. But I believe it'll be okay if we talk about it, or at least we can have a glimpse of what you think the strategy might be from what their perspective is.
He's playing my favorite archetype in these type of games, which is the DOT archetype.
Okay.
A lot of these hero characters, these sort of hero gacha games, we have the character, that has the expunge effect that instantly detonates all of your DOT and kills the entire board after a series of stacking.
Awesome.
And that's what we got in the recent new CBT, which is the Withered Soul Sanya. Sanya usually is a healer character, but now she's gone rogue and turned evil, and that's going to be the linchpin of Virtual strategy right here.
Awesome.
Trying to stack a lot of DOTs, and DOTs in this game, they always function the same way. They take 4% of your real, they call it real damage in this game, of your HP, and what Sanya does is like all those DOTs, they instantly go off, and they get all of their remaining damage out.
Gotcha. All right, so we're currently in the pre-ban picking right now, and what do we got as far as the pre-ban goes? Who do we got?
Tiamat and Doki. So the 2 characters we've seen throughout this entire day so far. And Lingwol coming out from Virtual, a very important sustained character as we've seen. Immunity to the entire team, that Whale's Whisper, Whale's Prayer, just keeping characters alive longer than they should. And on the other hand, we do have Heinrich, which is an anti-heal character. It's really interesting to see how this is utilized.
And so anti-heal, as in he has like a kind of like vampiric grip, or he's got like an like a mortal wound kind of thing that he can't heal as much, right?
Mortal wound, exactly.
Gotcha. So a decrease to healing in combination with damage.
And this is really troublesome for Virtual. He has to pick a composition that doesn't rely on just a single carry, because Heinrich is so good at shutting down single carries so far. And oh, this is a big one coming out of the new patch. It's going to be Hoya, which is a revive executor, a very interesting archetype. I've never seen this in any other game.
Yeah. So can you touch a little bit about what kind of specificality that this person or this character has, as far as you said a revive? It's a revive what?
A revive nuker, basically.
A revive nuker. So basically, I bring you back, and then I use that bonus that I got from bringing you back to destroy the opponent.
So what she does is, if you kill her, she has a passive where she actually comes back and then immediately uses her ultimate against you.
Wow.
It takes away her HP, but it's a bunch of damage. And if you don't kill her within that CD realm, then she actually just keeps on coming back.
Wow.
So she's one of the most swingy characters that they've ever released, a very, very high top here. And it goes really well with Lily, and we're seeing the fourth character from Virtual here, because we talked about that Twin Shadow passive that actually resets the cooldown.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So that's going to be that's almost like, you know, a double up.
Yeah.
It's almost a double up.
Really, really powerful, and it's not that she comes back, but if she uses her first ability or Q ability and she kills something, then she actually reses one of her teammates as well.
Wow.
So
you do get a double up there. That
yeah.
seems a little bit unbalanced, but hey, you know, I'm not the designer, but that's going to be very interesting. It's going to be clinched to see what's going on here. Is there any way that you see or that you could scope out right now from these two picks that could stop or somehow counter that?
I think Heinrich was the best answer right there, but Virtual bans it out after all of the 5 characters are selected. That means the anti-heal and the lock that Heinrich provides, preventing buffs from going on to this Hoya, is no longer there for Peibao.
Wow.
Shield barrier is going to come down. This is like the most classical opening from Hellkid. And you have to remember that debuffs do not go on to the enemy characters at this point because they have that Shroud. And the big question here is, you know, when that ultimate is going to come through on the side of Hoya, it's very difficult kind of juggling that fine line. You want her to kind of revive and get another ultimate tick back on, but you also don't want her to get focused down and just die right off the bat.
Right. There's no ramp up to that. It just kind of ends the entire, I guess, progression for what she's preparing for.
Yeah, and Hoya already, you can see her going down to less than 25 HP, is going to use her ultimate right away.
Wow, what was that? Holy moly. That was a one and done right there.
Yeah, and you can see the revive. Cast her ultimate immediately once again. And the cool thing is there's actually another revive character on Virtual's side. The Sanya does, when she uses her ultimate, then she can actually get Hoya back once more.
Wow, this is pretty wild. That was quite a chunk of damage, to be honest with you.
A lot of players are saying Hoya is probably the most meta-defining character coming out of the new patch. It really enables a new type of archetype, which I think is the revive archetype. So if you're going against this comp, a champion like, I believe it's called Krolos, is very, very important. Chloros, excuse me.
Chloros. Because
his ultimate actually stops revive. If he kills you, you cannot revive this game whatsoever.
So if that's the case, then if you were to see this kind of this kind of a pick, right? What do you think is going through the player's mind if they don't pick that character?
Well, I think a big question is,
do you think they assume they can just pull it off, or do you think it's not that big of a deal that they can just ignore it?
This is a character that came with the new patch, so most people have zero experience on it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I think it will take a while for the players to really kind of comb through all the different combinations and find answers to that. She's just so powerful because if you don't have an answer for her, she can just run away with games,
she can just
as
wreck
we're seeing
your whole
right now.
team. Yeah. Can't stop, won't stop.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping we get one of those games where we see a comeback. You know, so far today it's just been I take out one of your main carries and the game just kind of snowballs from there.
Right.
But we do have some stacking on the other side. You know.
Okay, so she's dead. She died. And is there going to be a revive?
Yep. I think Xian on the far right here can still bring her back. We'll just see on the action bar after this, and I expect ult. The revive still has 2 rounds here. So the question is, can Peibao actually take down Senya before this cooldown runs through? Okay, he's going for the crit.
Ooh. What do we got? This is going to be 1 and then 2, right?
Yep, AoE heal comes through. There's only 1 more attack that Peibao can throw at Senya before
the revive comes up.
Yep. Oh, excuse me. There's still 1 more round.
Yeah, this is the second round, right?
Yep.
Yep. So he's trying to think what we can do. AoE.
Goes for the slow right there. So it's going to give Hellkid another attack. Hellkid, Heinrich can both get attacks here, but no. This is why Linglo is so powerful and always being first picked on blue side here. Healing potential is just pretty outrageous.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. Just not enough damage going out.
The stunts are working out quite well. You know, Sanya wasn't able to get her revive off, and there's another round. Try and see if they can get her off the board. If she goes off the board, then there's no more damage on this team. It's just 3 supports sitting here. Here we go.
Yep, looks like she's going to try to do it right now. Oh, there she is.
And I'm back again. Guess who's back?
Back again. He's back.
Immediately, Peibao's already switching over targets to this Hoya, trying to take her off the board. And we do have 5 Wrath stacks going over, so there should be a lot of damage.
Oh, she's down again.
We might have a shift in fortunes right here. As the rounds go further and further on, healing becomes less and less effective.
Yeah, it's kind of slowly chipping it down, you know. This is another revive. Bring her back again, and then we might see another shift over here. We're going to see a switch. Yep, they're going right back at her. Let's see if they can keep her alive long enough.
At some point, Virtue's not going to be able to run this strategy. Damage actually gets amped up, and then healing and I believe shielding decreases as the rounds continue.
Yep. Okay, so we're swapping turns here. Let's see if they're going to pull anything off. I don't know. I think the opposing team with Peibao, she's actually holding up quite well. There's a lot of defenses going up. Oh, I don't know. Full heal. We'll see. We'll see how it goes right now. It's swapping back over to her side. Oh, that's a big crit, though. That was a huge crit.
14k damage going on the other side. Can Hoya even get an ultimate off?
We're going to find out in a second. Looks like it's, there's a possibility. I won't say no, but it depends.
Here we go. Hoya does have only the Q, so she actually casted the ultimate. Now, if she gets taken out, she will revive back certain HP. You will need to wait the cooldown.
Oof, taken right off the board. And you said there's going to be another revive coming up soon?
2 turns. So they did kill her the second time within the revive timer. I think that was actually the 3rd time. She's died already. So
three times. I think we're at 3 right now.
Yeah.
So, hey, 3 times a charm, you never really know. But we're still pretty evened up right now. Although, like you said, it is kind of a stalemate right now just because it's a team full of sports and they're kind of just countering everything and they're just kind of banking on the revives that will play an RNG hit. But it might actually take a turn here if the heals don't come.
Yeah, Sanya is actually getting stunned here,
yep.
But the purification comes through and she's back on her feet again. We do have word from production is that if the game lasts 50 rounds, then whoever has the highest HP totals will just be considered the winner.
Yep, we'll take the win.
I'm not sure what the verdict will be if they're at full HP though, which looks like it's going to be the case.
Yeah.
This did happen previously in the CBT tournament and went over 100 rounds before production was like, nah, we actually need to think of a way to get out of this.
It can be a pretty big stalemate if you have the right comps for it, for sure.
Yeah, both comps aren't really running a lot of carries, and this is something that's really peculiar about this game is that there are very few pure carries or animuses.
Oh, we got a full revive and a full heal, so we're going to see what they got. But it actually swaps back over to their team, so we're going to see some focus damage with an ultimate. Oh, wasn't that? Oh, there it is. Wow. Okay. Holy. Oh, wow. All right. That was This is going to be just kind of one of those stalemates, I think, because we're just going to keep going back here because they're saving the nukes. They're saving the big hitters for her when she comes back. They're timing it up pretty well.
Exactly. You got the Hell Kid ultimate already lined up, waiting for her to come out. Another big thing is to see if Lilith can possibly do something here. She does have that mischief ability that can stun the entire team, but she'll have to time that correctly against Ling Luo, who has that Purify on the entire team as well. So looks like we're just going on. Deja vu getting in here.
Yep. How many rounds are we at right now? Or how many back and forths are we at right now, do you think?
Do not see a round timer. They really should add that.
Yeah, we don't have a turn timer right now, so we're gonna. I'm assuming we're probably closing at 15 or 20, so we're probably halfway to 50 because we've been back and forth pretty frequently so far. Another heal.
I'm actually thinking that this game mode doesn't have the healing debuff. Yeah, I'm looking around. I don't think it does have it yet. So in Summit Arena, which is the primary game mode that you guys will be playing ranked with, there is that sort of a debuff that heals start mattering less and less.
Right.
But in this game mode, for specifically offline tournaments, I don't think that exists. So I do think we're going the full distance here.
Yep, looks like it.
Well, I'm gonna get to know a lot about you, Tony.
Hey, we're here for that. We're here for that. So, what are you doing in your off time? Okay, she's down again. We had a pretty big crit. Okay, we kind of assumed that was going to happen. Another heal. We're going to probably just stray out some time here. We're going to try to pull up some shields and some heals. Probably going to get another AoE heal here in a second. Oh, no, she's going for the single damage.
So I think something that could decide the game if we do go the full 50 rounds is I don't think Hellkid can hold on to that Shroud. He's using that Shroud for like max damage burst onto Hoya, but if he's holding on to that Shroud, it means that he's going to end up with less HP total.
That's true. That's true. Well, it's looking like they're going for the straight damage right now because I think they're coming down to crunch time, so I think they're just going to go back and forth with trade.
I think in most instances, Ling Luo is going to win that trade. She is healed, so she can keep the HP totals higher.
Boy, I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to see. It looks like they're just going to go straight for it. Oh my goodness.
The revive is out.
We have turned the tide right now. Uh-oh. Do you think that's a problem on Virtual's part that he got a little bit greedy? You think he tried to get greedy with the support kill?
I think it was just the Wrath stacks going higher here, like 11 Wrath stacks, and also it was like double crit from both the characters. Probably had the assist as well from Rahu.
Gotcha.
So you got a lucky chain of events right there, and also just stacked long enough. So great game plan here from Peibao. 3-2. He should have the she should have the HP lead at this point.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it. Just by default. Just by default. And it looks like the heals are getting less and less as time goes on, to be honest. I think we're getting close to cap. It looks like Peibao is actually going to turn this around really quick. Initially, it didn't look like it was going to happen, but, you know, congratulations to you if it does. Holy moly, you really stuck it out there. And it looks like they're going to take her down right now in the final end. She's going to pull off a little heal, but it's a little bit negated. And then we're going to have the final turn coming in. Here it goes.
That's what I love about Lily. Like, you can always kind of gamble with her. Her Q has the off chance to give you another turn. Just immediately, a 20% chance. So I think what Peibao was doing in the middle right there, she was just actually, you know, we're in a stalemate. I have to risk it, see if I can get extra turns out just by luck, and then snowball the advantage from there. So she finally found the edge to push her over, and then just take away this first game.
Yep, wow. Well, huge congratulations there. That's impressive. There's a very, very clear and defining understanding of the game that you can tell just from that kind of a turn. So the very, very first round of these two is going to go to Peibao, and then we're going to have another round, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to come up again. And it's going to be very interesting to see the second round, just because of the different demographic that they had, the different kind of approach that they had. Initially, I assumed that because he took the initial lead when he took one of the characters out, that it was just going to be, you know, a straight decline. But, you know, that's the whole thing with this kind of a game, is that if you really get lucky and you really play your cards right, then it actually can absolutely turn around, and that's what we just saw there. So I was pretty impressed by that.
Yeah, the 3v4 layering was really beautiful right there. So there's a great synergy between Hellkid and Rahu. Hellkid gives you that Shroud barrier. It's just extra shielding. And the extra shielding actually takes the defense from Rahu as well. What Rahu does is that once he stacks up his Wrath, he gets extra defense. His ultimate gets extra defenses for the team. So it's like double protection stacking up. You got the, Peibao got that turtle strategy working very, very well to find that comeback.
You know, there was a ton of shields that went out that was just completely negating everything that was being pushed at them. So I was pretty surprised about how well that she could protect herself for so long. But then again, the entire side from Virtual was basically just support, so there's not going to be giant nukes flying out other than the person that died, right? So here we got another ban pick, we got another selection. And what do we got? What are we looking at right now?
I think we're going to have a fast game this time. Lingual finally banned away. This character is just kind of crazy as a pure healer. She might feel a little bit boring because you see the archetype in all of these different type of games, but it works. Yeah,
it works. It works. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty interesting, though. Again, like, from the very get-go, when we initially saw that first trade-off, you know, I assumed that you were saying that, you know, Virtual was going to pull it off as, you know, the one-hit wonder kind of, you know, the prodigy with 48 hours in and can just kind of streamline his way to the victory. But, you know, Peibao has a pretty solid understanding of how to stretch and clinch a win out through pure strategy, realistically. So that was pretty interesting. That was pretty interesting to watch.
A very different strategy coming out this time from Virtual. We have the same ban pick from Peibao, and it's going to be our first Doki of the tournament that we've been broadcasting. And
you said this is the character that's extremely strong, right?
Yeah. The game company that designed Etheria is called Doki.
Gotcha.
And they put Doki in the game.
So
you can't be too weak.
There you go. Yeah, it's kind of the representation of the company, and we can't make our own representation too fragile. Otherwise, it's kind of a bad message. So I can understand that. What do you think we're going to see with that kind of being on the side there?
So we're going to have the protected pick from Virtual being Rahu, they're basically switching each strategies from each side. The Revive archetype, this time being played by Peibao. Bayo Ting is one of the characters that can actually give an extra revive to Hoya.
Yeah.
She has 2 stacks of that on her passive. So kind of running the same playbook. We're not really sure what Virtual is going to do. Usually when you have Doki Doki, it gives a lot of this backup data streams, and the longer you go into the game, the more stacks she gets, more attack damage, more speed. So I think it's a stacking buff composition coming out from the side of Virtual, while again it's going to be the Revive archetype on the other end.
Gotcha. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. We have a 0-1 lead on Peibao's side. What do you think? Do you think Virtual's pretty nervous right now, or do you think he's going to be okay?
Well, you know, he's a long-time player. He's been around in the scene in so many different titles for a very, very long time. Illustrious career. I don't think he's worried at all.
Nah. It's probably one of those things where you come in towards, I would say it's more of mind over matter in the literal sense, and not, you know, no pun intended with that, considering it is a video game, but it's a strategy. So I think, you know, the more you have underneath your belt, the more you have a collective sense of what's going on and the way that you approach things, you'll be more geared to take as, you know, everything that comes information-wise your way to better prepare yourself for the upcoming win or loss.
There we see the final bans here. Virtual actually getting his Sanya banned out, and on the other side for Peibao, the Bayo Ting was banned out, the character that gives you extra revives. Really smart choices targeted against their compositional archetypes.
Gotcha. Ooh, coming in with some pretty big moves so far. Although that it didn't seem like it was too bad. Oh, that was bad though. Holy moly.
It looks bad, but it's percent HP, so you know, you don't expect the second hit to do the same thing. And now we do have the Shroud across the board. Gives a lot of damage here, and let's see how lucky the freezes are going to go through. This
it looks like they got them all, except for one. Wow, that was some pretty substantial. That's going to be pretty substantial, I think, because this is going to turn into... Oh my goodness, it's going to turn into that is what it's going to turn into. And all 3 of them
4 stuns.
Yep.
It's huge.
And how long do these stuns last for? Is this 1 or 2 rounds?
I believe it's only 1 round, but you can extend it with a deep freeze as a follow-up ability.
Wow, well, we're going to have to see what pans out here, but it looks like they're going to go for the... Okay, so 1 of them's out already, and we have 2 of them that are still frozen.
Veronica's still alive, but hanging on just barely.
Not anymore, she goes down. All right, and then it's moving on. You said there is no revives right now. Wow, and that is the deep freeze, and all of them are currently frozen for another round and a half, it looks like. And they're just going to slowly be picked apart here by Peibao. And, wow, no stress. At least from Peibao's part.
Really cool play coming in. Heinrich, you know, lowering the defenses and buffs across the team. And then you have the character on the far right, which is, again, only an SR character, but often played in tournament because you can get lucky and stun like 3 out of 4 characters.
That was pretty wild, to be honest. He did a 4 out of 4 just now. And then he did a, what was it? The first one was a 3 out of 4, and the second one was a 4 out of 4. So, wow, and there it is. You're going to have a mock-up clean right there. That's what it's going to turn out to be right now.
Yep, not
just slowly
close
watching
whatsoever.
It. Nope, we're just slowly watching it. It looks like he just kind of is giving up. There's not really much that he could do anyway. Yeah. Game. Wow, that was a pretty clean win from Peibao's side. That was a very humble in the win. We got a little bye-bye going on there, it looked like. But yeah, it was very clean, very humble, and smooth, to be honest.
And Peibao's like, that's how you play the revive.
She looks very satisfied, to be honest. She looks very satisfied with that kind of win. She looks very happy, and I mean, that was a clean sweep, to be honest with you. That was a very clean sweep.
Looking after us. She knows that, you know, we have to go back for dinner, so she wants to keep the average game time down.
Trying to minimalize it, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we're not going to go 40 trades back and forth. We're going to just sweep the whole table. There you go, right? So after that win, what do you feel? How do you feel about that?
Well, I feel like, you know, it's a great switch up on how to play the composition. A lot of times when you run into these stalemates, you want those team-wide stuns that can just shut down whatever the enemy team's doing.
Right.
I feel like the Ling Luo ban was just so important coming off of Peibao.
Yep.
You know, I think a lot of players have been getting away with that Ling Luo. She just saves mistakes, saves bad rolls so many times. The immunity, the healing was so prevalent in all the previous games. And this time, you know, once the healer's off the table,
that's done, yeah. Because, you know, like, when we were watching previously, like, she was not only just reviving and healing, it was almost like there was a shield as well. And, like, if she has the entire group or the entire setup, if it appeals to the playstyle with her in tandem, basically you can just sit there and not take damage. Fundamentally, you can. It just kind of goes back and forth. It's kind of like a ping-pong match with no winner, you know. So that's kind of what we saw previously. But I was pretty surprised how quick this one was overall. I think that's the quickest one, maybe other than the very, very first match we watched. Yeah,
it was an Alpha Strike coming in from Peibao. It was like 4 characters go in first on Hoya, and Hoya doesn't even really get to do anything.
Yeah,
we saw a great anti-healing coming in from Heinrich right there, the blocking of all of the buffs. And I think we will see more Heinriches when going up against these compositions that have only just a single carry. If you're only a single carry, then Heinrich is great at dealing with those.
Right. And so going forward, if you see that again in these competitions, like, who would you assume that you could pick or that you could go as far as, like, your composition would go if you saw, like, a Heimlich or if you saw, you know, one of those other healers that we just saw just now? What would your choice be, and what do you predict would happen during those kind of exchanges?
Well, I think there's, like, a couple ways you can deal with it. One way that we saw Virtual kind of pull out is just go for being the first striker.
Right.
He had Klaus in his draft, but that was actually banned out by Peibao. Klaus, or maybe Clues, Claw. I'll call her Claus. She's a hacker, but she's the fastest character that we have in Etheria Restart. She puts the defense debuff across the entire team, lowers the defenses by 60%.
Wow.
And that actually decreases the damage you deal as well. So I think one way of dealing with, like, sort of healer compositions is you just get the first strike in, you lower everyone's HP, and then you throw in something that has a huge single target nuke.
Right. So you're looking at, like, almost a glass cannon comp.
Yeah,
it's almost a glass cannon comp. So if it was a glass cannon comp, who would you choose to be the forefront leader of your total 2 picks? Like, if you have 4 picks total, the first 2, if it was you, who would you pick for those 2 glass cannons that would just basically, I guess, solidify your spot at the top for complete and total destruction of the total? Like, the first 2 turns are going to be just a wipe. Who would you choose?
I really like the combination of Klaus and then also Lily. Lily is a character that we talked about, like, resets your CD. So she gets that burst damage to go on. And once you get into the second turn, she gives you extra attack damage. And if you're already her Twin Shadow ally, she gives you extra crit damage as well.
Right.
And that's a combination that we've seen just blow up teams out of
nowhere.
That
was pretty wild. What about the one that, is it Lilith that turns into the, after the 8 turns? She turns?
Tiamat.
Yeah, Tiamat. Okay.
Yeah, Tiamat is just, she takes a while to get going, But if you look at her base stats, it's just so ridiculous. She has like 60% extra HP over most characters in the game.
Gotcha. Okay, so coming up now we have Hidden God and Saiso.
Ooh, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Hidden God that we were talking about from Shanghai. The players are definitely repping for him. And in theory, they've had the most experience, most exposure with the game.
Right. All right, well, it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out here.
And Saiso, definitely a veteran coming in from Summoner's War. This is a game that, you know, the Etheria devs have credited most of their inspiration in their game setup towards. So this is someone that they really want to bring over to the new title, and we'll see how they do.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how they do. Are we going to moving up now, or what are we doing now? We're going to get ready to watch them go off, and we're going to get ready to watch them pick the plays in accordance, right?
Yeah, we're going to go in round 3.
Yep, it's going to be I mean, everybody's pretty much tied up right now. It's going to be pretty exciting to watch this play out. What are your picks? Do you have any ideas? Do you have any favorites?
Well, if I'm just looking at...
Just by looking.
I'm looking at the sheet right here. We have the rap sheet right in front of us of what these players have been able to accomplish in their careers. And
yeah,
Saishizo's is very, very impressive. Top 8 multiple times in Summoner War in Europe. And, you know, this is a game that, you know, started from Korea. A lot of players in Taiwan play it. And I think a lot of players are looking to see if they can move from that title to Etheria Restart, a much newer game, you know, shinier graphics and a very similar gameplay mechanics.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out. I'm very curious. All right, so we got the band picks going on right now. We can't see that currently, but we will in a second.
You can tell Saishizo's streaming right now. You know, he's talking to chat, getting their feedback here when he wants to ban. And we're going to get Tiamat and Heinrich banned out, also Doki. So kind of the same suspects again and again.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a repeat pattern probably the entirety of this tournament. I can understand why. There's a very clear understanding now why that's going to be a repeat thing. But yeah, we're going to move right on. So we got some healing right off the bat.
Linglu again, first pick from blue side.
Healing and
the same
revive.
thing.
Yep.
Whenever we've seen it in the tournament. And Hoya actually in an unprotected spot. So I think this is probably a better way to kind of run these compositions. We saw that Hoya as a sole carry is just not enough to punch through these defenses. Putting her in an unprotected spot means that if she gets banned out, then you can still pivot to a different strategy. Probably have a bit more carries in your lineup.
Yeah, that's we got a pretty interesting pickup so far. At the bottom, we have the Resurrection nuke, and we also have the you said the guy that, what is it? What does he say? The guy with the crown on his head is he's also the Messiah, right? That's what you said?
Yeah, Messiah on the bottom end. It's going to be in the protected spot, and what he does is when he kills a character, he actually goes into invincibility.
That's right.
You can also proc that just off of his ultimate as well. So if you're trying to line up disruption against him, it's very easy to miscalculate and just have your entire skill rotation fizzle.
Right. Well, it's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out. We're almost done with the selection. We got a couple more seconds here going back and forth.
We're seeing that, you know, fabled combo between Hellkid and Rahu come out again, shielding plus defensive boosts.
Yep.
And then Veronica also layering shields on top again. So this is going to be a very strong comp from Saishizo. We've seen how it works with Lingluo in there. It's just so hard to chip away at their HP. You really need to find one single target to kind of break through, or this comp is just going to stay alive forever.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Hopefully, when I say plays out and interesting, it's not going to be a 50-turn round interesting play out, but you never really know with these kind of setups. So here we are with the final, and we're going to get right into it right away. So coming up, we're going to be looking at from the perspective from the blue side.
And really cool answer from Hidden God. He's actually picked 2 of the characters that are pure carries in this game. There's only 2 of them, and he's got them both right here, in Hoya and also the Messiah.
Right. Well, this is the Glass Cannon build then, huh?
Yep. If you want to crack someone from turtling, this is probably your best bet.
Yep. Oh, here we go. We're going to watch it. Well, some big damage going out front. Wow. Coming up and looking at this. Prospects, what do you think so far? I mean, they're trading back and forth, but I mean, obviously right now it looks like Hidden God has the upper hand pretty, you know, substantially.
Yeah, this is the defense break trying to go through, but immunity on the other end. I think the important thing is when we see Hoya die, she gets to cast her ultimate.
Right.
And this can actually happen quite easily inadvertently if you
Yep.
use your AoE. So it's always very dangerous when you're going up against a Hoyo comp like this one. You want to actually like single target the other carries.
Oh, we got a full heal. Almost full heal. But we're going to see how this turns out because they are doing some pretty wild damage. And it looks like he's going to purposely let them die. Yep, and there she goes with the ultimate. Here she comes. Oh, almost hardly any damage, though. That's surprising.
Oh, looks like this turtle composition is winning through big time.
Yeah.
This is when we are going to start to see the extra crits and the speed boost coming out from Lily. Maybe that can do something.
And we're also going to see some pretty good... we're going to have to see some pretty good strategy come out as well because I think they kind of both understood what was going to come in, what was coming up as they were picking these choices. And we slowly just see one of them take a hit, take a fall, and now it's 3v4.
There's no revive on Hoya this time. The cooldown hasn't came back up again.
Oof.
I think
Slowly
Sid God
away.
guys just ran out of steam.
Bringing it back up to full again. Here we go. Turtle.
This is such a crazy composition. I want to play this comp. This is so fun.
Oh, wow, he forfeited. That was it. Done. Battle ended.
Yeah, and that's a very difficult question to kind of answer because I felt like he had the best answer he could possibly get in the meta.
Yeah.
The two biggest sticks in the game that you can go after, but it wasn't enough.
I think it was just I think it was pretty much just like from what I could see. Obviously, I'm not a professional player, but from what I could see, I think it was just that the initial turtle and the heal was just too much at the start, and they didn't have enough time to ramp it up to get the kill at the start. There just seemed to be like there's just a little bit of space that didn't have what it quite needed as far as momentum goes to bring that kill to the end, and it just ended up switching out. So
yeah,
it was kind of like a kind of backfired as far as what I can see. Because glass cannons, they have it's almost like it is like an RNG kind of thing. Because glass cannons, if you do hit a massive critical and you do land it right with the correct timing and the way that you play it out, you can wipe the floor. But from what we saw, it didn't seem like it was hard enough of a hit, and it didn't look like the momentum was there. So that could also just be, like I said, an RNG thing, but you never really know.
Yeah, I think for me, the Kloss not being able to go first was a little bit weird right there. Maybe I think that he could have changed up the rotation a little bit coming in from Hidden God. If he had Lily get the speed buff onto Kloss and get that defensive decrease in before Messiah actually used his ultimate, maybe that was the correct chain he was looking for.
Yep.
But now he's, he has big hill to climb because if I'm Saiso, I'm just running the same strat.
Yeah. And here we go again. We're going back to the pre-ban because they did forfeit. Hidden God did forfeit. So we didn't have any stretch of time there. We were going right back into it right now. Shizo looking pretty pleased, pleasantly surprised or pleasantly situated for that win. It looks like he's kind of working his way into the next round right now with these picks. He seems pretty confident in what he's doing. And Hidden God is just kind of given the vibe that I'm getting from him is, I will pick off of what you choose, and I'm going to counter you to make your life difficult.
Red side ban pick strategies coming in. Blue side, it seems like we know the answer. Always lingual if open.
Yeah. It almost seems like, I don't want to say it almost seems like whoever gets her is kind of like the majority as far as the percentage of winning rate, but it almost seems like that's the case, because she's such a strong character that if you do play in tandem with other carries and a good support, you can actually just turn the tide as quickly as one turn goes.
Yeah, I think healing and immunity, it just sets up way too much in the game. It's not a very narrow, specific clause that you need to set up. Like, I think DOTs are much harder to get going, but heal, you can use it on anyone. Everyone needs HP.
Yeah, if it was more like I would say like a Gladiator Coliseum kind of thing, like where you said that there is a timer debuff to healing as it goes on, I think that would be more appropriate for these kind of tournaments, just because you either do it, like you can either win in the beginning, or the longer you drag it out, the heal turtle strat will slowly just collapse underneath your feet. A lot of players will agree with me when I say that is probably more fair for the overall tournament, but a lot of players will think that why should we have the crutch like that? Why should the you know, the disability go on our end if we choose a healer. You know what I mean? But I guess it just depends on your playstyle and how you are as far as the way that you like to play and the characters you like to play with.
We have the 50-round rule, so, you know, all is fair in love and war.
That's true. That is very true.
Taking a look at the compositions right here, we do have another kind of stally composition coming in from Hidden God. Well, I should not say the same, but you know, a very different track this time around, getting his hands onto the Rahu. On the other hand, we now have the spear being played by Saiso, going for the Hoya himself.
Yep. All right, and here we go with these picks.
And this is the passive coming in from Valerian, which she goes into an AFK mode. So she
Is that
sleeps.
what that is?
Yeah, you cannot control her. She cannot take actions, but she actually heals and gives buffs every time she's in this mode to the rest of her allies.
Wow. I would say that's pretty powerful, but it's almost like, I mean, yes, you get buffs, but do you get to choose the buffs that she gives? Or is it random?
No, but that's what I love about characters like this. It's like, you don't need to control them. You just put them on the side and she does her thing.
I mean, that could work for you or it could work against you, to be honest with you, because if she gives you the wrong buff, then that could realistically just, you know, give you a, you know, it could disable your team. It can really just give you a handicap up the front.
She's one of the best characters when you're going up against sort of comps that want to blow up one of your single carries, because her ultimate actually equalizes all the HP bars on your side.
Gotcha.
So it's really cool. If someone survives on 10 HP, then suddenly you can equalize that and they're back to 80%.
Yeah. All right, well, we're kind of at a stalemate right now, to be honest with you. We had a little bit of exchange going on there, but there wasn't much, and there seems to be a quick stall. I almost feel like they're kind of strategizing right now to see what they can do. We got a full heal back up, so we're kind of both at the start again, and it looks like we're just going for buffs. Oh, now we're going for some damage. So we got a big hit there.
Surprisingly high amount of damage.
A little bit above half health still, so there is a good way. There is a good chance of a turnaround here. So we got another ultimate going on here. So big AoE crit. Not a lot of damage that went out in the whole team, though.
Rahu gonna throw defenses down, and as the game goes longer and longer, we have to look at the scaling aspects from each side. On Hidden Gods, he has the extra defenses and the Wrath stacks coming in from Rahu, and Doki will also get that data backup stack. So I do favor Hidden God if it goes late, but of course the main thing here is, can that Lilith actually survive the outburst?
Yeah. Right now, it kind of looks like it's pretty evened up. Both sides kind of have a chunk down hero.
Valerian is going to go back into her AFK mode, but, you know, that...
Brought her back up, so we have some shields and we got some health going out. Still pretty even across both sides. I would say overall, Saiso is still in the lead, minimally, but still in the lead. We'll have to see how it ramps up overall as time goes on. Oh, here we go.
Lilith. And Hoya almost going to die before really doing that much.
Yeah.
Shizo thinking about the targeting onto Lilith. Stun goes through.
Wow. Here we go for the finisher, right? Oh, no, we got it back. We got it back.
Yep. This is basically a triple support Hoya type of build, but doesn't really work out when Hoya's stunned.
Yeah, it's she's gonna be stunned for another round, it looks like, too. But we're gonna be getting close to, like, what, 8 stacks soon, I think, right? We're getting close.
The really cool thing here is Veronica can actually steal all of the buffs on one of the opposing characters and give it to the rest of her team.
Wow.
So they're actually trading buffs back and forth, and we can see that Veronica 2 ultimates onto that Lilith, trying to out-target that. But in the meantime, Lilith gets the stun through. This is the problem with this character, is that if you fight up against her and there's 3 stacks of mischief, then she guarantees 100% to stun you.
Wow. That almost seems like too good to be true.
Yeah, it puts a timer and it's a lot of pressure, and also if she gets lucky with extra turns, it's just really hard to run away from her.
Oh, there she goes. She goes down.
No revive.
Saiso's looking in trouble right now, to be honest, but you never know. We're going to see how this exchange goes. We're still looking at some invincibility going out. And we got another big ultimate from Hidden God. Big crit across the board.
really see any damage on the side of Saiso after that Hoya goes down. There's
Yeah,
no revives here either. I have a feeling that if the tables were reversed, Hidden God would probably tap out.
Probably, to be honest. Yeah. I think he's going to try to stretch it. He might just try to slowly chip it down. That's what it looks like to me, to be honest. He's going to try to stay alive.
A lot of Doki stacks coming across the board. These do increase the speed and attack damage for your own carry, so great scaling option. Rahu already on 10 Wrath stacks. Once he gets to 12, he starts dealing extra damage based on the defense difference between himself and his target.
So he's just kind of like stringing out time right now, to be honest.
Yep.
Oh, there is a big crit. Let's see how long. What can they do? Ooh, they're going to try to talk. They're going to try to get him down. They're going to try to get him down. Oh, what do we got? They're really just going for it right now. Oh man, to be honest, I don't want to call it. It really looks like it just could go back and forth to be on. Oh, never mind. No, that was the crunch play right there. That was it.
Veronica always feels like she does so much damage. There's 20% HP removal.
That's pretty wild.
Gets stunned again by Lilith.
Yeah, that stun is huge. It takes so much. And those Wrath stacks are starting to pay off. He's doing some pretty heavy damage. Look at that. Boom. That's 20k right up there from those two moves, those two turns. You got a heal across the board with a shield.
See your reduction across the board as well.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh.
Let's see. Oh my.
I'm so impressed with Veronica. Like, she's been able to make use of the stacks that she's stealing from Doki.
Yeah.
Kind of buff herself.
Oof.
Making it kind of close.
It is going to be close, but oh man, I don't know.
Veronica needs to survive the Heinrich round.
So we had a.
I believe it was a tap out.
It was a tap out. Yep. So we are currently 1-1 right now with these two. This is getting pretty clinch right now. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know. What do you think could happen from here on out? I think we're going to see a shift in both players' strategy. I think both of them are going to kind of be a little bit more conservative because both of them are kind of they're at a tilting point right now. Yeah. And if one happens to be a little bit too aggressive at the wrong time, you lose the entire thing and you could be out of the tournament soon.
So what we've seen from the first two games is that the side that had Rahu and had the stacking buff sort of game plan has won out both times. The Spear has not been able to crack the shield, and I think both of them are going to be trying to angle for that sort of like stally gameplay style.
Yep.
As we said, there just doesn't seem like there's enough burst damage or like hard crowd control in the meta right now.
Yeah, I see that the character that dies and comes back with the major ultimate, like she seems to be a big target, and then there seems to be some kind of shift once she dies, a struggle or a panic to get her back up on her feet. But when there is nothing that happens with that, it's almost like a slow chip until you die. You know, you just slowly bleed out, and it just kind of like drags it on until everything just kind of slowly ticks off one by one.
Yeah, I feel like she's a very deep character to actually play because when she uses her ultimate, she actually takes away 50% of her own HP.
Right.
So there's a very high cost. If you don't time that correctly, then she can get removed off the
board. High risk, high reward kind of thing. So we got another bands. Let's see what we got. I could assume those are the bands that were going to happen right there, but
oh, Tiamat's open.
Oh, here we go.
Y'all was going to miss one.
Yep. Ooh, Hidden God does not look happy with that pick. Look at his face.
Yeah.
He is not too pleased with that pick, but you got to go with what you got. So we'll see what we go with this extra round. We're going to be on round 3, 1-1. So this is going to be this is the clinch match right now.
Only one that we've casted so far. The first best of 3 to go the distance. Finally get determined here. We are seeing that stall game plan coming out from Saiso.
Yeah.
Getting Tiamat to Purge Day is we have not seen a Purge Day lose so far. I'll just put it that way.
We'll see how it goes, to be honest with you. He did pretty well last match with trying to stay alive for, you know, a substantial an extended period of time. So going from there, it's going to be pretty interesting. We have Messiah pick, and then going from Messiah, who do we got?
I think Hidden God is going to ban away the Tiamat when all these picks are done. Tiamat is not in a protected position. It's
Right.
more of a takeaway pick. So the question for Saiso is, does he actually have a secondary carry that can slot into this sort of stall composition as well? Oh, well, there we go. Rahu has won all the matches so far. So
Yep.
might be the answer.
We're going to see how it goes.
On the other hand, it's going to be Lilith for Hidden God. Just getting that stuns back in. We saw the Lily and Lilith combo. It's a mouthful to say. Worked out very, very well. And this is the sort of buff payoff composition that we have from Saiso. I love this composition.
So we're kind of going with like a stun base at the from Hidden God. He's going to try to build out and pull out from that kind of strategy in contrast to Shizo with his more nuke favored, kind of ramp up nuke favored build.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Wow, Tiamat actually not banned. I'm so surprised about that. Linglor, the healer, actually taken away.
Yep. I think that kind of plays in tandem and hand in hand because, like, if you take out the healer, then there's less time to ramp. So there is a chance that he could realistically pull this out. We'll have to see.
Does have a 2-action advantage here over Saiso. So you're going to see Lily and Klaus take actions first, speed up for the entire team. Does he get another action before the other team? So yeah, he does actually move up the action bar. So Lilith is going to move. So it's a 3-1 in the first 4 actions here.
Wow, that was massive damage up front. Holy cow. Let's see what plays out here.
Veronica going to get some shallow grave, so none of the characters can be taken off the board right now unless there is a dispel. I think they has one. Claus is going to start moving in, going for the defense debuff here. Now Tiamat starting to stack up that bloodthirst.
Wow, that was a big hit right there. Big AoE.
Tiamat does spend her own HP to cast those ultimates, but the question is, can Messiah take it down?
Yeah. Got a little stall.
There's only Rahu left between the next move for Saiso. So Rahu, one defensive ability, and then Tiamat has to be on her own. This could be the turning point. Maybe Linglor was the correct ban here.
Oh my.
Oh, the burst damage from Shada.
It's going to be clinch, man. It's going to be tight. This is going to be a tight match, I can tell. 3 have almost relatively full health, and it's 4, but, you know, they're all pretty close to 0 right now. They're all in the final quarter of their health pool. But they also do have Shallow Grave, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or was there a Dispel?
I think Shallow Grave is only on one character at this point.
One character, right?
Yeah. Not really. I'm not 100% familiar with the icons, so we'll see. We'll see. If they res up, we'll know.
Got an ultimate going out.
And the big thing here is, without Messiah, I don't think anyone can take out Tiamat.
Yeah,
Tiamat is free to transform. This is so cool with the combo here. So I do want to talk about how this works a little bit. Veronica actually steals the enemy team's buffs and then gives it to her own teams.
Right.
And the way Shada works is her single target damage nuke, it actually deals more damage the more buffs that she has attached to her. So it's a really nice combo. You see the buffs on the enemy team, you steal it, you give it to your allies, and then you just throw the burst around.
And remind everybody, there is a nice little link at the bottom there, the Fusion Cup, that little number that you can put into the interactive, what's the word I'm looking for? You can put in the interactive code that will give you the bonuses for the Etheria points. You guys can do that in the YouTube live stream commentary there.
If you're a gacha gamer, you know what
we're talking about. Yeah.
Go get your pools.
Got a little tongue twisted there. My bad, guys.
Lip trying to save this game, but you know, we're just waiting for Tiamat.
Yep, it's getting close. We're coming up here.
Shada can probably finish this off by herself as well. Already has the 3 orbs rotating around her. I believe that just kind of indicates how many stacks of buffs that she has on her.
Getting chipped right now. Here we go. Single damage Q.
Hidden God trying to find an angle back into this game.
Oh
Doesn't wanna
man,
give
and
up.
that's it right there. Oh, I don't think there's a back. There's a way back from this one, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That was heavy. That was heavy. Saiso coming in with the clutch kill at the very end, and for the win, the 2-1. Saiso is going to take the lead there. Looks very pleased with his play just now. Wow, that was pretty impressive, to be honest with you. I'm relatively surprised by that outcome.
Really, really cool game to see right there. You know, there's so many combos that you can pull off in this game, and Saiso showed us multiple different iterations of that in one single round. I love the Rahu Lingluo game plan, and then again on the third game, he was able to clinch it out with Shada, which is a character that, you know, honestly a lot of people don't see. It hasn't been around in the previous meta. Now with Veronica in, I think she's
it was pretty interesting to see how everything kind of smoothed its way out. In the beginning, we saw some big damage up front, and then at the end, it kind of slowly went out. But then we had the Wrath stacks build up, and then we had the slow chip away with the team at the very end there. So that was a very clinch win there for Shizo. So going forward right now, we have Shizo, who took the win, and we also have the Peibao, who also took the win. So currently, we are going to show you the upcoming advertisement, I think, is what we got going on. So with that right now, we are going to be right back. We're going to take a quick break, and stay tuned, guys. We'll see you then.
世界を飲み込んだ吹雪の原因を知る人はいない。突如この地を襲い、全てを奪っていった。多くの命が消えていった。その絶望に希望をもたらしたのがイザリアと霊視技術だった。資格を手に入れた人類は続々とイザリアへと入った。そして疑似政府 EOS を設立する。威嚇者を創造し、イザリアは繁栄した。この新たな世界で人類に新たな未来が開かれた。だがジェネシスの出現が新たな災難となる。同時に現れた反イザリア組織 RCS がジェネシスを利用して威嚇者を改造し、恐怖と混乱を煽ったのだ。ジェネシスが急激に広がり、感染者たちは化け物に変わり、システムも暴走してしまった。ジェネシスがイザリアの全てを破壊する。その危機に現れたのがハイパーリンカーだ。彼らはこの世界の支えとなる。旧世界の悲劇は忘れない。新たな故郷を守るため、彼らは今もなお新しい仲間を探し続けている。
行くぞ。死んだらもう痛くないから。貴様らの魂を貫く。
アルーンさん、奴らをよくせて。
Alright everybody, welcome back to the Etheria 2025 Fusion Cup Invitational. Before we begin the third round of R3, it's time for the giveaway. Remember the great events that we mentioned earlier, guys. So, hyperlinkers, if you guys do have the code, now is the time to post your Etheria UID number in the Fusion Cup livestream chat on the official Etheria YouTube channel, and you have a chance to win 50 Etheria prototypes. Okay, next we're going to take a look at the current match schedule. And coming up, we're going to see who that is. But remember, punch that code in, guys. Don't pass up those points.
Free pulls, man. Never miss on free pulls.
There's no reason not to. You might as well cash in now, guys. I'm telling you. You know, we got it here.
Get those SSRs. Let's go. Let's go.
If you don't got them, now's your chance. You can't complain if you didn't do it. There it is. That's the code. Okay, Fusion Cup. Make sure you guys use that. Check the live stream chat, or from what we have just been informed, you can do that actually in game as well.
Yeah.
So make sure you guys double check on that. And we are going to take a look in just a second. So, on recap of what we just watched from the previous round, so far, what do you think we got as far as the roster moving forward?
Well, we really haven't seen
favorites?
the Hoya comps work out.
Yeah.
I think Saiso is definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Looking at it so far, I think his fake out in the last game was so good. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of target fire was going on the Tiamat. And it was actually the shot out, a character that basically nobody used in the previous tournament.
Yeah, it was impressive. It was impressive. I mean, so far from what? Okay, so here we go. This is the bracket that we have moving forward. So 2-0 from the top for the round 3. We have Richards and Rice versus Wonlai and Peibao.
Wow.
And, yeah, 1-1 we have Timaeus versus Elven Mage, Blood Elves versus Green Tea, Saiso versus Allen, Shanghai versus Virtual, and then 0-2 we have Hidden God. That's a huge upset from what I understand.
Yeah.
Versus Link and what is that? How do you pronounce that?
Zokak
Skunk. Okay,
I'm
versus
not
Sean
sure.
B. That's a pretty interesting name.
This is so surprising for me. Like, all 4 of the Taipei players actually ending up on the top of the bracket. You know, I guess that previous CBT was very helpful for them, and a lot of big names. Like, I would consider Zoka Skunk so far to be like the biggest content creator for the game, and also Hidden God, kind of the heavy favorites being in the bottom here.
Yeah. So, I mean, you have upsets. That's true. You do have upsets, but that's again like that's part of the game. And you know, moving forward, we're going to see some. I'm pretty sure we are going to see even more upsets going forward, just because of the way that the bracket tiers are set up right now. And man, it's going to get eventful. It is going to get really eventful for sure.
I caster cursed them.
Yeah.
It's my fault. Always happens.
So, moving forward, do we have an invitational, or do we have we have an interview, right? If I'm not mistaken, of the current.
After
that's
the
the
third
after.
round.
Okay.
So in
first,
round 3, someone's going to advance.
Someone's going to advance,
interview
and
them.
then we're going to interview them. That's right. So, stay tuned with us. Okay, stick around, and just in a moment, I think we're going to begin the next round, and it's going to be, you know, you're going to have to buckle up, kids, because it's going to be a bumpy ride for sure.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a rematch of the previous CBT tournament held in Taipei here between Onglai and Peibao, which is going to be really interesting. We'll see what the.
You think there's going to be some bad blood between anybody here in the local scene?
Nah. I think everyone's just
it's all kind of mutual, you know.
Yeah,
it's
yeah. We're just testing out to see if the new game is like, you know, kind of enough intriguing to like
if it's
invest
balanced
full-time.
enough. If it's balanced enough to move forward with it, right? Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. What was your favorite play from what we just previously saw from the current contenders that were on the live stream? Do you know? Do you have any favorites?
I definitely think Saiso was the most like fluid in terms of compositions.
Yeah.
I really like Peibao going for just like some burst potential on the Lilith. I really love her Q ability. She's my favorite character. If you guys are out there and you want a character to progress with, I would highly recommend Lilith.
Yeah.
Because her damage is based off her max HP, so when you over-level her, not only is she unkillable, she actually does a lot of damage as well.
Right, yeah. I would say the biggest upset was definitely probably Peibao, to be honest. Because, man, she strung it out for so long, and then she just flipped it, you know. It was like a 180, and then she ended up just pulling out the win. It was pretty clinch. It was pretty clinch. I was very surprised by that, because I initially assumed that, from what we had prior discussed, that with the big damage and then the first character go down, like I honestly thought it was just going to be an avalanche landslide, and then, you know, it was going to wipe the floor clean. But she, man, somehow she just held in there, and she just pulled out the defense. Shields were up, the health was up, and then she just slowly chipped away at all the health on the other side, and, you know, pulled it out. She pulled the win, so that was pretty impressive. Also, we had the one that we just previously watched with Hidden God. That was pretty impressive as well.
Yeah, I like Hidden God strategies, but unfortunately they didn't really pan out here. Oh, and I actually misremembered the bracket, so it's going to be Rice versus Peibao. The rematch might have to wait.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case. So we are going to move into Rice versus Peibao right now.
And Rice is actually a caster himself in previous titles of these sort of games where it's the turn-based RPG sort of PvP fighting game. So he knows these type of games inside and out. He knows how to play the archetypes here. I think he will be a heavy favorite against Peibao. But we'll see. You know, Peibao so far has been able to...
She's a pretty wild card, man. She's wild card. She's like the Uno reverse, you know? It's like
3D fort?
Hey,
never mind.
Don't worry about it. I got it. It's like the ace up the sleeve, you know what I mean? So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this next one turns out. I don't know. After what I've seen, I'm kind of favoring Peibao right now, to be honest with you. But you never know. You know, that's the way that this game goes. You know, if you do well with what you got and you played at the right time with the right strat, you could do a turnaround. So we have the pre-ban picks right now. No surprise there. And then we're going to see what the choices are from Rice starting up top.
Oh, Tiamat and
There you
Lingluo.
go.
I think those are always the answers.
That's going to be the meta, it looks like, from this entire live stream. That's going to be the meta.
Oh, but actually, Peibao, we have to talk about this combo that she really likes to use. It's going to be the Hell Kid plus Rahu combo.
This thing low at the bottom, right?
We could get Rahu into the protective slot, if that is still up. And for Rice, it's going to be Heinrich, which does have the anti-buff and also the anti-heal. Going into the protective slot, a very good counter against something like the Lingluo.
Let's see. Peibao's turn right now. She's going to select. Okay, we have the Suicide Hero. I just can't really call it Suicide Hero. She's like the dead resurrected.
It's intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The resurrection nuke hero. How's that? Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen her res on allies being used so far. That's still a big part of her kit. I wonder if we're going to have comps that cater towards that. And Rahu being taken away. As we were talking about, big combo piece. If you got Rahu and you got Hell Kid plus Lingluo, it's like nothing dies.
Yeah, yeah. So far, this is a pretty interesting turn.
Oh, very interesting pick for the Chiaki in the end.
Okay, so there we got some stuns. Okay, that was. I assumed that there was going to be some kind of combination there at the top. At the bottom, we got new pick. It looks like. Wow, this is going to be interesting to see who gets banned and who gets to stay.
All right, ban coming out from Rice. Let's see which one he takes out. I feel like Lingluo is...
I think he's going to ban Lingluo, to be honest. Oh! Okay.
Okay, takes away the Shroud here, so that means that he can apply debuffs onto his enemies a bit easier. And I really like the Kraken here being selected, so that gives Peibao a chance for mass AoE stun if she gets lucky with it.
It's going to be interesting to see how it turns out.
Heinrich going to use his ultimate right off the bat, prevents buffs from being applied across the team.
That's going to be a big hit forward.
All right, let's see
Mass
her luck.
freeze. Ooh, we got 2 out of 4. That's okay. Hey, that's how it is. 2 is better than nothing.
Yep, about average on the hits, and I would say it's on the critical characters as well. Rahu not going to be able to raise the defenses of the team.
Yep, got the anti-buff.
And let's try to see this Hoya do some work. We haven't really seen Hoya shine so far. There's been a lot of hype around this character. When is the burst damage going to come through? Lilith with a chance to stun. Let's see if Rice goes directly for the Hoya. I assume that's going to be the main target.
Big AoE hit. Got a return.
And we are seeing the shell come out for Hoya. For today, the shell has been the vampiric one, so extra damage, extra healing on hit.
Here we go, the ult. We get a hit.
Ooh. So actually trying to target out the Heinrich. Okay, not going for the Tiamat directly. Oh, a bit of split damage here.
Yeah, looks like they're kind of trying to split one down the middle. Cooldown reduction. Oh, what? Stun?
I think that was
Purposeful.
from Lilith. If you cleanse the Grievous, you still get hit.
Right.
Ooh, that's
a big hit right there, to be honest.
I didn't know about that interaction. Well, now I do.
There you go.
Let's think about new characters. A lot of times, really easy to miss some of these niche ones.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest, I don't, again, I don't really know much from outside of what I've seen already, but it almost seems like that character is almost baggage at certain points of the game.
Yeah, well, it's really well played on Rice's side just from his ban pick because he was able to deny all the buffs and
that's true.
Didn't see the, I believe it's called, but anyway, Beoting on Peibao does have a revive ability, but it's a sort of like, it works on a buff, and that buff wasn't applied.
Able to go out, yeah.
So Heinrich a very good counter to this composition. Wow, this looks like a sweep at this point.
Yep, absolutely.
No damage characters left on Peibao.
Wow, look at that damage from the Wrath build up. Double.
Yeah, the block is so important right here. What block means in Etheria means that no buffs can be applied to this character. And it is on an AoE. We're going to see him cast it once more. This also does a lot of damage. If you're lucky, all 3 hits can go on the same character as well.
Oh, that was a clean sweep. That was a clean sweep. So this, we got Rice to Peibao 1-0. And from what we just saw there, that was some pretty solid strategic improvisation from Rice. I'm not sure if he already had that pre-planned out when they did the pre-bans and the pre-picks, but it seemed like a strategy off the get-go was just to completely default all the buffs, get rid of that, and then just pick it apart. Just go straight for every character that he could. And it worked. I mean, I was, like I said at the beginning, I thought Peibao was going to come out with something like an ace in there, ace up the sleeve, but boy, was I wrong. And I probably won't be I probably will be wrong multiple times today.
I was very surprised about that outcome as well. I think Heinrich is kind of a must ban if you want to run this revive composition.
Yeah, I feel like that character, like I said earlier, like if you don't play it right, I feel like there's almost it's almost baggage, because you have to revolve around the dependency for the buffs, and you also have to revolve around the revives. So if you have 1 or 2 missing, it really turns into a crutch. It's a huge disability at your point. You know what I mean? Like you're almost running as, if you're missing a leg at one point, you're trying to join the race with a missing leg, and it's just not it's not optimal for sure.
Very well said. And compare that to Tiamat. You just throw her out there, and once she takes enough damage, she just all transforms by herself.
Yeah.
It's so much easier. You don't really need to build around her.
Yeah.
But for Hoya, I don't see the angle just yet. I want to see a comp where she can shine.
I think that there probably will be in the future, or maybe there will be today at some point when we have some, some of the people that play the later tier brackets, maybe they'll have something figured out where that can actually show up and, like you said, it can shine forth and people can see it for how it's supposed to be played. But up until now, I kind of feel like there has been so much push and pull with that single character that I feel like in most cases, it's almost as a default for the luck of the draw. It's almost like an RNG pick. You know, if you get lucky with it, then it can sweep the board. If you don't, then it can actually just, you know, work against you.
This time, Rice is going to go on to the blue side, and we see Heinrich being played by Peibao just right off the bat. So, you know, she's picking up the same strat.
Same strat. We'll have to see how it goes.
Lingluo and Beio Ting being selected here, so a healer and a reviver on the side of Rice. You know, great setup for any stall, buff-centric carry composition that goes late game. This is kind of the stock answer we've been seeing across the board. And Peibao now going back to Rahu as her protected slot.
And fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. We'll have to see how that goes.
Well, I'm guessing Rice probably bans the Heinrich this time.
Probably. So up top, we also have the same picks, to be honest. It's, you know, again, with the character that we were just talking about earlier.
The revive combo coming out.
I honestly feel like if you really don't play it right, from what we have seen today, you know, there has only been one play so far that we have seen it played right. That was in the very, very beginning of the stream today. And up until now, everyone who has picked and tried to run this meta just hasn't had, you know, luck, either RNG or the strategy just didn't play out as it was intended to. So it's gonna, I don't know. I'm looking at this almost from a very pessimistic perspective right now, seeing that, you know, Rice could have actually just dug himself a grave that he can't get out of with that choice, unless something comes forth with, you know, in the future with these playouts and the way that the strategy's played out. But, you know,
Viper, new character being selected right here, and Rice does ban out the Heinrich, like we kind of predicted. So he's going to be able to apply buffs to his team.
Yep. We'll have to see who gets banned on Peibao side. Healer gone, and you have the resurrecting character. How do you think that's going to work?
Well, I really want to see this comp work, and this is the first time we're going to see Hoya being played with Viper. Viper is one of those characters that, even though he's only an SR, can pump out a surprising amount of damage because he's based on counterattacks.
Gotcha.
If one of his allies gets hit, then he has a 12% chance to counterattack across the entire board. And if that hit is a critical strike, then his counterattack's chance goes up to 60%.
Wow.
So he can passively deal damage without it being even his turn. So maybe that's the missing key.
That could be it. You know, depending on how things turn out, he could actually just slowly, like you said, just counterattack his way in passive mode and just deal damage. Depending, is it percentage based or is it just turn based?
Oh, it's just turn based. It's based off his attack damage.
Gotcha.
We are seeing the buffs coming out from Hoya, and 2 more actions on the side for Peibao. Let's see where she focuses.
So far, we got all blocks on that turn. That exchange is absolutely furious. Okay, there's the return, the passive return.
Oh, here's Viper going in and doing the sweep, and it takes away 2 buffs. All of the characters on the opposing side.
Yep. Here we go with an ultimate. Oh, 62,000. All right, so Rice is playing this out with his with confidence, apparently. Wow.
Where did that damage even come through?
I don't know. Is that an RNG thing, or was there a buff that was applied in the beginning that we didn't notice? Because from what I could see, that was just like random. That legit was random. 62K is the highest number we've seen today. That's the highest number we've seen today.
I think this is the first time someone's pulled off that combo correctly, you know? And now that Hoya does come back from a revive, she gets 40% attack damage as well. That yellow buff we're seeing on top of her means her second hit is going to be even more devastating.
That's crazy. We're going to have to see that number. Take a screenshot. If you get your phones ready, now's your time to screenshot this.
Viper going to be taking away those buffs.
The extra shields are gone.
But the Hoya attack buff, I believe it cannot be purified. Just as to say that it's already gone. Alright, Sanya does have a revive here, so let's see if she gets the cooldown back to use it.
If she can.
Peibao's relying on it.
Yeah.
Viper getting some hits in. They're trying to focus down onto the Hellkid.
Wow, just from that one attack.
Oh, and the silence going down.
60%. Holy moly, that's wild.
Yeah, anti-heal and silence on, so...
This is the revive, or no? This is just the heal, yeah?
Oh, I forgot. If Hoya kills you, you can't be revived.
Oh!
I forgot about that from our kit.
Oh, here comes another ultimate. Okay, so that was just 10k. That wasn't 60k. So there must be something in between there and what we just saw that leads up to it, because that was just nuts.
Eotin giving the entire team crit and attack damage. I think this is going to be it. Oh wait, she's actually just dead.
She's just dead, yeah. Oh, it's going to be clutch. We're going to have to see how it goes here. This is going to be a huge turnaround if that's the case, because that was at least a 10-turn lead.
Yeah, now Rahu is on the up and up.
I don't know, we're going to see how it goes. It could be Peibao again with the leech and pull.
Sanya with the team heal, and Beoting does have the revive. Okay. Immediately goes into the ultimate.
17. So we got a split damage going on here. Looks like that they're trying to again split the middle. There's the 2 to 3. It's not done yet though. We'll have to see.
And here's the revive.
Yep, and a heal. Going back up. But if you notice, the heals are slowly becoming less prevalent. They're less. The strength that they had is not as high as it was in the game. Wow, that damage is ramping up as well.
I really like this.
Oh,
Viper
and
initially.
there she is. She's back. There's another revive. Okay. Let's see how it goes.
This is the combo we were talking about, the revive meta. Beotin with can res your character. Hoya comes back herself, and then you also have Veronica.
She's done again. Peibao's keeping him down. Oh, wait, what? Hello.
Back again. And
oh,
down again.
That's like the 3rd or 4th death just from this one match. That's wild.
Yeah, and I'm very interested in why Peibao is actually choosing to go through Viper first. So it looks like she's trying to keep her stacks onto the Rahu. Viper, of course, with that ultimate is stripping 2 buffs a time.
Stun and a revive again. Revive yet.
No, maybe Hoya, the main use of Hoya is actually just stopping revives.
That could be it. That could, oh, she's back. Here we go.
I really like that, you know, in this Etheria, there are so many counters to counters. Like, there's revives to burst, and then there's you cannot revive this game.
It almost seems like there's an unending amount of revives to counters, or counters to revives, or vice versa, to be honest. Let's see what we got. We're almost all the way back. Oh, is she going to go down again, or what?
I think she has Shallow Grave on her.
Is she? Okay.
Or else she should have gone down.
Life Leech. Wow, just a regular hit, 14k.
Using the ability.
Yep. Here comes the ultimate.
Sanya still 1 turn away from the revive.
I don't want to say it's over, but it's looking pretty glim. Pretty bleak.
There's 2 attacks here from Rice, but he's not actually going after the Sanya, so revive will come through. Let's see if he can get the Rahu.
Huge crit again. Oh, that was a big return.
Oh, okay, and here's the revive.
Yeah.
But if he uses a revive here, is that enough healing for Rahu?
Probably not.
Oh, but no, I forgot about it again. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's, yeah. But we're, I don't know.
These games are getting crazy long.
Yeah, they are, dude.
Yeah, I feel like they're probably going to have to give more characters this you cannot revive thing.
I think, yeah, if I was a designer, to be honest, I would have to put some kind of limiter cap or go back to what we were talking about with like the mortal wound, as far as like the Gladiator Coliseum. Like the more turns you have, progressively the amount of healing that you get in return has diminishing returns.
Yeah,
because
absolutely agree with that.
At some point it just becomes redundant. Just watching this go back and forth like this, like, you know, there has been a handicap since the very get-go from Peibao, and we just consistently see revives and heals and revives and heals, and it just, you know, we're still going. We're still going.
Yep. Oh, Sanya.
Is this another one?
Yeah, it's another one, but at least you can't get him.
Yeah.
I think we found the true use of Hoya. She's not actually a carry.
Yeah,
she
just stops. Yep. She just keeps you down once you're down.
Oh, there we go.
So there we go. That's the end of the res, and yep, that's the forfeit right there. That's what I assumed was going to happen. Okay, so Rice is coming in with the second victory, the clean house, and that was a clean sweep. I mean, in the beginning, I would say it was a little bit rocky, but towards the end, it was pretty clean.
I think a really important thing about Rice's play is that in both games, he actually brought anti-buffs to the forefront of his compositions.
Yeah.
He had the Veronica and also the Viper stripping away 2 buffs a time with his ultimate there. And in the first game, he also had the Heinrich that just blocked buffs from going down. So I hope we get to see more disruption coming through from these players.
Yeah, I was relatively surprised about what we just discovered, you know, as far as what you said about the carry and the actual function or the purpose of that current hero is it might not actually just be to carry, it might actually just be to make sure that the consistent revives in the resurrections don't consecutively keep happening.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you literally can just keep turning this game over and over and over again, and that's when we just discussed about, like, you know, the diminishing returns with the heals and stuff. I think that kind of comes into play with that. So that was pretty interesting to watch. Maybe the other players who were watching this currently in the contest or the tournament themselves are going to pick up on that, and maybe going forward we're going to see a shift in the way that they have with their own developing, you know, what is the word I'm looking for here? Their own developing game plan, or, you know, the way that they have their own thoughts and their ideas about, you know, the way that they're going to run their upcoming comps in the future with these different turns. So going forward, we got Saiso and Alan. So Alan we haven't seen play yet today. Saiso we've seen play, and it'll be interesting to see the strategy from both of these guys.
Alan coming in from Shanghai, and you have Saiso coming in from Europe. See all of his
collectibles. All that merch
playing
up
with
there.
Organizations here.
Very interesting.
It does seem there's already a developing esports scene for this type of game, no?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, esports has been around since what? Dota, right? If we're going to talk about that, like, it's been around since then.
From Space Invaders.
Very, very upfront for, like, way beginning of back. That was like all the way back in 2000 and what, 5, 4, something like that. Way early, and slowly just progressed its way all the way up. And as far as I'm aware, it's still the highest pot as far as what comes with the winnings that go from any kind of tournament across the board. But, you know, $10,000 US isn't anything to shy away from either.
Yeah, very good amount coming in here, and 2 accomplished players going up against each other. First time we're going to be seeing Alan here, but he is actually a very popular game strategy uploader coming in from China.
Okay.
And just taking a look at bans, Doki, Lily, and Tiamat going to be going out. Ling Luo going to be the first pick from Saiso, as we've seen all throughout today.
Yeah, it seems to be a recurrent theme here with the way that everything's playing out, you know.
Yeah.
We have the healers and the reses go first, and then maybe if one or the other gets picked before, then we usually have a burst or a meta carry, which is probably what we're going to see as the next pick. The second pick is usually probably going to be that.
It's going to be Sanya first, a reser, even though she's only an SR, still hang with the other SSRs. There's about 41 total characters in that SR and SSR category right now, so a lot of champions to pick from. Animuses, I should say.
Animus, yeah. Okay, interesting second pick.
Baotin coming in here. This is a character that does give attack buff across the team and also reses your teammates. And we have Rahu, the defense specialist.
We're back again with the no can do not pass go resurrection guide to the grave.
And we've also seen the answers to this competition, so I wonder if we're going to have a Viper or Heinrich come out
Probably
to
one or
round
the
out.
other, to be honest. Maybe even both. With the last 2 picks going on here. Coin flip on Viper. Ooh.
Oh, this is the first time we've seen Selene come out.
Yep. There's an ace in the wild.
Yeah,
Wild card.
I really like Selene as a pick. She just dampens everything. Her entire theme is about rain and how it slows actions from the opposing team. You can take away attack damage and crit chance from
Just
the
from
enemy.
the rain, huh?
Yeah, just from the rain.
Wow, it's almost like driving here.
And every turn, she actually passively gives a bubble shield to one of her allies for 12% of her max HP.
Good.
So just, you know, it just kind of stalls out the games really nicely for Rahu.
There's Viper. There you go. There you go. Who do you think is going to get banned?
Well, I always want to ban Veronica. I feel like Veronica just does too much.
Yeah.
And then we have Beoting on the other side getting taken away. So basically 2 forms of res being taken away.
Yeah. All right. We're going to see how this one plays out. Let's see. Shizo up first.
It's going to be Hellkid coming in first. Always wants to put the Shroud down. Prevents debuffs from going onto his team.
Coming up with some big damage up front.
See, it's going to be Shika the Echo here. So going to spread attack plus a bit of speed across the team. Viper going in, stripping the dispels, but there's already some immunity on, as we can see from Rahu, who naturally has high defenses. So he wasn't able to go through the shield and wasn't able to strip the buffs.
Oh, we got full heal. We're coming full tilt right now. We're back to where we started. It's going to be interesting. This is going to be an interesting round, to be honest, I think. Both of these guys seem to be pretty good strategists with how they play in the comps.
Absolutely. Oya finally going to take her first move in this game. Ultimate straight off the bat.
Whoa, big damage there. 40k up top. You know, I'm almost starting to believe that up front, if she can land the first one, that's where the big RNG damage comes from. Because so far, we've seen that multiple times. But the issue is letting her get it off. If you can get it off, then you're sound. If you can't, it becomes a handicap.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think she needs a lot of different engines to kind of go into her for her to really work out.
The setup, I think, is very meticulous. I think you have to be really aware of how you're going to play, and your strategy has to be based around with building that to its climax. Otherwise, you literally are just going to end up with a 3-4 within the first 10 rounds of this game. And from what we can see here, Shizo is relatively trying to maintain back from where Alan just crippled the team from the giant RNG, but at the same time, on Alan's end, he's kind of got a little bit more to deal with, considering because 3 out of 4 of his players right now are all half health or getting close to half health, and they're slowly trying to come back from that. But it's going to be interesting to see where this goes, because look at that. So now it's not just one player on Shizo's side. On Alan's side, everybody's got damage on them, and it's slowly being ticked away. Okay, we had a full heal there. Full heal there.
Yeah, I do think Saiso is winning out on the sort of attrition game plan here. He has the 3 big parts that we saw Peibao play with as well. Lingluo, Rahu, and Hellkid. You get the shield, heal, and also extra defenses on. You're going to slowly chip away into the enemy team. I don't think Alan actually has the scaling mechanics on his team to power through, so it might be a one-way street.
It looks like she's about to take the L right there. That one character's about to go down.
Extra attack going across on the team, but it doesn't really work out because Hoya is still stunned. That's only 1 damage source.
Oh, there we go. You got a half heal. I would say just under half. Slowly still being chipped away. Alan is slowly being chipped away still. Shizo seems to have everything under control right now, but that could turn the drop of a pen. So we're going to have to see how this pans out. As far as I can tell, Alan's currently trying to play catch up. But we're going to see how this pans out really quick. I feel like Viper is there just for the extra... I almost feel like he removes a lot of the buffs. I almost feel like he removes a lot of the shields. So he kind of resets the board every single one of his turns. That seems to be the pattern we get with him.
Yeah, he does a surprisingly high amount of damage with all of those attacks. And if you have units on the other side that give additional crit chance to the rest of the team, then he's just counter-attacking constantly. You know, it's not the case this game specifically, but that's the use cases for this character. I really like in Etheria that you can have a lot of these SR characters on your lineup. For Heinrich here, he's actually being silenced most of the time. In Etheria, when you're silenced, you only can use one skill.
Okay.
So it's going to limit his options.
But they're also keeping her stun locked pretty well. Saiso is keeping her out of the game. He's not letting her be active, to be honest with her. And he's also keeping her relatively low health.
Right.
Oh my god. What was that?
All it takes is one hit.
That was, what, 93? Did I read that wrong? Did you see that number 2?
I'm not sure, but I think she was full health.
That was 93,000, if I'm not mistaken.
We have a new damage winner.
That was wild. And that's it. There's no res from there, right? If I'm not mistaken. Wow.
Nope, no res on the other side.
So Saiso is in trouble right now. Obviously on his side, everybody's still full health, but from a strategic point of view and the way that the board is looking, he's down 1. And it's relatively 1-to-1 for health right now. And he does not have the damage that is being put out from Alan's side. So it's going to be interesting to see how that comes. Yep, here comes another ultimate. Oh my! That was 28k. So that's a big down. That's a big downgrade from what we just saw, but that's still big enough to one-shot somebody.
Yeah, that's what happens when you take down Hoya and she still has her passive active.
There's just way too much build up from Alan's side. Yeah, that's I imagined, to be honest. Like, wow.
Ooh.
So we got a new record for the top damage. Hey, if I'm wrong, you guys can leave a comment in the section below for the live stream. But I think what I saw was 93,000, which is pretty wild, to be honest. I don't know if they're going to put a cap on that, just because, like, I mean, at what point do you say enough damage is enough damage for a single character to ramp up on? There has to be some kind of return or diminishing returns to that kind of thing, because at one point, if you can keep giving that amount of damage in the ramp up, what if you have someone that just like has all the buffs and they've stayed on them back and forth the entire game, and then just in one go, right? Like, that's the epitome of class canon. Would that be the broken meta?
I think it was Chaiki the Echo that was just continuously giving attack buffs over to Hoya. And then we also had Viper that landed a couple of lucky silences onto Rahu, the main carry on Saiso.
Yeah.
And I just checked. That only procs 25% of the time.
25% of the time.
Yeah, and he had him locked down for multiple rounds right there, unable to use his ultimate across the team. So, you know, good target selection. Sometimes you have to roll the dice.
I guess so. 25% of the time, it works every single time.
Saiso, I feel like, had the upper hand in the attrition war to begin that, but... No, credit to Alan.
It was up front. Like, when I saw that, I honestly thought that Saiso was going to take it out and he was going to pull the win, but I was wrong again. What is this, like, 4th time in a row I've been wrong? I should stop trying to predict. I should really just stop trying to predict.
I'm with you right there, man.
It's from what I've seen in the pattern that I've had appeal to me multiple times this round of the live stream is every time I've opened my mouth, it seems to be wrong. So. I think I should just enjoy the show.
Okay, surely, Tiamat plus Rahu. That combo. It's not in the protected slot, so Saiso could still lose his Tiamat.
Yeah, he seems to be calculating right now what the best case scenario. Prepare for the worst and expect the best.
Yeah.
I think that seems to be the standpoint right now.
He needs to find a healer somewhere in this lineup. He has extra defenses and lots of HP on the side of Tiamat, but you really need someone to make sure they can stand through it all and get to those later phases. The Wrath stacks and the Purge Day. Veronica is going to be a good answer here. She strips 20% of the enemy team's HP and gives it to her own team.
That's huge. That's huge.
Okay, so we do have a healer coming out from Bayotin. Oh, sorry, she doesn't actually heal, but does have a revive.
Okay.
So shielding and revive coming out as the support options.
Sticking with the theme.
Alan now has to secure his lineup with the last 2 picks.
Shishizo has to pick.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Shishizo. I think he's trying to think what he can counter. At the same time, there might be one that gets eliminated, so he also has to calculate that into the outcome.
Does needs some carry potential here.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the team build that he has. Oh, yep, there you go. Okay, yeah. So we had one for Alan, and now it's back in Shishizo's hand. So we're going to have to see how this pans out. But Alan, I almost think that he did that on purpose. I think that he was waiting for him to pick that. And I think he's going to end up banning it in the end selection. Or maybe he catered his team to counter her.
True.
Because he did just win with her. So obviously he knows that strat was going to come. And he had the opportunity to pick her, but he didn't. So he has to know she was going to be picked. So I mean, I'm almost thinking, I'm assuming that maybe he's already. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
That's what I said.
Oh yeah, out the board. That means no main carry on the side for Saishizo. Viper, I'm not sure he can actually do it. Doesn't provide that burst potential.
No, it's
that
more.
Hoya has.
It's more like a turn damage kind of thing. Like he ends up doing a lot of AOE at the very end there. All right, so we got Raz stacks going already.
So I do expect the scaling advantage to go towards Alan's side. And the question would be, what is Saishizo's win con from this point on?
I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see this pan out because it almost seems like a slow grind game from Shishizo's point of view. And to be honest, just from what we've witnessed right now, there's not much coming from Shishizo other than he's just taking damage. Much heavier damage than Alan is.
Purification coming down, and Bayotin gonna cast her ultimate. Does provide that underground flower, which means that if someone goes down, then she can just res them directly.
Got a healing whale. Back up to full.
Well, I'm trying to sit tight here because I've got a feeling like this is gonna be a long game.
yeah, it doesn't look like it's gonna be one of the faster paced games that we've witnessed so far. But boy, I really hope it's not 50 turns.
I'm there with you. I'm there with you. Well, maybe Dorothy can save that because she does grant a lot of additional crit damage here. So if you get some lucky crits across the board, maybe that can save some turns.
Yeah. Who's the most powerful hero right now on the board, or Animus on the board right now that has the highest burst potential out of what we can see on the board?
I definitely think it's Rahu. Wrath Stacks gives extra defenses. His ult gives extra defenses. And then you get extra crit from the side of Dorothy. So
right.
That's probably the end game that we're looking for right now.
Yeah, because from what I understand, like, you know, he also takes a long time to ramp up as well.
Yeah.
So this is definitely going to be a few turns in before we see any kind of big damage or big numbers coming from either one of these guys. But if he's the only one that can really act heavy as a big hitter, it's going to be a big ramp up because you said at least, what, 13 turns, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to take a long time. And as you can see, Viper's dispelling 2 stacks of buffs from all the characters on the other side. And there's also immunity on this side that needs to be dealt with before even damaging the characters. I think we're in for a long grind, and just look at these HP bars. There's
not much movement going on here, guys. Got a lot of buffs, got a lot of prots, a lot of protections, but mostly just defense. I think they're going to just try to pull out who can have the highest health bar at the end kind of thing. Because from what I can see, neither one of these guys have any big glass cannons.
Rahu already has enough stacks where he can start assisting his teammates, so getting some small edges of damage out, but we're still waiting until, you know, really the sort of like 12 stack, 16 stack range where that's going to be more appropriate and activate his defense difference into his damage. So we're still a ways off, and I think we're just waiting until the ramp up from Alan, see how much that does, and if the ramp up doesn't work, I don't know how this ends. I really can't see.
It doesn't end. It doesn't end. That's the point.
Oh, no.
It doesn't end. It is the game that goes on and on and on. But hey, that's what we're here for. We're here to look and see how these guys and their strategies pan out, and we're here to see what the best meta is. Because, you know, we're in here for the prize. The grand total prize is 10K. So if it takes that time, then it takes that time, because if it was me, I wouldn't want to forfeit either.
Yeah, take it slow.
$10,000 is a lot of money. You can do a lot of stuff with that, Sim. So
we do have some lucky silences coming through. As we were talking about, Viper does get a chance to proc that. And if the silence ability is a critical one, maybe this can break the chain.
Yeah, if you get one RNG strike going through and it just takes one, then you never really know.
Beotin going to cast the ultimate again, crit damage going up. So there's 2 crit damage multipliers here that can go on to Rahu. But of course, Viper is just stripping that constantly as well, so we're kind of going in a circle at this point.
Looks like it. But we are slowly ticking away on Alan's side, but you never know. That could just be one of those bluffs. He could just be, you know, it could go either way, to be honest with you. We're going to find out in a second.
2 forms of immunity on the side for Saiso.
Yeah.
So I feel like these top players are really focusing on the point that the game is all about denying buffs, stripping away buffs from the enemy side here.
Yeah, Viper looks like he's pretty clutch for just completely negating all the buffs at every turn.
Yeah.
Because every turn he just strips 2 to 3, right? And it just seems to be consistent.
Oh, here's the big Rahu burst. How much is it going to do?
Nothing.
And it all blocked up by the shields.
Nothing. But all the shields are gone, and there wasn't quite a lot of ramp up to that point in time. So you never know. Going forward, we can see a really, really big one. He just had 2 wraths there, a reset and a resist.
Assist coming out as well, but Veronica might be going down here.
Yeah, it looks like it could be. But again, he's at 12 stacks of wrath right now, so that could be. Oh, we're splitting damage now too. Wonder why. We're gonna find out.
And there still are stacks of underground flower, so even if Veronica goes down, she can be res back up again.
So this is the buff. She's going for the massive buff there.
Does give life leech as well. Wonder if the life leech works with the AoE on Veronica. We'll see this turn, I believe.
It almost looks like they're trying to split the damage just to negate the healing, because if they pinpoint somebody that doesn't heal, then all of the damage that goes to that single player can keep the, I guess you could say it keeps the support, it keeps the pressure off. But if you split the damage between the support, then they have to focus to keep both on, because if there is an RNG factor in there, the support could instantly go down, then you lose everything. So keeping her stunned, and then at the same time keeping pressure on the support really seems to be working on Shishizo's benefit right now.
Yeah, what I think is happening is they're trying to split the damage, and then once Viper is able to strip off the, I believe it's Undying Bloom, the thing that reses the characters from Beotin, then they can go in for the killing blows.
Yeah, let's see what's going on right now. Got AoE. One almost going down, it looks like.
Okay.
Yep, there's AoE.
And where is the Underworld Flower? Does that work up here? I guess you need to cast it again.
Oh man, Shishizo could pull the win here. It looks like he's really playing, I would say conservatively, but he's also playing. Oh, well, there's a res.
Yep.
Spoke too soon, maybe.
So I like spreading the damage here, and I think it makes sense of what you're talking about.
But the support is full of debuffs right now, and she's low. So that leaves 2 to 3 outlets of pressure that he has to come back from. And again, like if he can focus either one or the other with an RNG aspect, he could drop either support or the other character in the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see really how this kind of pans out, because I almost feel like she's not in the position to do too much. And like the damage is just consecutive throughout the entire team. It's almost fairly evenly split, and he's making sure that both characters right now, both Animuses, are really sub 40%, sub 30%.
Viper really being the hidden SR here.
Yeah.
I like how well this character has been doing. You know, it just comes out of nowhere. It's a character you can draw early on in your pools. Doesn't take too much to level up. As being an MVP here.
Buff steal.
Shallow Grave going down. Finally some damage onto the side of Saiso.
Yep. But if you were paying attention earlier, the character here, off to the right, the second to the right, he's starting to split damage to her too. So we have more even trade across the board now. And the support currently is about to drop. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Alan recovers from this, because from what I can see, it almost looks like there's multiple ways that he could drop this team just from one single turn of RNGs in his favor.
Oh, and this could be it. There's only one stack of Underworld Flower here on the side of Baotin. So if both of those supports go down, only one of them can be rezzed up.
Yep.
This is Veronica keeping them alive. Cannot go below 1 HP. Coming in clutch here. CD reduction on Veronica plus the purification. Big shield for across the team. And we're still going.
We're still going, guys. Alright, we might see one of them go down here in a second. Looks like it. Yep.
Trying to check where Baotin is on the action bar.
So he's gonna go for an AoE. Yep.
And he'd take down Chikai. No! Chaiki, sorry. Chaiki actually survives, which means the revive, you know, can get back into action.
Yep. Got purification. Is he gonna go for single damage or the buff? I think he's gonna go for the single damage. Oh no, he's going for the buff, the strike prep.
CD reduction. Probably just for Baotin to cast a revive again. Here we go.
Oh man, here we go again, my guy. I don't know.
I hope production's keeping track, because I think we're approaching 50 pretty soon.
We're getting there. We're getting up there for sure. We are absolutely reaching that.
If you guys in the meantime...
okay, there's one down. There's one support down.
Right. That's pretty critical, because the CD reduction is gone from the team. Baotin's going to have to cast the hard way.
Yep.
Sun going through. Doesn't have the shroud, so that's a chance stun.
Oh, 2 down. There's 1 to go.
Ooh, 1600.
Oh my goodness, with the res. Double res. What? Alan looks like he's turning it around right now with the stacks.
Is gone.
Oh my goodness, this is pretty wild. Yeah, I'm very curious to see and understand, because I don't understand why you wouldn't take the main Resurrector out first.
Well, he's going for it now.
Wow.
This should be the kill. Veronica did not have the ultimate up. All right, now we're finally progressing things. 3v3 now.
Yeah, but it looks like, I don't know, it could go either way, to be honest. I think at this point in time, it's going to be interesting to see how this happens, how this pans out. So you have a buff steal and a debuff from Viper. So currently, we're still stuck at a standstill, but I think we're going to get down to clinch play in a second.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is, who does Rahu actually try to take out? That he's the main damage dealer on the team, but there's 2 characters right now that have the capability of just AoEing down his 2 supports. Both Viper and Hellkit have to be dealt with, and it looks like he's going to go for Hellkit here. Sorry, Viper, but that leaves Hellkit with the Shroud up, able to insta-stun any character he chooses.
There's 1 down.
Well, it doesn't even need the stun. Gets the crit.
There's the full heal.
Well, prayer being stolen from Veronica, but Veronica's no longer with us.
I feel like Alan is really wishing for some RNG right now, but it just didn't happen in his favor. And Saiso has been really prudent with making sure that his entire team is capped off, just in case that happens. So we got a stun now. Last but not least on Alan's side, last man standing.
We haven't even entered the bracket stage yet, and it's the game's already gone on for already 2 hours into the tournament.
Yep.
All right, this is gonna be a long day.
I guess so.
Respect to the players, none of them are tapping out at the moment, even though it's a 3v1.
They're making sure that they're gonna get their money's worth. That's for sure. You could say that.
You guys want to find something to do, you can always go in and type in Fusion Cup.
That's true. You could do the reward system. You could do the free points that you'll get if you type in Fusion Cup in the live chat stream for YouTube right now. So if you guys have chance, you know, I don't think this game's going anywhere anytime soon, but now is your chance if you do have time, right before the next setup.
Yeah, speed up. Doesn't get the stun here. I really think Lilo probably needs a nerf on the healing.
Yeah.
From what we've seen so far today.
Well, not just her, but there's actually a few people that I've noticed that, to be honest, the healing, number 1 and number 2, just the resurrections in general, they seem to be over the top.
Yeah,
You
especially
know,
with CD reduction.
You can
stuff like
really just consecutively bring people back, and it almost seems, you know, just like monotonous at sometimes. You know?
Yeah, can definitely drag on for a while.
All right,
and
so
there we get
go.
it.
So we're at 1. What is this? 1-1 right now? Yeah,
It's only 1-1.
I think so.
I thought
It was
it
Alan.
1-0?
Didn't Alan just win the previous one, and then Saiso just won that second one, right? If I'm not
I
mistaken.
hope so. I hope so.
Am I wrong?
I hope.
I'm not wrong, am I?
I
Am
feel
wrong?
like it might be a 1-0, which means there could be 2 more games coming
no.
up.
Oh man,
I'm not sure. Like
We're gonna
I
have to
feel like
check
that
in a
was a time
second.
loop right there. So
we were in that game for quite a while, to be honest with you. That was a
Yeah.
long time. That was a long game. But congratulations to Saiso for that pull. That was a good victory. But yeah, like I really feel like the game designers need to go back to the drawing board and really pick apart the consistent heals and the consistent resurrections. And if, you know, I honestly think like the RNG aspect as well, because I feel like at some point in the game when you can just pull a clutch 60k kill out of the blue, I almost feel like that's a little broken.
well, she had plenty of buffs to
She
set
had
that up.
buffs, but
Yeah.
so did she previously to that single match. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Like that match, she had a lot of build up for sure. But we actually, if you looked at the other previous matches, she had. It wasn't like she just walked on either. You know, there was still some 1 or 2 maybe rounds of build up under them, but then, you know, there wasn't anything close to 60k. So
Yeah.
we did see one that was like
We
40
had
or 30.
90K.
Yeah.
We had a 90k.
Yeah,
blow
but
as
that was
well.
with that was like was that the one after or the same one? That was.
I'm not sure if it was the same
Yeah,
one.
it's 1-1.
Okay, it's 1-1. Oh.
Okay, yeah,
Man,
that's
I
what
was
thought.
like, man, if we're gonna sit here 40 minutes,
That was gonna.
I
be,
hope they would adjust their bans at least.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
like we should have a tournament auto ban on Ling Luo. That's my suggestion to a tournament.
Yeah, if this continuously happens with the picks, we should just do no supports, no reses, no heals, and to see who can actually cap it out. But, you know, you're going to have people say, well, that's not meta strat, right?
Yeah, the thing about Etheria is, as we said it, like it's very, very hard to find pure DPS characters. There are almost none that exist, and we've been seeing Heinrich bans all across the board here.
Yeah.
The anti-heal, one of the few sources of anti-heal in the game, just taken out. It's going to be Ling Luo on the side instantly for Alan, and then Tiamat plus Hellkid on the side for Etheria. Sorry, for Saiso. And Beotin being picked up here, plus Rahu. So again, both sides are looking for some form of grindy compositions.
Yeah.
Shielding immunity,
Looks like we're going
transformation.
for the same kind of stack up, huh?
Yep.
Ban heals.
Yep. Both sides have team-wide immunity, team-wide shields.
Yeah, it's turning out to be one of those again.
Another revive.
It just is so, like, I understand why. I just don't agree with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I understand why. It's just like, there's just, it's just too much to be able to revive someone every 2.5 turns. You know? Like, if you get good RNG or you get a cooldown, you know, and you have 2 supports, you can either bring one back or you can bring both back. And it looks to be the only one who can prevent that is the build-up bomb hero.
Yeah, Viper is the one that, you know, has saved us. Kraken can probably, you know, give us a couple lucky stuns. And
Yeah, there's
give
been
us a
some
good
clinch build-ups that have been appearing. Oh, new pick.
Okay, Loss coming through.
This is a very different setup we got.
Yeah, more bursty champion. She has the defense down early.
Who's gonna go?
Oh, Lingluo banned. Thank you, Saiso. You're my MVP.
Yeah, finally getting rid of it. No more heals. No more heals.
だけ手伝ってあげる
All right, this is gonna be probably quicker, I think. But I'm not gonna speak too soon. Let's wait and see what happens.
Yeah, once again, Alan playing kind of like a single carry composition with Rahu again. And on the side for Saiso, of course, we have that Tiamat. I do have to favor Saiso a little bit more from what I've seen of the tournament circuit so far.
Yeah.
Attack speed up, and also Chikai the Echo prevents your action bar from being stolen or reset. Really handy here. All right, let's see where the first stun is going to land on from Lilith. She always gets another turn when she uses her ultimate. So let's see who she targets on this one. 2 stacks of grievances everywhere. Goes for Tiamat.
That was actually surprisingly low damage, to be honest. But then again, there's probably none of the build-up since we're only like, what, 2 rounds in?
Boss is going to use her ultimate. It's going to be defense down across the team and also starts her hacking. So lowers the amount of damage the opposing team deals. Here comes the AoE heal.
Oh,
There's only a heal on one side this time, though.
So at a reset with Saiso, and Alan is a little bit under 30% across the board.
Wow, a ton of buffs going over.
Yep. Rebuffing, Wrath's going up. We got like 5 stacks now.
Tiamat only needs 1 more stack to transform, and I think that could mean a pretty fast game for Saiso.
Yep.
Right, we're just waiting for after this round coming in from Lilith. Let's see if she can get a stun somewhere. If you can get a slower stun onto Tiamat, maybe that can stop the transform from coming
Looks
through.
like he's just trying to split the damage across the board. I don't know.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be the game ender.
Yep.
Does get stunned.
私に狂いなさい
What do you think?
Well, I think Alan's game plan kind of fell apart with Lingluo being banned out.
Yeah. It almost looks like he doesn't really know what to do anymore.
Yeah, no healing on this team, and slowly going to lose out to...
Yep. Transformation. Yeah.
I'm down for a quick game, though.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Extra damage coming in from the support, action advance as well, but Rahu's the only real carry, and you can see the HP bar is already going down now. And I do have to mention that there's basically 2 types of res on Saiso. There's the Xia that can give a res, and also the Shallow Grave coming in from Veronica. So
Yeah, there's still quite a bit he can do to prevent his team from going down.
we are nowhere close to these characters really falling.
Yeah.
Oh, good crit, 65.
Up, here we
damage.
go.
I love you, team. Get us out of here.
Yeah.
All right, 2 kills for Veronica. Removes
Twofer.
20% HP.
Yep.
And looks like the European champion is going to move on.
Yep, he's looking like he's cleaning the board pretty well. Full heal across the board. Wow. Okay, that was a clean sweep. Congratulations to Saiso. Wow, good game. That was a quick game. I'm okay with that. We're
I
good.
really think he worked it out in the ban pick phase. What a well-drafted game plan right there.
Well
Takes away
executed strategy.
Lingluo. Basically is able to strip away his we saw the ban coming in from Alan, his Heinrich ban, so he removes the anti-heal and then picks up the Lingluo, the best healer in the game. And then the counteraction that we see here from Saiso is just say, you don't get to play Lingluo, finishes up on the last ban.
Yeah, that was pretty clutch. I thought, you know, when he banned the healer, I thought it was going to be much quicker, obviously, but I didn't think it was going to be that quick.
Yeah.
I was pretty surprised because from Alan's like playstyle, I kind of felt that he just kind of like gave up after his heals were kicked out. It almost felt like he didn't really know what to do.
Yeah.
And there was almost like a handicap from the get. So in just a moment, guys, we're actually going to do a recap with this with Saiso. We're going to actually do a recap with him. We're going to do a quick questionnaire interview with him to see how he feels about this, and from there we're gonna keep moving forward. But in just a second, we're gonna get a few words in with him, and Clement here is gonna have some pretty kickoff questions that he can bounce off of him and see what his next strategy is or his strategy going forward is.
Absolutely. And here we are going to be having Saiso with us. Prepping here a little bit, waiting for him to enter the Discord, but
Yep.
you know, we can talk a lot about the games that have been happening so far. You know,
Also his strategies up until now as well as going forward. We can pick his brain a little bit about how he was feeling and what he was thinking going into that strategy, and if he had the same ideas or the same thoughts that that we just mentioned about, like after he kicked up the heels, did he feel very confident with the way that he was playing and the way that the opponent was reacting to that choice. I think we're almost all the way ready here, and we're going to welcome Saiso into the live stream chat, and we're going to have an interview really quick. Soy do a quick.
Yeah, we're going to
do
be
a
going
quick
through
break.
some technical issues.
We're having some technical difficulties with you guys right now. Sorry for the wait. There is a little bit of a delay. We're trying the best that we can to get everybody back online. We have some difficulty between the players right now and having a connection with us over here at the live stream table. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break really quick, and then after we get back with that, we'll be ready and set for you guys to watch the interview. So we'll be right back and see you guys in a bit. Thank you.
Thank you for the patience.
力があるからこそ自らの意志で確かな選択をできる。
グレイ、これからは君の仲間だ。依頼も俺が協力する。よろしくな。
冒険家のドロシーです。あなたの探検についていってもいいですか？
ヒーローのチームには必ず僕みたいにみんなを救うキャラクターがいるだろ。
世界を飲み込んだ吹雪の原因を知る人はいない。突如この地を襲い全てを奪っていった。多くの命が消えていった。その絶望に希望をもたらしたのがイザリアと霊視技術だった。資格を手に入れた人類は続々とイザリアへと入った。そして疑似政府 EOS を設立する。威嚇者を創造しイザリアは繁栄した。この新たな世界で人類に新たな未来が開かれた。だがジェネシスの出現が新たな災難となる。同時に現れた反イザリア組織 RCS がジェネシスを利用して威嚇者を改造し恐怖と混乱を煽ったのだ。ジェネシスが急激に広がり感染者たちは化け物に変わりシステムも暴走してしまった。ジェネシスがイザリアの全てを破壊する。その危機に現れたのがハイパーリンカーだ。彼らはこの世界の支えとなる。旧世界の悲劇は忘れない。新たな故郷を守るため彼らは今もなお新しい仲間を探し続けている。
行くぞ。死んだらもう痛くないから。貴様らの魂を貫く。
アルーンさん、奴らをやっつけて。
力があるからこそ自らの意志で確かな選択をできる。
グレイ、これからは君の仲間だ。依頼も俺が協力する。よろしくな。
冒険家のドロシーです。あなたの探検についていってもいいですか？
ヒーローのチームには必ず僕みたいにみんなを救うキャラクターがいるだろ。
世界を飲み込んだ吹雪の原因を知る人はいない。突如この地を襲い全てを奪っていった。多くの命が消えていった。その絶望に希望をもたらしたのがイザリアと霊視技術だった。資格を手に入れた人類は続々とイザリアへと入った。そして疑似政府 EOS を設立する。威嚇者を創造しイザリアは繁栄した。この新たな世界で人類に新たな未来が開かれた。だがジェネシスの出現が新たな災難となる。同時に現れた反イザリア組織
Welcome back, guys. Sorry for the technical difficulties what we're having. We had a delay. That's our bad. We're trying to fix that as best as we possibly can. So please bear with us during this time. But instead of doing the interview, we're actually going to move on forward really quick because unfortunately we couldn't connect with our players. But we are going to work on that for the future. So as we move forward with this contest and this tournament, we are going to have the ability to do that for you guys, so you don't miss out on that content. But moving forward, I think we have. Actually, the next round that's coming up, I believe.
Yeah, so, we already had two players that advanced previously, Saiso and Rice. We knew advance. Looking here, Richards also made it through, and everyone on the left side. So now we're moving to groups that have already lost there and see if they can join the rest of the squad that's already up in the bracket.
Right, and unfortunately we did have two people that were eliminated. We had Link eliminated and Sean B. That was unfortunate for them. Sorry, guys, that you had to meet that as the end of the tournament, but thank you for coming and thank you for playing. We appreciate the attendance and we appreciate the sportsmanship. Moving forward, we have Rice and Richards, as we previously stated. Peibao versus Timaeus, Saiso versus Wanlai, Xiang Cai and Blood Elves, and then at the bottom bracket, 1 to 2, we have Alan versus Elven Mage, Sokak Skunk versus Virtual, and Hidden God versus Green Tea. Sorry, I probably butchered your name, my bad. But yeah, so that's what we got going on with the next brackets coming up. So we have something pretty exciting, I think, that's going to be... we have some pretty exciting matches that'll be coming up. And obviously, from what we previously had looked at and what we previously had been exposed to with the current matches that we just saw, there was a lot of metas or a lot of different kind of interesting setups that we had. It was more of like a grind and chip kind of setup and strategy that we witnessed versus like when we first got going, it was more of like a glass cannon all out or, you know, lose kind of issue. So I think going forward, we're probably going to be seeing a little bit more conservative action just because we're starting to get less, we're getting more of the players down, whittling them down to the very end of the tier. So as the tournament moves forward, we're probably going to be seeing a little bit more of a draw out in the match times. Hopefully that's not the case for every match because we have seen some pretty long matches, but if that is the case, that's the assumption and that's the kind of projected trajectory that we're going to be seeing with the time that we have. But during this time, we have the, supposedly, we have players that are going to be coming up soon. But from what we've witnessed so far, what do you think and how do you feel about everything that we've seen as far as the different players and the different strategies? What do you feel as far as like an overall summary of what's been going on?
Well, I think we're seeing a lot of these stall comps, a lot of attrition-based compositions come out, and I want to see more comps that have these sort of win cons when it comes to a stalled out composition. And when we think about win cons like that, I'm thinking about Doki. Doki, obviously, she has that sort of data backup, that sort of speed that she gets and stacking attack damage for her entire team. That could be an answer if she is taken out of the ban phase. And another composition type I would like to see is actually the DOT comp.
Yeah.
Damage over time, true damage, and especially with the Withering Soul Senya, where you can have that explosion that just takes people off the map instantly.
Right.
Maybe that would be the answer to these sort of stally comms we've seen.
So right now we have Shanghai and Blood Elves coming up. It's going to be interesting to see how we have these two paired at each other. So going forward, I'm pretty excited to see what we got coming up. I'm not entirely sure what these two players, as far as what kind of strategy they like to play or what kind of comp they like to set up, but I guess we're going to find out no matter what, right? Have you seen anything that they've had so far? Have you witnessed anything that they've done in the past, or what kind of play style, I guess you could say?
I'm a huge fan of Shanghai because he actually won the previous cup held in Shanghai.
Wow.
And he did that in fashion. The way he won it is he didn't run a single SSR on his team, a full SR composition of basically nobodies that you wouldn't think are
well,
that
I guess
powerful.
they're not nobodies now. They're somebodies if they can not, you know, if they're winning against SSRs. But we're going to move right into the ban picks that they got going on here. We're not going to be able to see much until obviously the time runs out, okay, or we have the full picks. So we're going to move into the team selection right now. But as you were saying with Shanghai, I think that's actually pretty exciting. So that means that he's not catered and he's not boxed into the common metas that we've seen. So we might actually get some wild card picks from him going forward, and that also means that he has a larger range of different character avatars to pick from because he has a more knowledge-based setup of the game. He has a larger and a deeper understanding of the games and the avatars that we have in Etheria, and it's going to be interesting to see how those metas set up.
I think Blood Elves also has a very interesting take on the meta. He bans away the anti-heal and takes two of the healers.
Yep.
The main two healers in the game now off the table and only on one side for Blood Elves.
So up top, we actually have the anti-resurrection hero versus the bottom double resurrection healer. Right?
Yeah, so...
Yeah. We have two supports, strong supports, and actually maybe even a third with Viper at the bottom there. At the top, we have stuns, anti-res, and support. So it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to pan out going forward. I don't know. I almost feel like Shanghai at the top is going to probably pick something strong, support, heal, or he's going to try to pick a strong base for stuns. And... it looks like that's the case there.
No, he's going for more protection. No. Okay. So I think both of these teams, when we saw the setup, extra damage going across here from the team composition. Another more offensive-oriented support on the side of Shanghai. While on the side for Blood Elves, you know, this is the stall composition that we've been very comfortable seeing. Veronica trapping buffs around, and Viper stripping debuffs out there. So Shanghai does have Hoya, but he doesn't have a large part of the setup that we would have seen otherwise. You know, typically we did see two pieces of revive, Senya, Bayotin, and he gets his Hoya ban out. So it's going to go for Lin, which is a very rare pick. This is known as a PvP character. And the way she works is that she stacks up buffs on her and then converts it to extra damage as AoE across the board.
Right.
So the big question is, how much AoE can he actually get onto his team? So Xiangcai really cleverly going for Lin as the last pick and also taking away Viper, who strips buffs away from Blood Elves.
Looks like we're going to have a we're going to have to, I guess, buckle up, sit down, get comfortable, because we're going to have a pretty interesting game that could actually turn out to be a turntable-esque speed.
Yeah, Lin is one of those characters that everyone likes to draw. She's basically on the front page of all of Etheria's promotions.
Yep.
She is the character that represents the game. But in terms of PvP, she often runs into this issue where she did a lot of total damage, but not enough to remove anyone off the board.
Right. So she's almost good as like a consistent variable then. She's a constant more so than she is a RNG-based variable like we would see with the champion that would, you know, RNG somebody off the board with a single turn of the 90,000, you know, 90,000 crit damage.
Here's the ultimate. Let's see how much. Wow. Well, it looks like the buffs are enough to get her into a very good position here. So
Yeah.
Baotin putting on 3 buffs. We have Shikai also putting off buffs.
It's a massive, massive hit. So we got some rebuttal going on. Still some pressure from Xiangcai.
Veronica does have the buff steal and the AoE, so I think buff steal is really important. I was just going to go for the shield first. Drips 20% HP, and Ling Luo going to heal everyone back up to full.
Here we go.
If you don't find that kill, that's a problem with Lin here. This Blood Elves composition with double healer, no main damage dealer.
But that damage is wild though.
Yeah, the Phoenixes.
If he can land this next one, to be honest, like if it's a good crit chance RNG, then he might be able to pull it out, to be honest.
The offensive buffs looks like they're actually working quite well here. And those Phoenixes, they actually go onto random target, so you can actually stack those Phoenixes on the same target. I think that's what he was looking for.
Right. Now we're moving back into defense turn. Minimal damage going out right now, but we're gonna have to see how this goes.
Yep, it's all on Lien here. There's going to be 3 moves on Blood Elf's side. I think Lien has to find a 100-0 blow.
Yep. It's looking like it's going to have to be a ramp and like literally glass cannon, because as we're progressing forward, we are seeing Xiangcai is slowly being chipped away at. So we are going to have to come up with something as far as what he's going to have to do strategy-wise to really go from 100 to 0. If you can't do that, I think the healing is just going to be too strong. And like we're seeing right now, it's, yeah, there you go.
Oh, and Baotin down. That's also the reviver on the team. So a big part of the puzzle being taken off. Even without a main carry, Blood Elves looks like he's just going to be able to just slowly grind through.
Yep. Attrition. War of attrition, man.
Yeah, it feels so weird that when you're picking a carry, it almost feels like you're playing from behind because you can't match up with the heal and shoot.
Yeah. Yeah.
It does seem to be...
That's a little bit what we were talking about earlier, you know, like there has to be some kind of diminishing returns to stack up against this kind of comp, because even though the damage is there from Xiangcai, like the healing is just so overwhelmingly one-sided. It's just, how can you cope with that? It's so, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing to stop it from happening. Maybe that's a crowd control issue. Maybe that's a hero, like you know, a hero strategy issue. But you know, from the way I look at it, we've seen this time and time again today.
Both revive characters now off the board though, so things are going to speed up. At least nobody's coming back, and I think that bodes quite well for Lien here. She's still full HP. She has natural vamp by herself as well.
Right.
Life Leech going back onto Lien. Let's see if...
Whoa, big damage. Maybe that's what he was banking on right there.
Yeah, the 2 Phoenixes landing on the right side character. So you can get them to stack up if you have good RNG.
Yep.
That was perfectly what he needed. Comes back from 3 to 4 deficit, now 3 versus 2. Lilith talking about surprises, and she gets the stun.
Wow.
That's huge. No healing coming in from Lingluo.
This is it. This is going to be it if she can land RNG. Oh, wait, what? What? Hello?
Ani? Oh! Oh, I can't believe it. So Veronica actually buff stole from Beoting the revive.
You can do that? Wow.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Well, all right. Back and forth game.
Okay, so here we are again with again the healing and the reviving. So, like we were talking about earlier, diminishing returns. This has to be really severe. This seriously has to be looked at again. It's very heavy invested in this game that you have to be focused a lot on healing. You could realistically have an entire team of support, and if you win attrition, you could actually win the game. Which
Yeah.
is, you know.
This is what we're seeing right here. 4 supports versus 3 supports and 1 carry, and the support actually steals the revive. And now there is 2 healers, 2 revives on the side of Blood Elves. Can Lien actually get a lucky strike? But those Phoenixes, you know, they're spread across 4 characters. It's going to be very hard to stack up and take anyone off the board like she did before. Single damage coming through. And that was just the passive from Whale's Prayer there. Already bringing Lily back to 80% HP. And there we have it. It's going to be a tap out coming on the side from Shanghai. So Blood Elves takes this one down with a really good strategy of picking both of the main healers that we've seen so far away, keeping both of those attrition-based compositions to himself.
Yeah, that was pretty, I don't want to say interesting, but it was pretty interesting. It was...
Great observation on what's been happening.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that you could steal the Resurrection. I didn't know you could do that. That's, I mean...
Yeah.
As far as wild cards go, that's an ace in the sleeve right there. You know what I mean? That was pretty unexpected. I did not think that you could do that, but hey, there it was, and that happened. So going forward, I think Shanghai is probably going to have to reevaluate his strategy, because I don't even know if he knew that. He seems surprised because, to be honest, like, that's almost something that you can't really bank on as far as RNG goes. Like, you have to preemptively know that you have that ability, and maybe he was unaware, but maybe I'm also wrong. That could be true. That could be possible.
I didn't think that you could use Lily. I believe it was Lily's cooldown buff reset that basically extended the buff long enough where you could use it. And it's just, wow, that's kind of crazy that you could get the double res from the opponent team.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. We have the same strategy from Blood Elves, actually banning Heinrich and going with double healers right off the bat. So the question here is, does Shanghai have an answer for this? Does have 2 new picks here, the Rahu that does scale defensively, and we have Celine that is, as we talked about, also an attrition-based character. So it seems like he's not really coming up with a counter, but he's going with the program.
Yeah. It almost seems like, you know, if you're not with it, you might as well go for it. You know what I mean? Like,
True.
It's jump on the fan bus, I think, at this point in time. We're going to really be seeing a lot more, I think, of this conservative gameplay moving forward, just because it's so strong. Okay, here we go. That's a little bit of a counter to the Resurrection, but again, we do have one more ban that's coming up that could possibly eliminate that person, and it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. But, you know, we'll have to see.
I almost feel like the Hoya is not going to make it through the ban phase.
It's very meticulous as you see all these things, like you know, the only counter that you have to the Resurrection is probably going to be the only one that gets removed. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Yep.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, yep, is out. So I can res everybody now.
Yep.
Lily also taken out. Lily plus Claw is a very strong support combo that gets you first strikes across the board. So
yep.
Shanghai going to take that away. And I honestly think that this is going to be a long one.
Yeah, we're going to find out. That's for sure. So right off the bat, you got red team coming up first.
Yep, Claws always goes first and throws the hacking, you know, reduces the damage across the board.
Immediate
the defense strip is
debuffs.
great.
Yep.
And the Shroud going down second. Hellkid wants immunity across the team. And Viper going in with a little bit of counterattack. So now it's Celine. Usually we just see the the dampening across the board here.
Yeah, but so far it's probably going to be a little bit more slower paced. I think they're going to probably think about their moves and the way that they set up the match as each turn progresses to be a little bit more conservative. It looks like there's more attentiveness to the defense aspect of this match just because there is no... There's realistically no way to kill a single support resurrection because there's the only hero that can do that is out. So we're going to have to see. They're probably going to just literally try to attrition this down.
I just saw Selene not actually skip using her ultimate and getting it into cooldown early and just going for the dot damage.
Yeah.
So the game plan is actually changing a little bit. The Toxic Drizzle being used here from Selene. Of course, it's basically immediately cleansed off, but you know, I think there are some explorations that players are doing to try to get across
a little bit
each
of
other.
a variable coming in this round, that's for sure.
Not just insta-dropping ultimate, trying to find alternative win conditions. There goes your whale prayer. How do you even end this?
You don't. You don't. You were just on for the ride.
Right, everyone is still having max shielding here on the side. Shanghai is starting to lose some HP on that Rahu. Or maybe that's just because his shield is so thick. Yeah, never mind. I'm sorry. That's just because he has a thick shield.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was reaching.
It's all good. I mean, we're going to see a lot of that on this match for sure. I don't think there's anybody that's currently on the playing field that can really just do wild amounts of damage. But, you know, yeah, look at that. Right back to full.
Yeah. I wonder if like the 50-round game is going to be planned for these players here. Like, there's actually a lot of like close calculations that could be pretty cool to see how you time that 50 round out. To be honest, like keeping track if it's round 50 or not is already so difficult in my mind.
Yeah.
And actually, round 50 was only my imagination. In the rules, it's round 100, and round 50 is just my suggestion I gave to the organizers. It's like, can we cut it in half at least?
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, someone's got to be keeping track for sure. There has to be someone keeping track.
I hope so.
Well, I don't think we've gotten to the limit yet where people are considerably, you know, more attentive towards that yet.
Yep.
But I think that's going to have to start real soon. Now.
I think there's a good chance that Rahu with his Wrath Stacks is going to be able to burst down this Viper. I mean, he's starting to get up there. We saw like about half HP being stripped now. He's only on 5 Wrath Stacks.
There seems to be a lot more give and take right now from Shanghai. He seems to be burning a little bit more damage than Blood Elves is.
And I do want to mention, even if they go down though, both teams do have revives.
Yeah, so...
Just in case you were...
Don't get your hopes too high that this is going to be a quick match. It's not by any means. Is that a revive burst? Is that you just used revive for...
so if you use it not for revive, it has a lower cooldown.
Okay.
Yep.
Try to get out of the way, it looks like.
Yep.
But strategically, that could play into vice versa one of them if they plan it out like this. Like this seems to be like a burst comp right now, because he did just use it, so he is on a cooldown right now. So realistically, if he plays his cards right, maybe we'll see someone go down in a second. Not that it's gonna matter because there is revives, but maybe you might see somebody actually take some big damage here.
I think we might have caught Blood Elves without a cooldown here. Shanghai actually dealing a lot of damage to Viper, now trying to spread it across. Alright, 8 stacks for the Wrath. Additional effects being applied here. And it's going to take a long time for Viper to get back up. You look at the action bar here. Of course, I'm
Reaching.
reaching because there is a revive.
There is a death. We just saw someone go down, but there is going to be a revive up here in a second. It is Shangcai's turn right now.
Oh, good crit.
20,000. Wow, he's going to go in for it. He's going to try to put him in a handicap right up front. Let's see how it plays.
Debuff and action steal here.
He's going to go for the action
Go for the
steal.
AoE,
Yeah.
but it's immunity. It's Blood Elves. You didn't bring any damage.
Yep.
ぼんやりしてちゃダメよ
All right, we'll see if maybe he should have held on to that Sanya revive here.
Well, it's going to be coming up in a second. So, ooh.
Oh, but it can't revive too.
Can't do two at once, but maybe you can pull it out long enough. You never know. You can hold on for quite a long time. We're going to see how this ramps up, because there is a revive right now, so he's going to use a revive. Or...
I mean, there's no way he
Yeah.
doesn't revive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gets Viper first. He's back to 80% HP. And I believe it's 5 turns? Like, oh, 4 turns? Alright, come on, Rahu. You gotta save us.
遊ぼうかしら
Your only hope here.
ほら雨の帳に消えなさ
Lane going for the debuff.
い行け
I finally feel like there's enough. There's purification again. Okay. Believe that coming
Full
from the
shield.
shell. I think what else can keep up though? I think Shangcai is making progress.
Ooh, yeah, he's slowly getting him down. He's going to go for the last one now. Let's see. Buff.
ぼんやりしてちゃダメよ
Game's really about who can set up the better, better attrition sort of composition.
Yeah.
Here.
Who's got the understanding for if, like we said, you know, they blew the cooldown earlier for the revive, and that ended up hurting them. So I think that's one of the things that we have to pay attention to going forward, is that if that is the case, if you do it preemptively and you do it at the wrong time, this could actually happen to be something that could turn into a handicap for you going forward.
Yeah, I definitely think for Sanya, you need to kind of keep the heal
どうやって遊ぼうか
just for
し
the
ら
revive. I think
Ready.
reviving is
Yeah.
a lot more important.
行け
Right, but it looks like Shangcai, you know, he's got the reviver stunned as well.
Yep.
You can focus that down, that should be game.
Well, we're gonna see. He's out of the stun now. But oh, yep, there it is. Boom.
There we go, another crit.
してちゃダメよ
We're gonna see a forfeit, or yep, there we go. Okay, so 1-1. We have 1-1 right now. So we got a tiebreaker right here that's coming up.
We broke the double healer of the comp. There is
Yep.
such a thing as not having enough damage.
Well,
We did it, Tony. Let's go.
I don't know if it's not enough damage or if it's you preemptively revived to save the cooldown, but you did it the wrong time. Because remember, we are still 1-1 right now. We are still 1-1. We have a tiebreaker that's going to come up here. It is Shangcai 1 and Blood Elves 1. So going forward, we're going to have this coming up, and we're going to see how they actually pick the comp going forward.
We broke the double healer comp, but the story was the better turtle comp still won.
Yeah,
It was still
so-
the attrition comp.
I almost feel like they're kind of moving towards Turtle to be the strongest version of the meta.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost seems like it's the safest, number one, obviously, and number two, just because like it has such strong attrition value that they're not willing to risk any form of glass cannon mod or any kind of, you know, one up and done kind of meta shot. They're literally just trying to string it out as long as they possibly can with the safest route possible.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna see how this final pick turns out, and we're gonna see how the final round plays out. It's gonna be interesting to watch their strategy change. So again, we have more support, more heals.
First pick from Shangcai here, Veronica. Gonna have that prevent death. Maybe this moves things into, you know, never mind.
Yep.
I was like, maybe they could go into something more adventurous now that, you know, you can't die on the first hit, but nope.
It's always gonna be the same.
Oh, Shangcai now actually moving towards a combo that we see him play in Shanghai, which was Doki plus D Ting to get that very, very early super strong snipe off the board and just take care of some of these healers before they can even cast. Double healers from Blood Elves. Okay, Shangcai, if you win this, I'm going to support you all the way to the championship. You're automatically my favorite.
Well, don't sell yourself there too quickly, because you never know what's going to happen, to be honest with you. Because from Blood Elf's perspective, it looks like he's going to be trying to run again the same meta that he just did. And Xiangtai, again, he's going for the Resurrection stop. But, again, I think during the final ban, that's going to be pretty much out. I think Blood Elves knows that's probably his only. Which, again, if you're playing chess to checkers, Xiangtai could actually theoretically be 2 steps ahead because he knows that he's going to ban that. So maybe he has a backup pick already. That could be possible. He might be 2 steps ahead.
That is true. That is true. We'll see what happens here. Xiangtai is in an interesting position because he doesn't have a traditional healer. He didn't have a healer last game either, but he had a lot of stacking buffs that he could use.
Right.
And this time around, his composition is much more offensively geared. So I want to see if Xiangtai can actually break the mold, or is he going to fall victim to the meta?
Yeah, we're going to find out in a second. But again, I do think that he's going to get banned with the Resurrection stop. So we're going to see that in just a second.
Please leave Hoya up.
It's probably going to be the obvious choice. Yep, there you go.
Okay.
Yep.
No.
That's very obvious. That's very obvious. Yep. But again, we never know. Maybe he had already predicted that was going to be the case, and he did it just for a fluke. So giving that information forward, we're going to see how this plays out.
So 2 healers and 2 supports on the side of Blood Elves, and for Xiangtai here, pretty much the same. He does have a more like traditional bruiser carry, a bit more of a DPS carry when it comes to Halkid. Halkid can do a lot of damage when his Shroud is up.
Yep.
Turns him into a guarantee stun on his Q, deals additional damage on his W. So that's going to be the most important thing, just to keep Halkid's Shroud up, transfer that into additional output. There goes the Shroud across the team.
Yep. Starting strong. Ooh, that is a pretty strong combo. It's a lot of AoE damage. But again, you do have strong AoE heals buffs on the opposing side.
2 heals coming in from Sanya and also Lingluo. But we do have more speed up on the side of Doki Doki. So I think Doki Doki is going to be key here. When her passive does stack up, it grants additional attack speed. Additional speed, not attack speed.
Right.
And that means that at some point in the game, you're going to be able to string together a combo uninterrupted before these healers can kind of come in between your action sequence.
What are the chances do you think that Xiangtai can actually do a 100-0 on multiple people across the board if it's an AoE build-up? Like if he has a mock-up from the 2 DPSs that he has, and he has solid build-up time, do you think he can do a 100-0 on like 2 or 3?
I trust in the crit RNG gods.
We're gonna find out, aren't we?
Yeah. Their typical first 10 rounds of the meta so far, nobody taking any damage. But things are actually progressing. If you look at these stacks right here,
they're moving up. They're moving up for sure. It's gonna be interesting to see. It's pretty conservative right now going forward, but I think they're starting to move pieces into place as we see with the damage ramping up here slowly, and the debuffs that are being handed out as well.
I really just don't see a win con coming in from Blood Elves. I'm not sure what the win con is. He just doesn't deal that much damage.
I don't think he's trying to deal damage. I think he's just trying to wait until Xiangtai gets really greedy and overconfident, because that seemed to be the way that he won the very first round. He waited until he got greedy, he let him have the first kill, and then he baited him. And he let him he took him down just from that, and there was no way he could recover. So I think, but again, like Xiangtai, I think he's kind of learned from that, so I think he's probably going to be watching for those kind of issues or those kind of plays going forward. So I think he's, like you can see here, he's prioritizing attack buffs as well as setting up a stronger AoE build so that it doesn't happen to be baited or greeted out.
Willsburg coming in, AoE heal again, everyone back to full. So Lingluo, 2 AoE heals and 1 single target heal that actually gives a passive buff that also heals every round.
Yep.
So that's Lingluo in a nutshell. Heal, heal, heal. All 3 abilities.
Alright, so we got some shields taken down, we got some minor damage going out. We got a return. no damage. Or blocked damage, I should say.
And this has been a really cool thing about Shangtai is recognizing that, okay, you might have taken both of the premier healers off of the table in the draft, but I can still prevent damage in other ways. You can use it with Veronica that gives shielding, and the double shield is such a cool concept. Basically extending the shroud from what I can see, and just extending immunity as well. If you look at all the buffs on his team, those are not going away.
So we got 10 stacks going up there. Do you see that? We got 10 stacks. And I'm assuming that can go infinitely.
I think there is a cap, but it's a really, really high cap.
Because as I can see, like every time she does the AoE, look at this, it's slowly getting harder. The hitting is just, you know, the damage they're taking is slowly, progressively getting higher and higher, and it's harder to come back from it. Obviously, he isn't prioritizing his heals right now, but just the basis that he has those stacks moving up.
Yep, that's the data stream from Doki Doki. Give extra attack, and we actually see the Whale Prayer being stolen by Veronica, so that's where the healing is coming from. That's actually so smart.
Yep. Again, we got a little bit more time.
What a great counter to a double heal comp if you just steal their buff. Their HOT is considered a buff in Etheria.
HOT healing over time?
Yep. And that's the res being used by Senya without a character actually down. So this is what we saw.
Yeah, we're going to see if this is a take two of the same ploy. So there's a stun up right now, and we're going to have a end turn from Blood Elves, and now it's going to be over back in Shangtai. Let's see if he can do something with that. We got a lot of buffs going up, so we have 12 buffs currently right now. It looks like he's prioritizing single damage right now. And I think we're going to follow up with a big AoE right now. Yep, there it is.
There we go.
There is no revive. He's got 2 turns on it. So we're going to see now what's going to happen. I'm assuming that Shangtai is going to look for a stun to prevent that from happening. He's going to try and prioritize the second revive and get that out of the way before Blood Elves can get that back up, because he already knows that damage-wise he's not going to be taken down too fast. So, maybe not. I don't know.
Action delayed. Actually, action delayed Hell Kid after Senya. So that means that he can't get the stun that we were hoping for to come out.
But we do have buffs still going out. Their stacks are slowly increasing more and more. So even if he does get the revive, damage-wise, Shangtai is really up to par as far as what he can do as a rebuttal. I think we're going to see something pretty wild soon, damage-wise, coming out from here.
I think this is the turn that we're going to get the res. So as we were talking about, can they find any disruption right here?
There's an AoE heal. No. So we got an almost full.
Good singing. Actually enjoyed that.
Yeah, I'm glad. Got something out of it.
Yeah, some good dolphin noises coming out. So after Doki Doki, here comes the res. Oh no, we got the speed up. So one more. No, it doesn't have anything to actually stop it.
Looks like she's going for the single damage versus the buff steal. Alright, so we got some AoE damage, a little bit of healing. He's going to go for the revive, obviously. We saw that coming. No stun. He's going to buff it up, heal it up. I think he's going to try to nuke her down again. Or he's going to steal the buff.
Action advance. So just trying to string a combo together where it's a 4-man burst. I think the best thing that could happen is just like a 4-man burst on Sanya herself. Take the revive out once and for all.
It seems like 12 stacks is the stack number for her. I think that she can't go any higher than 12.
Could be.
And Shangtai is still stayed steady with the standing point that he has now. Wow, it looks like she's getting ramped up damage too.
But you know, this is the thing about Blood Elves' composition is that true, it does outlast, but what does it do in return? I think I haven't been able to really see any of that.
So we got some bigger damage coming out now. It looks like it's slowly chipping away.
Yeah, and I think a key thing here is we don't actually have the Twin Shadow out from Lily. I think Veronica might be able to steal that buff away. So without that CD refresh, it means that the revives cannot happen as often.
Right.
So even though it might seem like it's the same rotation over and over, there are some reasonings behind why some of the rotations are the way they are.
Right. I think slowly, I don't know. I almost feel like some of the damage that's coming back on Shangtai's part is slowly. I don't want to say like he's taking more over time, but it feels like he is. But maybe that's just because of the way that the shielding is set up that he has when he steals it. And obviously the revive is down right now, but next turn, we're gonna see that in a second. So I'm pretty sure. Oh, is he gonna try it?
Oh,
that was a pretty big hit.
Does have a chance for Veronica to just kill Lilith here. Does Veronica have the 20% HP removal? Nope. Does have the attack.
Ooh,
not good enough. One round
not
off.
enough. I think she's gonna miss it just by a second.
And here's Sanya here with the res.
Yep, she's not gonna go for it. There's a revive.
I hope someone's keeping track of the round timers.
I don't think they are this time around, to be honest with you. I think it's too clutch. Okay, there's one. The revive is down. So there's, oh, here we go. We might actually see the final.
Oh, okay, two characters down.
Looks like it's going to be shorter than what we anticipated. But, oh, there it is, the forfeit. So, Shangtai is moving on. You have to keep your end of the bargain. You have to follow him all the way up the roster like you said you would.
You're my hero, Shangtai.
And we are going to go from there. Wow, what a game. That is fantastic. I think, honestly, we're both a little bit surprised at how quick that turned out.
Yeah, it was a really good chain of burst reaction, and I love Veronica actually being such a core piece of the anti-attrition game plan.
Yeah.
Well, we saw from Blood Elves, he took, as his name suggests, both of the blood-giving champions in Sanya and Lingluo, but we stole the HOT over to our side, was able to win out even with no healer on our end, and able to just use double shields from Veronica and Hellkid to actually outlast the opponent.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting to see how both of those kind of like, both turns, both of the different players, when they had their chance, they both used different strategies towards the end. Obviously, we saw Shangtai go for, like you said, the more cookie cutter based, the brute up front and then the DPS at the follow. But we saw such a strong ramp up. So as time progressed, it didn't matter the heals that Blood Elves had. He was still able to overcome that, and he was, like you said, stealing more of the heals, the shields, as well as he waited until the revive was down and then he went for the strike. So overall, I think that was a pretty strong. Process that he went through. I think that strategy really worked for him, and it's gonna be pretty interesting to go forward from this and see what other people do against him moving into the final ends of the tournament.
I also think it just shows why Doki Doki has been so dominant on all of the ban lists. It's because she gives speed early on for you to make an alpha strike on your opponent, but she also has that stacking ability to make sure you can go through those attrition comps as well. So
yeah.
Doki Doki, if you're named after the game company, I think you gotta be an MVP.
Chances are high. Chances are high. Okay, so next up we have Zoxa Skunk and Virtual. Zoxa Skunk is going to be on the blue side. It looks like he's streaming right now. He is talking to his audience, and Virtual is just kind of chilling there, and looks like he's waiting. He's not really sure what probably he's going to be. Maybe he's planning something out. Who knows? Strategic wise, who do you think has the stronger basis for the setup, or do you think it's just going to be meta across the board?
Well, I will say I give Zoxa the advantage because he's been making like 2 or 3 YouTube videos a day about the game for a long time.
Really?
So in terms of experience and how familiar he is with all the characters, I think he definitely has an edge up. I love Virtual. I cast with him in other titles, but from what I know, he's not that familiar with the game.
Okay.
He's a genius at this type of thing. I'd be very surprised if genius triumphs over experience.
Well, we're going to have to see, because, like you said, you don't have to be the smartest person in the room, but you have to have the most experience, and you have to have the most amount of effort given forth. So that kind of translates over into experience itself. But we are going to see, because you never know, there could be some kind of like prodigy movement going on with him. But what kind of, from what you've noticed, what kind of gameplay does Zoxa Skunk have? What does he favor, and what does he tend? Do you think that, like, for example, like going forward, players who kind of watch other players play, like we would in like football or other games, does that help build an edge to the style or the strategic like components of the game? Do you think?
Absolutely. As I was going through all the VODs of the previous tournaments, what I would find was Zoxa's actually leaving comments underneath the YouTube video. So I was like, oh man, this guy knows all the tricks here.
So he was preemptively watching their strategies prior to this.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe he does have the upper edge.
In raw terms of game knowledge, like there's probably no comparison right here. Like I was just discussing with Virtual as he came in, and we were talking about shells and modules, and it was like, we're not really that too deep into the game right now. We're only focusing on the character, so there should be a lot more optimizational edges, and maybe that could shift the meta. I really want to see something different.
Yeah, that would be nice to see something fresh for sure. We have, how many heroes did you say? How many avatars are, what is the word?
I think they're called, I'm not sure about the plural, but they're called Animus.
Animus. How many Animus are there in total in Etheria?
Well, I didn't really look at the Rs. Some Rs are reportedly even usable, but for SRs and SSRs, there's like 41 characters here.
Wow.
There's a very wide pool for you to pick from. And talking about that, this is actually one of those characters that we haven't seen today whatsoever.
One up on Zoxa's, right?
Yeah. On Zoxa's, his second one here. So I'm going to have to look that one up on what his skill set actually is. But for the other side on Virtual, you know, this is the most tried and true combo that we've seen for most of the players coming out from Taipei, which is the Hell Kid plus the Rahu combo.
Right. I'm very interested to see what that Animus does and why the pick, because Virtual seems about as spooked as you are. Judging by his response facially to that, he doesn't really know what he should pick. And he seems a little bit unsure of how that character plays out, and he kind of went with the default there. If you look, he kind of went with the Resurrection, the anti-Resurrection hero, and he's kind of going like with a more cookie-cutter build, it looks like. But Zoxa seems to be plotting this a little bit more in detail, and he seems to try and go for a wild card. I think he's trying to use like the surprise tactic here. Because like you said, this game is relatively new, so I think a lot of people don't actually know what to expect when something like this happens, because they don't really have an understanding of what each character or what each Animus can do. And I think that's what we're going to see here. So it wouldn't surprise me if Virtual actually bans that character, just because he probably doesn't even know what it does, and out of the curiosity and out of the fear from the surprise factor, he's probably going to play safe to do it.
So what I just looked up is, this is a character called Tsumoto, and he has an anti-heal ability, which has been so critical here.
Okay.
But Virtual actually going to take away, I believe it was, actually, it was
sure.
Oboe being banned out. So the crowd AoE CC being banned out. But finally, we have more sources of anti-heal being thrown into the mix. It's not just Heinrich.
It's going to be interesting to see. This isn't a very cookie-cutter comp, so do you think Zoxa Skunk, do you think he's one of the fan favorites here as far as being a streamer, influencer, and somebody who is really on the giving tier or the top tier as far as content creators for this game is?
Well, I'm not really that familiar with his background, so in terms of like actual competitive tournament performance, I think Saiso is probably like the heavyweight name among our contesters, but as a fan favorite, I think he's very active in the community, and of course I would give him like a high props on that.
Yeah, content creator A for effort kind of thing.
Yep. And we do have buff steals and single damage here.
Okay, looks like he's kind of going for a little bit of the early morning nuke kind of thing. He's trying to get a little bit more damage on, and I think he's trying to beat the anti-resurrection hero to the build-up.
Yeah,
it looks like it.
It looks like Rahu is just going to go down here. We still have another action coming in from Shata. Here we go. Soul Flame's already out. Shell in action. Has Life Leech, AoE, or single damage. I think AoE is good enough. All right, going to cast the ultimate. Let's see if they can take Rahu off the board.
Oh, we got one down, and 3 of them almost have gotten taken down. There's going to be a little bit of a rebuttal, but I don't think there's very much they can do at this point. Wow, this is a change of events that I don't think anybody saw coming. Holy cow. Look at that. I think Virtual kind of doesn't really know what to do. I think he's betting on RNG, which is exactly what he got. So there is no res. He just turned the table, got the resurrection back on his own team. Wow, I'm pretty speechless, and I think Zoxa is going to run into some trouble here.
Ingenuity loses to meta.
Hey, I guess so. I guess it's safer just to play with the cookie cutter meta.
He doesn't have a res on his team, and this is the danger of taking Hoya down low. If she's low HP but not dead, then her ult actually does more damage.
Yeah, I think we're going to see something pretty wild here. Just based on the fact that if, for example, he can manage to steal the last 2 kills, there is going to be a huge upset as far as what Virtual can do in return to that, because as far as I'm aware of, he only has 1 resurrection at a single time, if I'm not mistaken. But there is a second kill from Virtual, so it looks like Zoxa is going to be backed into the corner right now. And unfortunately, there is full shields across the board for Virtual, so the last 2 remaining supports looks like it just won't do it. And yep, there it is, the final resurrection, and it is 4 versus 1. Virtual is coming in for the kill. Looks like Zoxa is going to take the loss.
Every time we think that we've seen all that Hoya can do, she just pulls more out of her hat. Reses her teammates, prevent reses herself.
Yep.
And wow, that was such an amazing turnaround. Low HP on that Hoya, turns around 1 strike and just takes Shada off the board instantly.
I was surprised. I didn't even know that she could res like that. That was pretty interesting. I imagined that, you know, it was going to be relatively straightforward after the first person fell, but then we just got a complete turnaround. And wow, that was interesting to see.
That's not even her ult, that's just her Q.
Exactly, which is why, you know, how do you think, honestly, balancing for this game, do you think there's going to be a severe upkeep with this? Do you think this is going to need a complete revamp after this tournament today? Or do you think people are so comfortable playing this meta now, or these characters in the way that they are, that it's just going to maintain kind of a solid, fluid motion forward? Because if I was the game director and developer watching this, I would probably consider a few characters or champions going forward, or Animus going forward, saying like, hey, maybe it's time to take a step back and look at these from a mechanics point of view as to why they're so strong in the meta, and why so many cookie cutter builds are completely reusing and rehashing the same ones over and over and over again.
Yeah, I do think if looking at it and like talking to player feedback, the things that they do want to have change is, number 1, the ult shell. There's currently a shell that everyone runs that just reduces the CD on your ultimate to 0. Right. So that's a big reason why we're seeing a lot of these healing and shielding stacking up. I think healing and shielding in general is a little bit overabundant so far. Yeah. It could do better if anti-heal was, you know, you could get that on your module or something, if there was more avenues for anti-heal to exist in the game. You know, Zoxas actually did pull out an anti-heal character, but it was an SR character, and SR characters compared to SSRs, the big difference is in stats. They're about 10 to 15% off in terms of stats, and it makes them a lot harder to hang.
Right. Yeah. It's gonna. What do you think his approach is gonna be this time? Do you think he's gonna try more of a cookie cutter meta, just to play safe, so he can kind of string it out into the final match, or do you think he's probably gonna go with something again off the wall and see if he can surprise Virtual with a quick kill?
Oh, well, from his pick so far, it's going to be 100% meta. Let's go. Veronica and Doki.
That's Virtual. Virtual is, I think Zoxa's still blue.
Okay.
Yeah, Virtual's still blue, or Zoxa's still blue up top.
Excuse me. Saw the wrong guy here. And taking a look, it's going to be Rahu early here. And he really likes Jackie, but I'm not sure about this. So no damage, no healing support. Stops people messing with your action bar.
Yeah, we're going to see how strong or how much knowledge he actually has to every character in the game, because he is really taking his time to, okay, there we go. There's a more cookie cutter heal.
Protected Ling Law. Okay.
Yep.
This is the ultimate form of the meta.
Yep. I think this is going to be, going forward, I think we're going to see more of these kind of builds from everybody across the board. People are probably going to be taking more.
Has to be Saiso here, right?
Yeah, I mean, people aren't going to be taking a crazy amount of risks. This is a new guy too, right?
Yeah, Chloris. This is one of those characters that prevents res. I actually really like this character. It's a very anti-solo carry character, so you can put chains onto the enemy main carry, and the main carry deals reduced damage against you. So basically, you'll win any duel situation, and it helps a lot with attrition as well. I think we're gonna have the Twin Shadows and Chloros kind of combo coming in.
Okay, so here we go again with the shields and the stuns. A little bit more of a cutter build meta that we got going on, and then the final. Okay, yep. So we're going to be going a little bit more conservative this round. Not so many surprise cards on this one. We have one from Virtual, who's a little bit newer, but in general, I think it still follows the box crunch cut method. So we're going to be seeing how this kind of plays out. Yeah, let's watch it. This is going to be round 2 out of 3. If, for example, Zoxa can pull off a win, it'll be 2 out of 3, and then 1 third. If not, if Virtual takes the win, it'll be 2-0, and Zoxa will be out of the rack. So, moving forward, who's going to ban?
Veronica banned out for Virtual.
I think he's going to ban the stun, or I think he's going to ban. Okay,
I think
there.
Rahu, yeah. So Obol still does provide a bit of damage. He is a DOT hero. Has an ultimate very similar to Kraken that has a chance to stun across the entire board. But the DOT aspect is the one I'm most curious in. There's actually no heal on the side of Virtual's composition.
Let's see how things play out here. So immediately we're starting to buff.
So Virtual's actually going to go for a... Oh, wow, that's a triple stun. Okay.
Zoxa's triple stun right off the bat. Oh, force. Hey, 3. Yep, triple stun.
Well, that's going to throw a wrench in this game plan. I was about to say Virtual has more of a bursty game plan. Heinrich just to throw anti-heal and also block buffs from coming in, and then Chloros just to finish targets off. But now the stuns have gone through. It's going to give a lot of setup time over to Zoxas.
Let's hope he doesn't waste it. Okay, still got 2 stuns. 2 stuns still.
Right, Heinrich going in. Let's see how much damage he's able to deal.
Not much damage, but we do have debuffs now. So I think Zox is going to have to reevaluate what he's going to do, because I feel...
Here's the big ultimate single target. One of the few nukes that we've seen today.
Okay, so we got about 40% of the damage.
And you can see on Obol, his stacks there, there's 8 stacks, those cannot be purified. And if they reach 12 stacks, then Chloros actually casts his ultimate on him again. He's really good at spot removal, one of the best spot removal characters we have. Again, the problem is there's no healing here.
Yep.
Those stuns are just killing him.
I'm surprised, though. He's kind of splitting damage around. That's curious. Wonder what the reasoning is behind that, because he could just go for the spot damage boss and remove that risk factor, because if he has 8 already and you said 12, he doubles up on his ultimate. Basically by the next time he has his ultimate, that's kind of a one-shot kill.
Yeah, it could be. If Obol goes down, that's all the DOT off as well. It's, you know, you're most likely not going to get any DOT stacks off on because Doki Doki can kind of purify them. There's 2 purifies there. And there we just saw the, I believe that was just the auto or the chains going down there.
Yep.
Oh, actually, he restacked. So that was kind of the ultimate passive. So he's
down
over
to 3.
12, and now I'm back to 3. So every time he takes damage, that actually stacks up.
Gotcha. So I got Dispel.
Doesn't look like it's actually working out for Chloros. There's a 2-action gap here. Let's see if the Virtual can make this work. Lily goes in, AoE damage. And here it comes Chloros.
Follow-up attack, single damage. Yep.
Not enough. Oh,
yeah,
but the shell gets him.
That's it. Oof. And that's realistically his DOT damage gone, so... yeah. What do you think?
Only 3 healers left here. There's no damage on the other side. I am so impressed with Virtual.
Oof.
Wow, that's a second, and the curse is going to move on to the other characters.
It looks like that's going to be it. Quick game. In and out.
This is the character I was talking about at the start of the day. I really wanted to see him out because he prevents any of the characters from being res if he kills them with his ultimate.
Yeah.
Great single target focus there. I think
he's got really high damage, and his cooldown isn't that long. It's only 3 turns, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty wild. I'm surprised that nobody's picked him previously. And he's also kind of like, obviously, you know, he's trying to mimic the Grim Reaper, obviously with the sickle and the inability to re-resurrect, you know, being the controller of death, obviously is the theme here with this hero. So that's pretty unique as far as character design goes, for sure. But as far as his damage goes, that's insanely strong, and I'm very surprised that nobody has picked that other than Virtual today.
Yeah, it's a perfect setup for it as well. He has Heinrich, so make sure the anti-heal is on all of these characters at all times, and that means that, you know, he himself is not running any heal. It's a great way to get around the meta.
Yep, and that's going to be it for Zoxaskunk. That's, yep, that's going to be, that's the clutch kill right there, and that is 2-0 for Virtual. So he's going to take the win right there, the winner of the round number 4, I believe, correct? We're in round 4?
Yep.
And
I'm just speechless. You know, Virtual coming into this tournament, you know, it's kind of same with me. We didn't really know that much about the game. We thought it was really fun. We kind of dug in the last 48 hours.
Yeah, you know, it was very, I want to say it was very unique to see this type of gameplay so far into the tournament. He kind of, I almost want to say he was purposely waiting on it just to pull something like this out to make him into the final 3 of the tournament. So it's going to be very promising to see going forward if anybody else in this tournament is going to kind of mimic or try to replicate that kind of meta going forward, because it is a very strong character. Yeah. This, you know, a 3-turn with that big of a single damage, and it stops them from re-resurrecting against any comp is extremely strong. And plus, like you said, if it stacks up to 12 times, it's an instant replication. It's of the same exact ultimate. So realistically, it's 2 for 1. And anything outside of that, like if you can manage to survive, oof, wow.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. I think Heinrich was a huge part about that, really the anti-heal, just stripping away 2 characters and most of their value coming into that composition from Zoxa. Also kind of sunk his chances right there. And another thing is just the setup for Chloros. You really need Lily to go in with her, because Lily actually has a CD reduction with Twin Shout. So she can completely cancel the ultimate cooldown. You get the 2 ultimates, and each damage tick actually stacks, and then you get another ultimate on top of it. So that really was the engine. I think we saw 4 or 5 ultimates being casted.
Something like that, yeah. And going back to the first time, the first round when we had Zoxa pick that other wild card, what do you think happened with that strategy? What fell apart? What do you think that didn't work out? Do you think he just didn't really contemplate the repercussions for choosing that hero, or he didn't have a strategy that was built around that hero? Do you think it just because it was like a wild card that he anticipated him being banned? Or what do you think the thoughts going into this was for somebody who picks a hero like that?
Well, he did pick a lot of heroes that I would not consider on top of the meta tier. So he had Shada, and also had a character I'm not really that familiar with, but I know he does have an anti-heal on his kit. That's probably why he was selected.
Right.
And, you know, judging by the meta we've seen, makes a lot of sense to bring anti-heal to that.
That's
However, we also saw why Hoya was just is so insane in the meta, because whenever her HP is low and then she casts her ult, it actually deals more damage.
Right.
So the AoE focus was on the character next to her, but she still benefited for that, and then just flipped the switch, one shot, one tap shot down, and we're like, oh, we're just down a character. And then she goes on to continuing to snowball, because every kill reset she gets, she also just reses her ally.
Right, yeah. I really honestly was so shocked that she could actually not only do so much damage, stop resurrections, but she can also res her own team.
Yeah, it's honestly a crazy character.
It's a little bit strong. It's a little bit strong. I think it's a little bit, you know, overpowered. It's a little bit OP, to be honest. In my opinion, I think that's something that probably needs to be revamped, just because there's too many mechanic outlets that you can use for such a character.
It's
you
just
know?
One character kind of won the match. Like, you didn't even have to know what any of the other characters did.
Right,
Honestly,
and you know, like, to recap, even in the very, very beginning of this tournament, when I said, like, it can be a crutch, like, and then I said, like, it depends on how you ramp it up. She can obviously turn the tables. This is exactly what I was talking about, where, you know, somebody who's no knowledge about the game going into this tournament prior to this and being able to witness this kind of thing, it's obviously very forefront that it is very strong, and you can ramp it up and use it to your advantage. It's almost like an abusive thing, you know, if you really know how to set your tier up and your comp up to make the strategy seem in your favor. If it doesn't get banned and you really know how to play around that character, it can really do tons of damage, and it can really be a huge mechanical advantage for you and your team.
Absolutely, and I think I want to give praise to how Virtual kind of handled the preparation for this tournament as well. He came in and, you know, I don't know that much about the game. I'm just going to focus on 1 or 2 compositions that I kind of like. I'm going to build around them. Yep. I'm not going to try to branch out and play the entire roster. You know, I just don't have the time.
Right.
And, you know, sometimes knowing too much about the game, having too many details can actually go against you, you know?
All right, guys, let's take a look at the Swiss bracket right now, currently going forward. So 3-0 advances, Rice and Richards are still up there. The advances for 3-1 is going to be Peibao, Shizuzo, and Shanghai. We also have 2-2 with the BO3, which is Green Tea versus Timaeus, Elven Mage versus Wanlai, and Blood Elves versus Virtual. And then the advances all the way to the 3-2 are to be determined yet. The final 3 brackets are basically in right now because we have eliminated, unfortunately, Hidden God, Alan, and Zoza Skunk. So thank you guys for coming. You know, again, it's unfortunate you had to be...
Two of my favorites are already
Yep,
out.
yeah.
I cursed you. It's my bad. It's my bad.
But it is going to be very interesting going forward to see these guys and how they play it out in the final brackets of this tournament. I don't know. Do you have any favorites so far with what you've seen?
Oh, man. I have to say, out of all the game plans, like, Virtual's definitely captured my heart. He played start of the day with a DOT game plan that we didn't see from anyone. And Kloros was one of those champions that I was actually talking about when I was looking at how the meta was shaping up between a lot of these champions that could res. There's 2 resers right now, and then you have Hoya, so a total of 3 resers a lot of times being ran in the same composition. Kloros made a lot of sense, and I just didn't see people playing it.
Yep.
Now we finally get to see it in action with Lily. See its power, very, very strong, tons of kill resets.
Yeah.
So I think for me, Virtual is just his ability to just think on the fly and come up with these unique things that people aren't trying. That's so impressive.
And what about what do we have for the favorite as far as, like, do you think the meta is going to be? What do you think going forward? Are we going to see the same cookie cutter builds over and over again, do you think? Or do you think we're going to see some kind of, like, new improvisation? Or is it going to be more, again, like we said, defensive based and anti-resurrection, anti-heal based?
Oh, that's... I feel like you can mix and match those, but I just want to see one Alpha Strike comp come out again. I love playing Alpha Strike, you know?
Right.
You get speed buff across everyone, click on the same character, delete them, and just snowball.
Yeah.
I love that game plan. It's so straightforward, but it does take a lot of setup for the bans and picks, and we'll see if it's even possible these days with champions like Veronica that, you know, prevents people from dying, or Selene that we saw that just lowers everyone's crit and attack damage.
Right. So next up we have Green Tea and Timaeus that are going to be going head-to-head, and we're going to be watching them going into round 5. So this is going to be the we're actually in the bottom 3 tier, right? So this is going to be the final settings of the tournament. So going forward, there's not going to be too much leeway or room to wiggle if you do want to go into this tournament playing with new metas or new ideas. You're really going to have to stick to something that's going to work, and you have to play a little bit safer and conservative. Otherwise, you're going to bite off more than you can chew, and you're probably going to choke.
Green Tea actually made it here. We usually cast the same game together, and I knew that he was still streaming that game yesterday, so I'm just so surprised. Green Tea is obviously a longtime LPL coach, was a pro player himself in esports for a long time, now streams mainly strategy games.
Right.
So he's very familiar with, like, thinking about planning and thinking about how mechanics interact with each other, but still, again, this is a player that honestly has not picked up the game from what I've known.
Right.
Being able to make it this far into the rounds, very impressed.
Yep. So far, I think this is going to be, again, like I said, a pretty clutch part of the game. The tournament is going to be very, very strict as far as what I believe the meta will be going forward in the final 3 brackets. So we're going to see how they pick right now with their pre-bans and their team. So far, again, looks pretty cookie cutter. I think that we're going to be seeing this going forward.
I really like what Green Tea did here. Actually took out both of the healers, so we might be getting our my wish come true.
Yep.
As the Alpha Strike teams coming back. On the other hand, we do have Kraken and Heinrich being selected by Timos. So what these characters do is they also speed up the tempo of the game really fast. There's no buffs on the opposing team. We're going to stun lock everyone on the first round and just kind of play with the RNG rolls right there. So I like this sort of setup. I like my short games.
I'm pretty surprised that there is no stun lock meta. So far, I haven't seen a single stun lock meta, like one that can just be every round or every other round, just full stun locks. There are a few that can do that.
Lingual mass immunity.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
But out of those 1 or 2 characters, normally they either get banned or they get taken out first.
Yeah.
And again, it's RNG based, so you either get really lucky and get 4 to 3 on the opposite team frozen, or you don't get so lucky and you get smashed real fast, and that falls apart in your fingers.
Oh. And Timos is going for the Stunlock team like you're talking about. Both of the SR Stunlock characters being selected. Again, when you're taking an SR character, you're leaving a lot of stat value on the table, but you want them for specific niches in your composition here. So it's no buff, Stunlock, and also AoE burst coming out from the side of Timos. A composition that we have never seen before, and it's getting me really excited.
It's going to be interesting to see how this pans out for everybody. We're going to have to find out what's going to be the final ban pick, to be honest with you. That's going to be the real deciding factor of what's going to be seen in the next round.
So we do have Green Tea basing his strategy around Lily is going to get the extra attack damage and crit damage for the Twin Shadow, which I assume is going to be on the Hell Kid right here. Hell Kid, of course, deals a lot of damage on himself as long as his shield is up. So you really want some other buffers in that regard to go along with him. And he does have that in Veronica that can steal a lot of these buffs away. And we are getting the bans right here. It is going to be Jackie being banned out immediately. So not wanting to give speed across to this Stunlock team. I think that's a really smart choice.
Yep.
On the other hand, Beotine being taken away from Green Tea.
Relatively conservative in play. So, again, we're going to have to see how this pans out because I think going forward we are going to see more of this.
Yeah, I love to see this type of composition. No healers on either side. And a lot of debuffing going in. Heinrich is going to take the first shot here. And we have Veronica up next, going to use the AoE
big AoE
shield.
damage, big AoE damage. Here we go.
But of course, she can't apply the shield. Shields are actually considered as a buff as well. So that does lock, Heinrich does lock the enemy team away from that. And so now we have the stuns.
Yep, so like you said, we are going to see a really fast-paced game here. So this is going to be pretty... a pretty aggressive gameplay game, I think. Wow, look at that. 4 stuns out of a triple stun.
Ooh.
Not looking too good right now because at this point in time, he can realistically just unload. And only 2 out of 4 have been unstunned. And the 2 are still remain both frozen and stunned. So, ooh. Looks like he's got him back into a corner, and it's almost like a race against time, to be honest, because they're not even focusing on heals or anything like that.
Oh, can he actually get down Hellkid? Hellkid stunned again.
We got another stun. Here we go. Ooh, it's going to be clutch.
Hellkid is the one that has the big shield here, so if you can get that through.
4 stuns. Not anymore. Oh, we got him. Dang. All of them down. So we got 2 shields, 70% health in the other 2. 1 down. We have 1 person who is at 32%, 38%, and just under 50%. And I think right now we're going to see another 2 drop at the very bottom. Looks like, wow, I think it's, yep, there we go. Another one is about down, and it looks like Green Tea's got him back in the corner, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Green Tea's definitely not going to come out with this one. Tymoose here actually just stun-locking the Hellkid the entire way. We never saw the Shroud come out from him, so he wasn't able to get the immunity across his characters.
Yep.
And this is like the art of Etheria. Etheria is so beautiful when you can actually switch up your strategies and when someone is willing to ban both healers.
Yeah, this looks like something that we haven't seen so far today. Obviously, like, this is very, very fast-paced. I enjoy this. Yeah. This is very nice. For me, watching this, this is almost a form of a strategy that I probably. Oh my God!
What?
Whoa!
Veronica?
Hold on a sec. Hold on. Whoa!
Whoa!
This could be... Uh-oh. Hold on.
And that's the mischief stun. Wait, is Green Tea gonna clutch this one?
It's gonna be a turnover right now. Oh my god.
Veronica got her AoE up again. It was a 20% HP from every single character.
And that was a nuke across the board. I think he caught Timaeus being greedy, is what it looked like. But it's so close right now. I don't know. Oh my goodness, this is so close. It could really realistically go any way, but I think he's going to take the win.
Only the Q right here.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, what a comeback from Green Tea.
Wow, he caught him being greedy, and he got him with his pants down.
2v4, and Veronica clutches it against the Typing as well.
Wow, wow, wow. That is the definition and the epitome of what it's called to be caught with your pants down, you're being greedy. Wow. That's something that you really don't see very often, but when you do, it's something that shocks everybody across the board for sure.
I gotta say, whenever you have a game coming out with like the first wave of new characters, you gotta pay attention. Those new characters are gonna be OP as crazy. Hoya, Veronica coming out on the same rotation.
It was so one-sided all the way up until the very end, and then she just got them all, like instantly, dropped 3 out of 4 of them. And then there was just one that was left. I really didn't even see that coming. That was like so sudden, you know? That was very unexpected, but it was pleasant to watch. It was pleasant to watch.
Probably not for Thomas.
No.
Like, what happened there?
I think he was, I honestly think that he didn't have a full understanding or wasn't paying attention to the cooldowns, to be honest, because he was prioritizing more of a fast-paced elimination game than he was playing a conservative game. And Green Tea just saw it come up, and he got him when he knew that he could, and that was it. You can't recover from that kind of a turnover. And what we just saw, obviously, going to the next round is something that Timaeus is definitely going to be thinking about with how he picks his character selection and his team. It's definitely going to affect the way that his meta is going to be played for sure. It's going to be...
Well, Veronica I just can't believe this characters like Veronica and Hoya exist. They're like such a tier above what all the rest of the characters can do. You had a Hell Kid that didn't even get to do anything.
Yeah,
literally just stun locked till death. And then Veronica is still able to clutch out. Now, Green Tea going with the same ban pick strategy. No healers, sayonara. Timaeus going with the tried and true win condition of Tiamat.
Yep.
Very difficult to deny that purge day from coming out. And I don't think this is a character that you can have the same sort of like reversal against.
No, this was definitely something that was completely unexpected. I don't think anybody watching this live stream right now saw that coming. I don't think anybody watching this live stream actually realistically had an understanding that that character could do that until now, obviously. So I genuinely think that something like this is going to be paramount and going to be commendable to Green Tea to be a kind of a pioneer in Etheria gameplay, because those kind of plays are what is going to define certain metas in gameplay comps going forward. That kind of a strategy is going to be something that he's going to be pioneering going into the real time of this game as it comes out and is, you know, played worldwide.
Yeah,
I could see that.
Global release is going to be crazy.
I could very much and realistically see that kind of a meta or that kind of a playstyle being trademarked or named after him.
And just to all of you out there, we are still in closed beta testing. This is, I believe, the 4th round so far. You know, the guys behind Etheria really want to make sure it's perfect on release, so we have a very extended trial period. And if there's anything you've seen here that is not to your liking in terms of the meta, you still have time to fix that.
Yep. If there's something that you see or something that you don't agree with or you think that needs to be really revamped or looked at, you can feel free to send an email or to input your comment to the game developers of Etheria. I'm sure they would love to hear your feedback, because obviously this kind of a tournament, this kind of event is something that they are using and banking on to hear more voices from the community itself to get that kind of feedback that will ultimately shape the game and how it's played and experienced by you, the listener and follower and the gamer of the community that Etheria needs.
Veronica instantly banned. Goodbye, and also Tiamat off the board. So not too surprising about the selections right here.
Absolutely not.
In terms of the power level, though, we do have Hoya on the board. We've seen what this champion can do. Sometimes you just accidentally target her with AoE, and she gets a lot of damage on her ultimate.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this is going to be played out. I think they're going to go for almost a more of aggressive approach for this one. I think Green Tea is probably not going to be waiting too much like he did the last game. I think he's going to try to just immediately go and take him out because of the hero's capabilities. The Animus is just way too strong to let her build and ramp up, obviously. So, but is there a resurrection that can prevent or support her on that other team from Timaeus' point? I don't think so.
No, there isn't one.
Wow.
Bayotin here also, like, we saw some misses from Green Tea. He actually tried to put the Twin Shadow onto one of his characters, and only Lily's W ability can do that. So
Yeah.
because of the block there, he's not able to put it on Rahu. I consider that a bit of a mistake.
We're gonna see. They're taking their time more in between turns. It looks like they're considerably spending more time to think about their next move and contemplating their strategy as far as what they want to do in their setup, because I think
It matters more when there's no healers.
Yeah, yeah. You have to be really careful about what you do and how you do it, because if you do it wrong at the right or the wrong time, it could really severely cripple your team and your chances of pulling out a win.
Jada with a big AoE shot across the board here. And looking at the skill bar, we do have Hoya. She's the most terrifying character.
Yep, absolutely. And it is her turn up right now, so you're gonna... Oh, here we go.
Ult directly. Goodbye, Rahu.
My goodness, we saw that coming.
Yeah. It's not enough defensive coverage on Green Tea. How is he going to pull a comeback this time, though?
That's the thing is that I'm saying is, like, he obviously knew, right? Or you would assume that he would have known that that kind of character could do that, right? So, yeah, we're going to have to sit here and watch to see if it was a mishap or if he was on purpose trying to bait again. Again, like we did see the previous episode that, you know, he waited and baited. And boy, did he get him. So maybe we're going to see something similar here. We never know.
Looking at Heinrich, he's such an important character in this meta. Just being able to block a lot of the buffs. A lot of times people just accidentally still trying to buff their characters anyways, and
yeah,
you kind of see the misses coming up.
I don't know. It doesn't look like it's going to happen for Timaeus, to be honest with you. Or not for Timaeus, but for Green Tea, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a quick cash-in, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if he threw in the flag here in a second. Just let it, you know, run off so we can just get right into the third round.
Yep, Bayotin also down, so there's no res on the team. Only 2 supports left right here.
Not very much damage. Not very much hope.
Yeah, Timaeus can take his time with this one. Still has Hoya. So, like, you have to kill Hoya twice within the span of 4 turns. I just don't think that's achievable.
It's achievable, not with the meta that he ran, not with the comp that he had. I'm not sure if he accidentally chose the comp or the meta that he had, or if he did it purposely trying to think of a strategy that just doesn't correlate with the setup that Timaeus had, because it looks like it was an oops just from the outcome of this.
Yeah, without the healers and the attrition strategy being available, I feel like Hoya is just queen of the meta.
Yeah, she can really, really put a huge damper. So currently we are sitting at a 1-to-1 between Green Tea and Timaeus. So the final round is going to dictate whether either one of them gets to advance the final round. But it's going to be very, very, very interesting to see what's going to happen going forward, because both of them obviously have their strengths and they also have their weaknesses. Now, I think personally, going and watching what just happened, Green Tea may have accidentally had a mishap somewhere, either with the character pick, or maybe he just didn't think well enough on his own plan and how to execute it. It almost seemed like there was some kind of like disconnect. You know, sometimes you have an idea or some kind of thing that you're thinking of, and then all of a sudden, whatever was in your mind just doesn't piece together at the very end of the puzzle. So I almost see that could possibly be one of the issues that he ran into there. We've all done it. We've all been there, but maybe not. Maybe he just didn't play according to plan.
So if there's an Heinrich on the other side of the enemy team, you really need some mass cleansing. It's called Purifying Etheria to kind of get through that. Linglo obviously is the most common answer to that type of comp where you just have the immunity across the board.
Yep.
So I kind of expect we're going to see some, you know, returning to the normal meta where maybe these healers are coming off one apiece, or if Green Tea is on the blue side, then he can ban one and pick one for himself. Maybe that's the answer he's looking for. But, you know, if you're going into a knife fight and it's nobody has any shielding, nobody's wearing any padding, then Hoya's just going to win most of those.
Yeah, that's very possible. So we are back with the third round right now, and I do believe that this choice pick is going to dictate who is going to come out at the very top between these two competitors. I do believe that it's going to be a longer pick because both of them are going to be thinking prior in advancement to what they can do, when they can do it, and what they can get out of each of the picks from a more conservative aspect versus a more aggressive aspect.
They're huge picks for Timaeus here because there's a lot on the board. There's the healers and there's Doki.
Yep.
And if you don't take enough away, then the combo with Tiamat is going to go ridiculous.
Yeah, we all know what happens when you get to 8 stacks there. So I'm pretty sure it's either going to be turning into a ban, or maybe we're going to see a different kind of strat roll out here because both of these players are pretty elite as far as the way that they think and the way that they play it out. So
Lingluo Hoya, come on, let's go. Let's take all the OPs.
Let's do it.
Shana?
Oh, wow, that's an interesting second pick.
There's no way.
Okay.
There's no way.
I don't know, man.
Lingluo Hoya, let's go.
Well, he's got the third pick as well. So
I trust in the tier list. Okay, Veronica's good too.
Okay, so we got Veronica, anti-res, transformation.
I'll translate this very easily. In terms of tier list picks, it's SS plus, SS plus, SS plus against like SS, and then maybe an A.
Yeah. Well, again, we definitely know that Timaeus is not a clumsy strategist. So I think that he just got outfoxed in the first round. So
absolutely. He should have won that first one. He played that perfectly. It's just Veronica's OP.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I guess that's part of the game, though. You know, we're going to see in this final round how much either one of them are as far as their expertise go in this game and their understanding and their knowledge. Because again, like, it could be OP or it could be bait. It could be bait and play.
Double carry, res, best healer in game. All right.
Who's going to get banned?
Got this.
Who's going to be banned?
I still feel like you ban Tiamat. If I'm Timaeus, you probably still have to ban Tiamat.
Yeah.
All right, so he's going for Kraken, the coin flip. Win me the game, please, character.
What do you think? I'm going to guess the anti-res hero is going to be gone, and he's going to ban the stun.
I think he bans Doki. That's my guess. Like, if you have 2 stuns but no damage, I think it's fine.
We're going to find out.
Probably ban Doki and then Tiamat.
Who gets the
That was
first
my
ban?
guess. I think Blue Side
Timaeus,
has the
right?
first ban.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it's mutual.
Wow.
Oh.
Neither. So, looking at this, from what we've seen, I would assume that Green Tea has the upper hand. But, again, it's very difficult to say because Timaeus is an extremely good strategist when it comes to these kind of games. From what we have seen, he's really outmaneuvered Green Tea quite substantially in the last match. So we're gonna go and we're gonna look at this right now, getting into this first round of the trade-offs in the final match between these two.
Well, a lot of AoE.
Wow, did you see how much damage has gone out just right now?
Yeah. Did already.
Timaeus looks like he's about to clean house right now, dog.
Yeah, Hoya's just gone. And there's still 3 stuns. Kraken for the win.
Wow. This is... Wow.
There is a revive here, but...
Is it going to be able to...
Yeah, Sanya's still very far away from being able to cast that. And you can see Doki coming in with the speed up. That's why I really prefer the Doki ban over Bayotin. Like, Doki
just strong.
Yeah. The CD reduction onto Kraken and just the extra strike prep.
Yeah.
It's so damaging, and look at this, he hasn't been able to move.
Man. Yeah.
And he has his ult back again. That's crazy.
That's pretty wild. And they're still going. They're all stunned and just slowly chipping them away. Up, here we go, AoE. 2 out of 3 is gonna go down right now. Oh my god.
If Sanya's dead, I think it's over.
Yeah.
Goes for Veronica. Veronica actually stays alive, but
Here
Kraken has another go.
Yeah, here goes ultimate. They're all 3 done.
That's
Clean
3
house.
ultimates in
That's
a row.
It. Yep, 3 house cleans. Man, he's still at 100%. He hasn't got a single move off. Look at the strategy. This is just wild.
It's a little bit unfortunate for him for how many of these freezes actually did land. And also Doki, her speed up is, I believe it's the slowest character and sometimes random. So a lot of those stacks actually landed onto Kraken as well, giving him that CD reduction for him to cast 3 times already. And this was a sweep, clean sweep, double stun.
What do you think he's waiting for? Do you think he's just soaking it in?
Well, I mean, if you've been taken to the washers, you might as well enjoy it, right?
There you go.
Not much you can do.
That's true. Yeah, he's still frozen. He still can't do anything. So I think he's just, he's literally just soaking it in right now because he's just buffing himself. Let's go. Come on, put it to an end. That's a 100-0 game.
Yeah, I think he should have banned Doki, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to stand on that. Doki
Wow.
with extra speed, speeding up the entire team around with it. So Timaeus actually has managed to claw a win, and this looked very dominating.
Oh, yeah,
It honestly
absolutely.
should have been.
Absolutely.
Almost essentially a 3-0 on Timaeus' part. Great games coming in from him. Doki moving up all the action bars, the strike prep for his team, and going with the Kraken double stun into the triple stun.
There was quite a few
Something
stuns, and they were back-to-back, and there was literally nothing that Green Tea could do in rebuttal. There was nothing he could do. He was a consecutive stun-based turn that we just saw there, and, that's, like you said, it was unfortunate, and maybe you're right with the whole Doki ban thing. That could have possibly prevented that from happening, but I guess we'll never know. But going forward, we actually just finished round 5, and I think right now, if I'm not mistaken, I think we do have an upcoming interview, right?
We should, but we'll listen on production to see if the tech issues are gone.
Again, like, for those of you guys who are listening, we are going to see what's going on. If we can get an interview going, then we will be happy to do that. But we did, again, have some technical issues previously. So just bear with us really quick, and we'll see what we can do with this going forward. And if, like I said again, if we can't get it up and running, then we will make sure to have one ready for you guys to watch. And just stick around with us and stay tuned until then. But from what we just saw into the future, right, from going forward, because we are on round 5, so we are getting close to the final round, because I think, what is it, the 9th? Round 9 is the total ending, if I'm not mistaken. That's the championship.
Yeah.
So, and the majority of people have already been eliminated.
We are moving into the top 8 bracket where it's no longer you have any chances. It's BO3, you lose this, you go home.
Yep. So it's unfortunate for those guys who actually stuck around for this long. But until, that's how the tournament rolls, and, sometimes you win, sometimes you don't, but it's all a learning process. But right now what we are going to do is we're going to take a short break. Please stay with us as best as you can, and we are going to see if we can get somebody coming up in a interview. So until next time, guys, remember, stick around. We'll be right back with a short commercial break. Thanks.
世界を飲み込んだ吹雪の原因を知る人はいない。突如この地を襲い、全てを奪っていった。多くの命が消えていった。その絶望に希望をもたらしたのがイザリアと霊視技術だった。資格を手に入れた人類は続々とイザリアへと入った。そして疑似政府 EOS を設立する。威嚇者を創造し、イザリアは繁栄した。この新たな世界で人類に新たな未来が開かれた。だがジェネシスの出現が 新たな災難となる。同時に現れた反イザリア組織 RCS がジェネシスを利用して威嚇者を改造し、恐怖と混乱を煽ったのだ。ジェネシスが急激に広がり、感染者たちは化け物に変わり、システムも暴走してしまった。ジェネシスがイザリアの全てを破壊する。その危機に現れたのがハイパーリンカーだ。彼らはこの世界の支えとなる。旧世界の悲劇は忘れない。新たな故郷を守るため、彼らは今もなお新しい仲間を探し続けている。
行くぞ。死んだらもう痛くないから。貴様らの魂を貫く。
貴様ら
力があるからこそ自らの意志で確かな選択をできる。
グレイ、これからは君の仲間だ。依頼も俺が協力する。よろしくな。
冒険家のドロシーです。あなたの探検についていってもいいですか？
ヒーローのチームには必ず僕みたいにみんなを救うキャラクターがいるだろ。
世界を飲み込んだ吹雪の原因を知る人はいない。突如この地を襲い、全てを奪っていった。 多くの命が消えていった。その絶望に希望をもたらしたのがイザリアと霊視技術だった。資格を手に入れた人類は続々とイザリアへと入った。そして疑似政府 EOS を設立する。威嚇者を創造しイザリアは繁栄した。この新たな世界で人類に新たな未来が開かれた。だがジェネシスの出現が新たな災難となる。同時に現れた反イザリア組織 RCS がジェネシスを利用して威嚇者を改造し恐怖と混乱を煽ったのだ。ジェネシスが急激に広がり感染者たちは化け物に変わりシステムも暴走してしまった。ジェネシスがイザリアの全てを破壊する。その危機に現れたのがハイパーリンカーだ。彼らはこの世界の支えとなる。旧世界の悲劇は忘れない。新たな故郷を守るため彼らは今もなお新しい仲間を探し続けている。
行くぞ。死んだらもう痛くないから。貴様らの魂を貫く。
貴様ら
力があるからこそ自らの意志で確かな選択をできる。
グレイ、これからは君の仲間だ。依頼も俺が協力する。よろしくな。
冒険家のドロシーです。あ あなたの探検についていってもいいですか？
ヒーローのチームには必ず僕みたいにみんなを救うキャラクターがいるだろ。
世界を飲み込んだ吹雪の原因を知る人はいない。突如この地を襲い全てを奪っていった。多くの命が消えていった。その絶望に希望をもたらしたのがイザリアと霊視技術だった。資格を手に入れた人類は続々とイザリアへと入った。そして疑似政府 EOS を設立する。威嚇者を創造しイザリアは繁栄した。この新たな世界で人類に新たな未来が開かれた。だがジェネシスの出現が新たな災難となる。同時に現れた反イザリア組織 RCS がジェネシスを利用して威嚇者を改造し恐怖と混乱を煽ったのだ。ジェネシスが急激に広がり感染者たちは化け物に変わりシステムも暴走してしまった。ジェネシスがイザリアの全てを破壊する。その危機に現れたのがハイパーリンカーだ。彼らはこの世界の支えとなる。旧世界の悲劇は忘れない。新たな故郷を守るため彼らは今もなお新しい仲間を探し続けている。
行くぞ。死んだらもう痛くないから。貴様らの魂を貫く。
貴様ら
力があるからこそ自らの意思で確かな選択をできる。
グレイ、これからは君の仲間だ。依頼も俺が協力する。よろしくな。
冒険家のドロシーです。あなたの探検についていってもいいですか？
ヒーローのチームには必ず僕みたいにみんなを救うキャラクターがいるだろ。
世界を飲み込んだ吹雪の原因を知る人はいない。突如この地を襲い全てを奪っていった。多くの命が消えていった。その絶望に希望をもたらしたのがイザリアと霊視技術だった。資格を手に入れた人類は続々とイザリアへと入った。そして疑似政府 EOS を設立する。威嚇者を創造しイザリアは繁栄した。この新たな世界で人類に新たな未来が開かれた。だがジェネシスの出現が新たな災難となる。同時に現れた反イザリア組織 RCS がジェネシスを利用して威嚇者を改造し恐怖と混乱を煽ったのだ。ジェネシスが急激に広がり感染者たちは化け物に変わりシステムも暴走してしまった。ジェネシスがイザリアの全てを破壊する。その危機に現れたのがハイパーリンカーだ。彼らはこの世界の支えとなる。旧世界の悲劇は忘れない。新たな故郷を守るため彼らは今もなお新しい仲間を探し続けている。
Hello and welcome back to the Ethereal International Cup. We are going to go directly into the 8th round. Sorry for the wait, guys. But currently we are going to have some change up with the way that we're doing our scheduling, as well as the way that the tournament is progressing, just because of some technical difficulties that we've had. But saying that, we are going to go straight into the 8th round. So in just a moment, we are actually going to pull that up and show you guys the bracket. But before we do that, just remember, down below, we have RT Master, which is the new code that you guys can use to get those ethereal points. Okay, remember you can put those in either via in-game, or you can go to the YouTube comment section during the direct live stream and use the code as well. So right now we have the knockout stage for the quarterfinal, which is going to be Rice versus Wanlai, Shanghai versus Saiso, Peibao versus Timaeus, and Richards versus Virtual. Okay, obviously going forward, we're going to have 2 that are going to be eliminated, and we're going to have a final 2, which are going to progress to the final round in just a moment. But it's going to be an interesting final match. We have pretty strong competitors that are coming in right now, and going forward, this is going to be pretty crunch time for the final contenders that are going to be here moving into the finale.
Really proud of the hometown boys right here. Actually, you know, we were only a quarter of the participants, but ended up being half of the players in the elimination bracket here. So first of the matchup is going to be Rice from Shanghai and Online Taipei.
Yep.
Online, of course, our previous CTB winner.
Yep. So it's going to be a lot of experience and a lot. Well, I mean, that's actually double the pressure. That's double the pressure because you have the extra experience and you have the expectation with that experience being a veteran in the field. But I think that can work to his advantage. We've had some pretty crazy plays from his end, and I think that he can probably strategize something that's going to put him into a spot going forward to the semifinal round. We're going to have to see here after the ban pick comes out, and then going from there, we'll work our way in.
And once we get into the elimination bracket, it means that there are no more second chances.
Nope.
If you lose the best of 3, then you're just out. And remember, it's top 4 only for that prize pool.
That's correct. Remember, guys, the total prize for this tournament is 10,000 US dollars. That's 10,000 buckaroos. Those cookies are plentiful at the top of that pot right there. So it is a very demanding prize, and people are going to be super competitive to make sure that they land it, because you can spend quite a bit on a lot of things with that money.
Right, here we go into the ban picks already. Doki Doki being banned out by both players. Heinrich off the board from Online, and then we're seeing the trade between Tiamat and Ling Luo. Also, the second character being locked in here, it's not going to be Veronica. It's going to be one of the core components to the turtle comp that we've seen from Online.
Yep.
It's going to be Rahu coming out with the defenses. On the other hand, a Rez coming in from Xia, and of course, another Rez coming in also from Bayotin. So there's a very strong possibility that it is going to be the Hoya comp coming out. And on the other side for Online, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Veronica plus Hellkid as well. It's just, he's setting up all of the key components towards the turtle being set up right here. This is the dominant comp that we've seen from the sort of top players that have the most experience with the game. Of course, Hoya coming out from Rice, no surprises. You can see double res comp coming out. Most likely will be Hoya. And here's the question, is Online going to ban Tiamat, which is typically considered the highest tier pick in the meta, or is he going to ban out Hoya, who is much better supported in the comp?
Ooh, there goes one. Here we got
Hellkid being taken off the board. That means debuffs can go over. Bayotin being banned, leaving both Hoya and Tiamat. 2 monstrous carries on the side of Rice. I was very surprised about that.
It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out, because again, if you are done, you are done. There is no redos. So going into the semifinals, you have to have it together. So these guys are going to be strategizing the best possible outcome for themselves to make it into the final showdown.
Looking at this Veronica, she's going to be dealing tons of damage just through that tightening here. 3 characters coming in from Hollow, the green faction here. So taking extra damage from Veronica and dealing less in return. We've seen it from Green Tea already. That sudden burst of 20% max HP damage.
It's going to be clutch. I think he's going to try and cater that to his advantage here. But he's got to be fast with it, because we do have a setup hero that can absolutely ruin the chances of him progressing into the final round. Just because, you know, once you get killed by her, there is no coming back.
Absolutely. That Popoya being very powerful. And we're seeing Selene, one of the newer champions, Animus is coming out with the ability to lower attack damage and crit right across the board here. Got a couple Purifies on the other end, and Tiamat starting that stack already up on 5 stacks here. Is there an answer to Tiamat? That's the thing I've really wanted to see in this tournament. In previous circuits, the answer was just ban it.
Yeah.
But we haven't really seen a clear-cut answer this time around.
We're going to find out. That was a pretty big hit, to be honest, just from that one little move. Again, there still is going to be a lot of ramp up that's going to happen here because, you know, there is a very, very strong indicator that if you do let, here we go, here's the first one. Absolutely no damage taken, hardly any. So Wanlai is actually holding strong right now, and to be honest, he's already almost taken down one character, and the other ones are at roughly, we have one at like 38%, and the other two are just sitting below 80%. So it's going to be pretty clutch here to see what's going to happen. So we're going to have one almost dead, second ult, go out, critical. We got a critical, but no cigar, nothing happened. Up, dead. So Wanlai is still holding strong. He's actually reinforced his team, still at maintaining full health. We do have a transformation. Ooh, here we go. Big damage. We have the shields completely gone. Nothing more than that, though. So it's going to be very crucial and very important that he solidifies the further progression of this match going into the semifinals. He needs to make sure that this ends as fast as he possibly can. He does have the upper hand right now, and he has to consider going forward that he doesn't spend time outside of what he needs to do.
I wonder if he's going to target Sanya in some way. That's going to be the character with the res for Hoya to bring back the team to parity here in terms of character count.
He did just use the res, so going forward, if he preemptively used that res, it's going to hurt him. So we're going to see how that works out going forward.
Veronica again only has one ability on her single target, so the res is going to come in next round. This is the window to do something about it.
Yep.
It looks like the target's still going to be on Lilith, so the res is probably going to be allowed through. However, I'm just very impressed by how good this Onlai Shadow is. Selene is just such a good addition to this composition. Taking away the crit and the attack damage from the other side, it makes it so hard to get punished.
So far, it looks like that he's got it under control, but again, the longer that this match goes on, the bigger the chance that he has to have it tilted on his end. So he needs to make sure that he plays some bigger moves here, otherwise it's going to end up costing him. It's going to see, I don't know, let's see. Here comes the revive. And here we go with a revive, full back to full health. We also have a transformation up right now, so that's going to start stacking up to him. And to be honest, I think that he's starting to feel the pressure because it is no longer 3-4, it is 4-4 right now, and he does have to make sure that he's very careful moving forward that he doesn't get RNG critted and losing one of his characters that cannot be resurrected. So he's probably starting to feel it a little bit.
Wow, that assist coming in from Rahu doing 7,000 damage, and he's only on 7 Wrath stacks there, so there's a lot of potential for this Rahu to kind of clinch it out as the late game answer for Onlai. As long as he can keep this turtle going, even against a Purge Day that's been active for so long, he's holding up incredibly well.
Yeah, he's doing quite well, but we both know that in the drop of a hat, that this can absolutely turn hairy if he's not careful. So we're going to see here with this buff steal, some Wrath.
Gonna get tons of stacks of that Whale's Prayer.
Yep. It almost looks like he's trying just to do his best to make sure that he's maintaining a solid buff route, and he's trying to spread damage relatively evenly almost. But this next turn is going to be pretty important for him because I believe that she has her cooldown back for her ultimate.
Next Onlai Counter-Strike is going to be massive. There's a 3-unit action sequence coming up from him, and I think after this, Tiamat should be returning to her normal form. Yeah, and this is going to be a great window. Onlai timed this perfectly to go in onto that Tiamat and just take her out.
Let's see.
Here we go. Artisan, extra defense, and how many stacks of Wrath? That's going to be 8 stacks.
Yep.
Hand transfer defus at this point. Doesn't have his ultimate up yet, though, so just going for a single target, trying to take out Hoya's ability to res. Doesn't find the crit he was looking for.
She's got one more move until she's got back with 5. Oh, she's gone. Ooh. Well, you were asking for a counter strike or counter to Tiamat, and I think you might have one.
Yeah, just the counterattack coming in from Rahu there.
And we do have one more. Ooh, there we go. Dragon's down. Oh,
and Rice
man.
taps
And
out.
there it is. Wow, that is the first time we have ever seen both of those characters, both of those Animus on the same team and actually still lose, even after the transformation was up.
Yeah.
So that's something new that we haven't seen today. So that is a huge bonus to the playstyle and to the way that he strategized that entire game. Because I honestly thought that as soon as he had that cooldown back up, it was going to probably be pretty close to over, especially after the transformation. But he stuck it out. He managed to keep going. So that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, even with the true damage coming out from Tiamat, it wasn't really enough to shake up the composition. I feel like the dampening effect of Selene getting that shield every round to everyone on the team, the Veronica steal of the Whale Prayer also just kept everyone topped up, and the shields from Rahu, extra defenses. You know, there are a lot of these setups that aren't really obvious to the observer right here in terms of the modules and of the shells. But I think those played a part as well, just holding that phalanx together so incredibly well and not faltering at all.
Right, and so moving up next, we have the second play for the next competitors that are going to be working their way towards the semifinals. So let's take a look at who those teams are and who those players are to move in against each other. Going forward, it's going to be a little bit more clutch, to be honest with you, to see who can actually pull it out. So we're going to do, again, where it's going to be it's going to be another elimination round. We're going to have one more game between these two. If two max, if Rice tends to play a win, but if One Leg really manages to sink this one, then it's going to be him moving on to the semifinal round, and then whoever wins the other game.
It looks like a swap of characters right here. This time Rice going to go for the Lingluo, and Wong Lai going to go for the Tiamat and the Veronica. So we have the same bands, but the composition's being swapped around. Looks like Rice is going to be on the turtle side now, and the question is for Wong Lai, can his Tiamat dish out the damage?
It's going to be a different play, I think. I think both of them are going to try different strategies, just because I do believe that both of them know what's on the line here. One Eye looks pretty confident in his choice picks. He seems like he's relatively calm. Rice seems to be calculating a little bit more going into this next match, just because he knows that if he goofs up again, well, then it's out for him.
Yeah, I was very surprised how little damage he was able to land on the opposing team right there. You know, Veronica is just such a great character, stealing buffs away from you and just kind of dampening those alpha strikers that you find, like the Messiah and like the Oyen.
Yep.
This time around, again, double res composition, setting up for that Hoyen again. And from what we've seen from Online, he's actually pretty happy to just pass it over. Not too afraid of the damage if he has the turtle. But this time around, he doesn't have a healer on the team, so maybe he bans the Hoyen this time?
It's very possible.
And we do have one of the Chakis being selected. Offensive support. Shada does benefit a lot from having a lot of buffs on her. Or is he going to go for Messiah? So the lock-in is going to be on Messiah. And taking a look at the bans here, is actually going to be Rahu banned out. No defenses. Taking away one of the cornerstones of the sort of turtling strategy here.
Who do we got on his team? He's really taking his time thinking about it.
So many threats here. Veronica, Tiamat, Hellkid.
Messiah? I don't know if I would have picked Messiah, do you?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would have picked that one. It is the strongest burst damage, but with double healers, I feel like you can wade through that.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to find out.
Right, we're taking this one from Rice's perspective here.
Yep.
Action bar is going to start off with Hellkid getting immunity across the board for Wong Lai. Doesn't matter that much for Rice. He's mainly about self buffs, so doesn't have that much debuffs to throw anyway. What's very scary is just the amount of damage that this Hoya is already taking just from random AoE, down to half HP already. Sanya finds a big full heal onto Hoya. And then we have Selene, a central core piece of online strategy so far, just dampening the attack and crit. It's going to be completely canceled out by Linglo, as we've seen many times before. And just in terms of the scaling, what can match that Tiamat? That's kind of the big question here. You have double healers and 2 reses, but Tiamat is Tiamat at the end of the day.
Ooh, almost. What do you think? I don't know. We have a double ultimate going in. Oh my goodness, he almost took her out, but he did do a trade. So this is going to be very, very clutch. I don't even know. There is a res coming out, so he has to be very careful. It doesn't look like One Knight has a very good defense to this right now. I think he's going to struggle, and if maybe he can pull out a win, that'll solidify his spot in the semifinals. But if not, he has to do one more.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the action bars right here. We're seeing Sanya already targeting the Tiamat. Don't think he can finish him off before that 8th stack hits here.
We're gonna find out.
Hoya has 1 action. Oh no, Tiamat actually overtook Hoya after Selene.
Oh,
The attack
there
speed
she
buff.
goes. Wow. There's a revive. There's 1 more action left.
Actually uses the heal over time. Very interesting. Saving the Tiamat transformation. Just knowing that the shield's going to keep her there. That's a ballsy move.
Yeah, it is.
You get 30% max HP heal when you transform, but still, it's kind of hard to see why he's choosing to wait and line something up.
Well,
Maybe
he
it's
could
the
be.
cooldown.
There's the stun right there that could prevent that from going into a kill. So maybe he might be able to pull one out right as the transformation comes up. We're gonna have to see right now. And there's the transformation. So he got some big damage coming up. Wow! Instantly shut down. And the revive is down if I'm not mistaken.
And she gets to go again.
And here we go. This is gonna be. This is where the damage is gonna start sinking in real heavy for everybody. Yeah, I think One Knight kind of knew what he was doing. That ballsy move is starting to play out. Is paying off, I think.
I'm really wondering how they build their characters. It does feel like in terms of the items or the modules, there might be some difference in the character builds here.
Absolutely.
It does feel like the Tiamat online side, it's a lot harder.
Absolutely, absolutely.
2 stuns going down here as well.
AoE damage again, and there it is. Another kill going in. It looks like she's going to try and pull out a clinch revive, maybe, but I don't know if they can hold on for very long. He is absolutely topped off from 0 to 100, and there is only 2 left for Rice. We're going to see how he tries and holds out here, but I don't know. I think that for this next AoE, it's going to be clutch. I think it's going to be over here in a second.
Yeah, the question is...
There's a revive,
Yep.
but is it going to matter? Because he's going to 1-0 her again. He's going to bring her back, and then, yeah. Well, we're going to find out.
Right, finally should go back to normal Tiamat, but her job is done. That was so beautifully calculated. Had 1 extra stack of Bloodthirst to get that additional Purge Day ultimate off.
Yep. So she's got 3 more rounds now, and currently it looks like it almost looks like Rice is just trying to milk it out. To be honest with you, I don't know if he's trying to let him. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like he's really just buying time because the damage is down, and realistically, if he can res again before that happens, before he gets all 8 stacks, he could literally try to string this one out, because if the damage is there, maybe he could pull this off. But again, that's a stretch. I'm reaching.
Yeah, we haven't seen this Hoya do much damage across the board right here. Shielding value for Veronica is still up. You have the debuffs coming in from Selene. I feel like Rice is fighting for his tournament life. This is an elimination match. If he goes down here, it's bye-bye. 1 step away from getting a
The
prize
next
pool.
revive.
Feels so bad, so I can understand him hanging on here.
Yep. Let's see what he's got. He's gonna go for another stun. Yep. He landed the stun, so he's probably gonna try to go in for another kill. So we do have an AoE damage. Got buffs. She's going to go for another revive. There it is. Oh, she brought the support back.
Oh, just trying to chain supports into an attrition win.
Looks like it.
T-Mac going once again, 7,000 damage across the board.
And we're at 5 stacks right now, 3 more to go until he's back in a dragon form.
Linglo should be going down here, so there's going to be 2 characters that need rezzing. Right, next action step is Selene. Single target damage. Oh, ult going through. Is it enough? No, and Linglo is still alive.
Oh, there she goes. There she goes. There she goes. So we got 1 down, 1 left. Buff steal. Yep, there's the forfeit. One Lie brings it out with the victory, and Rice has folded. So at the end of the day, look at that. He's so grateful, so happy. He is moving 1 step closer to the semifinal in the final round, but congratulations to you. And wow, what a play.
He is so jubilant about that. Secures himself at least a $1,000 cash prize.
Minimum.
Minimum going into it. And he did that with style. I think there's something that we're not seeing between the characters right here. I think better builds going into it.
That's a big part of strategy too, is that's the difference between somebody who's a champion and somebody who has experience and someone who just likes to play the game, and that's what we just saw. Because like we said, in his previous win that he just had, man, I honestly thought with a build and a stack up like that, it would have been a one-sided match, but he managed to pull it off and didn't really take too much damage. And then again in the second match, man, that was completely one-sided as well. Like he ramped it all the way up and just cleaned house. So good for you. Congratulations. That was remarkable.
Yeah, we really saw the flip-in strategy. You know, one side going for the Hoyin, the other side going for the Tiamat. And even when the Tiamat was flipped through, it always felt like Online had the upper hand here. So, if we get to interview him, we're definitely going to ask him about his secrets on his build.
For sure.
And how that turtle held up so incredibly well for throughout the entire tournament.
It would be very interesting to see what he says about how he managed to build such a strong defense so that even after that ramp up on the opposing side happened to be at the very top, he realistically took almost no damage at all.
Yeah, I want to see his counter versus Ho Yen. We've seen this character be such a menace throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
Being able to res and all of that, but this time around, it didn't feel like she did anything. She kind of killed herself with the ultimate.
Absolutely.
The damage barely went through, and, just became kind of like a res pit for Senya.
For sure. I think going forward, we're going to have to see some more of what these other people, the other contenders, are going to have to put out, because the strategy, I think, is going to have to change in kind of tandem to what we just saw with One Lie, because he's becoming a little bit, I wouldn't say more aggressive, but he's investing more in actual strategy. He seems to be playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers, if that makes sense. The analogy where, you're 2 steps ahead at all times because you're preemptively thinking about what they're going to do, and just based on that, it really shows with the way that his gameplay panned out for him. So, and that's ultimately what put him into the final bracket for the semifinals and landed him that minimum $1,000 prize. So, again, coming up, we're going to have even more of that with the secondary teams that are going to be fighting for the final placement of the semifinals. And then after that, we're going to have the face-off for the grand prize of $5,000. That's a hefty prize, man.
Yeah.
That's a hefty prize.
I believe we're just waiting for the other groups to kind of finish off, because we had a very, very quick one-sided matchup coming in as a win from Online. And, as I was talking about at the start of the day, this is kind of his play style. Even in the previous CPT, this was his preferred ban pick. He had Linglo very early on into the draft, and he was going up against a lot of these sort of like Doki Alpha Strike compositions.
Yeah.
Was able to hang on here, and he's really building like kind of these tank compositions in a lot of different ways. I believe this is another matchup that's currently happening in the round of 8. Let's take a look at it. Zhangtai versus Saiso here.
Saiso with a first win, and we're playing from the perspective of Zhangtai.
So this does seem to be a replay of the same round here, round of 8.
Yep.
We're going to have a Hoya res comp against Tiamat. So very similar Very similar kind of compositions coming out here.
It looks like it's a one-off-one.
Yeah, I do like the addition of Viper in these compositions. We've seen so many times that Hou-Yen without enough attack buffs actually isn't all that scary. Of course, Viper falling down to less than 200 HP coming in. Law's going to go with a big debuff across the board. Viper finally goes down, and there is a res from Sanya, but we're going to have to take a while to see how long that cooldown is going to be. Just moving through the actions right here. Okay, and strike prep going in again from Lenya. Tiamat, can she clutch this through? Oh yeah, on one sliver of health. This is going to be a massive ult coming down. Does extra damage based on her missing HP, but Rahu, unfazed, undazed, stands still with his pipe in hand like nothing ever happened. Big crit coming down across the board. Rahu finally finds crit, take down Hou-Yen, and then we're on a 3v3. Still a lot of res stacks here coming in on Beiyou. So if Beiyou gets her ultimate off, res. Oh, there we have it. After the action, takes one stack. The Underworld Bloom, and Hou-Yen goes down again, but there's still plenty of stacks here. Very similar scene that we've been witnessing across the games here. It's kind of the same character again and again, and I believe I might be going on a solo cast so far, as Tony has some business to attend to here. Yo, hey guys, since it's only me here, I'm going to be your caster and color caster at the same time. I'm going to take it easy. We're going to just enjoy the rest of the games in a more lighthearted manner. I don't have to care if Tony doesn't have anything to say or if he wants to butt in or not. So let's go. It's a Clement show. We're taking it to the end. Find out who is going to be the FCI champion. Saiso versus Shanghai. Saiso, excuse me. Big crit going down. Hou-Yen dies for the third time. And I'm confirmed I am saying goodbye to Tony, so it's going to be the solo cast till the end. All right, let's see. Sanya here. Auto attack. It does seem like we're in a pretty big stalemate at this point. Oh yeah, now reviving for the fourth time. Oh boy. So, from what we asked in production, there actually is a 100 round limit, not a 50 round. I suggested bringing out a 50, but it's gonna be 100. Now Hou-Yen finally takes down Sanya here, the only res on the side of Shanghai. That should mean that with Underworld Blooms here, slowly and surely, Saiso is going to win this game. Just infinite res is going down on that Hou-Yen. Such a crazy character. This is why the combo is being banned so often. Rahu gets another kill, but does it even matter? I really feel like he needs to try to get a kill on this bait. This base support. That's a 6 res I've seen so far, and we're still going on. Well, Prayer going through. Same rotation, Kloss again. At least it's a 4v2, so we should be closing in on the end here. Life Leech on Hou-Yen, proccing. 4,000 damage. Counter strike coming in from Rahu. And Tiamat's been in purge mode for a long time, but it doesn't seem to have mattered. This crit strike could finally end things. Still going on with 3v3. They probably coming out with another res soon. Oh boy, the supports are just going wild in this game. I mean, at some point, this is just a meat grinder. All right, finally, Shanghai down to just one character. Bayotin is down, but so is Tiamat coming out of that ultimate form. Linglol getting one heal off. There is no reses left. Claws activates the spell, her shell, and actually stays alive here. I don't think Tiamat can finish a 1v1 though. I don't think you can actually finish off Hoyen in 4 rounds. Whale Prayer also comes through, but Xiangsai's not giving up. This is his tournament life on the line. He's holding it steady. 3v1 here. Not about to give up. But I think we all know what is going to happen in this game. There's just no chance that you can take out Hoyen with 2 supports and a healer. And finally, she gets it through. That's going to be Saiso. Moving on towards the semifinals. Well played, well played. Xiangsai, the Shanghai champion, falling down here. And welcome back to the Clement Show. This is Etheria Restart, our FCI tournament, and I believe what has happened is we have gone over the clock by quite some time, and Tony had something to deal with. So it's just going to be me and you left in this broadcast. I hope everyone's had a wonderful journey so far, and I hope the tournament has made you more interested in Etheria Restarts and the RTA Arena. For me, it's been really, really fun. I've been enjoying the character design quite a bit here. You know, that's really what got me interested in kind of checking out this game. I've always wanted to go in game designing, and the thing I felt about Etheria Restart's character design is they might have a lot of different parts of the kit, but they're all centered around a very focused profile. You know, you have a lot of these gacha games where the characters kind of branch off in many different directions. There's a debuff here, a buff there. But for most of the 41 characters, I honestly only started like memorizing most of these characters within the last 2 days. And I was able to memorize most of what they do just because the character profiles are so well done. You can instantly tell what each of them does and put them in a strategical context of your choosing and make them actually shift what they do. So they have a very clear core identity, and then you can find different ways to kind of support that. And that's what I found really attractive about this game. You know, the character models are really, really nice. The gameplay is smooth, and the character designs are something to really emulate, I think. You know, I always kind of wanted to build a game kind of like this, but after seeing someone do it already better, maybe I'll spend more time in this universe. Most of the times I cast other strategic games, slower paced games. I'm kind of getting up there in my age. Used to love high mechanical battle games, but these days strategic role-play games are really fun. I'm waiting on production to tell me what is happening right now. I actually do not have a very clear idea. It does seem like everyone is leaving. So I'm gonna be with you till the end though. So chat, don't worry. Even though you might not have Tony, you're gonna have me. I'm just gonna stay around. Might need to pop another energy drink, but I'll be here. And hopefully someone will tell me what's happening. Okay, so finally, let's see. We are moving on to the semifinals between Online and Saiso. And on the other side, Peibao and Richards. So 3 of the Taipei members actually going into the semifinals. I couldn't be more proud, you know. These kids in Taipei, they're absolutely amazing at gaming. And we are broadcasting from an esports club in a university. So everything fits. And we will be going to the best of 3. Again, a reminder, the finals is going to be a best of 5. So I really want to see Online versus Saiso. I think this is the matchup that I'm most interested in. We had a lot of like stall out strategies coming out, and Saiso I think had some of the more interesting strats as well earlier on. Unfortunately, it does look like Virtual, who was my co-caster for most of this year, did drop out. He had the most interesting strategies. The only one to utilize Chloros so far in this tournament, but doesn't look like he's found any success so far. And, you know, going to the best of 3, I wonder if we're going to get that Peibao versus Onglai. Rematch again of the CTV3 tournament held in Taipei right here. A lot of the characters that we're looking at, I think Doki was kind of the most banned out of them. And we're going to be taking a look at Peibao versus Richards. The two players that definitely know each other, come from the same scene here, Taipei. I love that. Peibao still having a lot of energy to power through the tournament. It's been a long time, ladies and gentlemen, but we are going to get a conclusion. We are nearing the end. Peibao, Richards, heading into the ban pick phase. All right. So Peibao, from what I know, was willing to play a bit more of the tempo side of the game. One of the strategies I liked a lot was the D-Ting Lily plus Doki combination. You had the Twin Shadow onto the D-Ting, give her extra crit damage, and when he goes over 100% crit, the excess crit chance actually converts to crit damage as well. So you were able to get one-shots on a lot of the characters throughout the pool. And that was like, I feel like that's a flavor that so far we haven't been finding so far. We've had 20-minute matches, but not enough one-shots. The only one-shots I think we had was in Green Tea's matchups where we saw the double ban on Lingluo and Sanya coming in. So hopefully we get some fast matches here. I would prefer them. Don't think the buses are running here anymore, but let's go on. And we're just waiting for them to enter the ban pick phase. So I think it does mean that the other matchup is going to be Onglai versus Saiso coming in here. 3 Taipei players, 1 from EU. And just looking at my production to see what's happening. And they're just telling me, hang in there, buddy. So I guess it's just me and chat coming in. Chat, please let me know how much you've been enjoying this game and what you think of it so far. Again, just to remind everyone, we are still in closed beta phase, so you know, a lot of the things are not final. I do think they'll probably pick up the game pace quite a bit, and I wonder like how you guys feel about like you know, 4v4 player-centric, PvP-centric role, like turn-based RPG. That's a mouthful to kind of go through, but it's always been one of my dreams to kind of delve through that. I have a gaming history of a lot of these gachas games as well, where you kind of build characters and try to build teams like that. I just feel like the fun thing about gachas is you kind of take what the game gives you and you try to build the best out of it. No, I'm not saying don't spend, but like I actually feel like spending money on gachas typically is sort of degrading of your experience, because the more funds you put in the game, the more direction you can actually pick yourself. You're going into the tier list, you're just picking the best, but when you're on your own, you have to find your own path. And that's what I always loved about gachas. I feel like it's a very close metaphor for how life is. You know, you don't always get to spawn in and decide how many resources you have. But that is all I'm going to say about life stories. We are going into game, and the ban picks are done. Blind bans from both sides. Peibao coming in with the Dorothy and the Veronica ban. Tiamat first pick, as expected. On the other side for Richards, Doki and Lily being the pre-bans here. So a lot of the rotators already off the board. We're going to see Heinrich, which has been such a great character. The block and the anti-heal being huge across the board. And also taking the Lingluo here. So key pieces already getting collected by Richards. On the other hand, we have seen this ban pick before. Sanya, Rez, AoE heal being selected. Fits into a lot of different compositions. Viper going to come out, counter-attacker and dispeller coming in. So a lot of different directions that this could be taken in here. I feel like these are some of the most flexible characters across the board. We have seen some great Heinrich action with Kraken, Oboe, we saw earlier today, where you just prevent them from putting up buffs, especially defensive buffs, and then you just blow them up with a good chance roll coming in from your AoE stuns. That could be a strategy here, or just anti-heal, speeding the game up is a great way to play it. And, you know, it's a really uneven field at this point, because one side has Lingluo, the other side has to deal with anti-heal. So it feels like the pieces fit really nicely for Richards, but I'm not sure where Peibao is going to find the immunity. Okay, there we go. if you have the immunity first, then you can block out onto the, well, you can block out the block. As difficult as that is to say. Use the Shroud Barrier. And then Hoya going to be the pickup, kind of expected when you see Xia here. And for Richards, what is the last pick going to be? As we've seen in many games, if you can turtle out, you don't even really need a dedicated carry. We're just trying to piece together what would be perfect fit for this composition. Okay, so some Alpha Strike potentials here. Messiah being selected and Heinrich being banned out by Peibao. Now it's Richard's turn to decide which piece he's going to take away. I was Trentor just taking away Tiamat. Just so annoying to deal with if she's built on equal footing. But no, it's actually going to be Hell Kid. So both sides are going to be more susceptible to debuffs coming in this one. Okay, now we're going to have the start of the fight. Alright, just starting off with an AoE hit across the board here. Stacking up on that Serpent's skin. Allows him to throw out counterattacks more often. And we're seeing the setting up coming out. Holding on to the ultimate as healer. You definitely want that for res. On the other hand, Lilith coming in with the stun. So she does put 2 stacks of Grievous Mischief on one of the units, and she can follow up on that. All right, let's see where the follow-up is going to land, if she's going to decide to just get the stun or get the AoE slow. Okay, it's going to be the AoE slow here. And, you know, thinking about the overall strategy of the game, I really like looking at what the stacking potential for each of these teams have. You know, Rahu is always one of them. Rahu with a lingual combo, kind of the most dreaded combo that can stay in the fight forever. On the other hand, a very quick Bloodthirster stack here on his side for Peibao. And Tiamat is off to the races. 15 stacks of Bloodthirst. Be dealing AoE damage based on her HP. So if Richards can withstand this, he can probably withstand anything, but I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, Messiah goes down in one hit. The crit goes through. And there is no res on the side of Richards. So Peibao off to a great start. Again, going to get dispels down across the board. Taking away some of that immunity. Another ultimate coming through again. Stacking up the damage. Now it's Richards' turn to get some revenge. Put 8,000 damage onto the Tiamat, but it's really not enough. Tiamat most likely just going to heal herself back up. She can access that Q ability again. Zion's coming through, 4v3. And Dispel's going to be coming as well from Viper. Peibao playing very confidently. Knows that she's not even that far from losing a Hoya. Doesn't even need to consider the revive potential. Just going to use that as an AoE heal. Viper going into Rahu. Rahu being silenced as well. Not able to access his full suite of abilities. Only on 5 Wrath stacks. It's looking really bad for Richards. Messiah has always been, I don't know, I've always felt this character is very, very risky. It feels like, at least in this tournament setting, there just hasn't been enough pieces to put together alpha strikes, and we've seen too many, you know, debuff takers like Viper and Selene and Veronica being around here to prevent that Messiah from going off. So Richards loses his main carry pretty early on into the game. Everything just kind of snowballs from there. Tiamat gets procced. Very surprised as Tiamat doesn't get banned. He chose to ban the Heinrich instead. It'd be really good if we could see all the damage being dealt by the characters. Oya takes a stun from Lilith. There's no damage coming through on the other end here. Huge amount of damage going through, and I think this is just a matter of time. So we're just waiting for the game to kind of finish off. I think Richards is taking his time to kind of plot his next moves in the next games. And in the meantime, just a reminder, RTA Master. Put that into your game console, get some pulls. Finally, we do see Richards. Does tap out there. Very unfortunate game plan coming in from him. So he was able to hold on steady early, was able to withstand a lot of those purge days, but Hoya out of nowhere gets a big crit onto Messiah, takes the main carry off the board, and the rest of it is just cleaning house. 3 supports left together, huddled in the cold and the rain, just like I am in Taipei right now. I do have a roof above me, but you know the cold is starting to seep through. It's getting late here, and yeah, congratulations to Peibao for getting that game 1 into the bag. One more game, and she moves on to the grand final for $5,000 on the line. So if I'm looking at that game, I feel like if you're going for a more defensive game plan, especially picking up like Rahu and Lingluo, I feel like you need to commit to the turtle. Messiah was not a piece that really fit that puzzle, and unfortunately, I think that was the way the cookie crumbled. You know, Richards gets his main damage dealer taken off. The rest of the sustain package doesn't have anyone to cover, and that was that. Messiah definitely a champion, an Animus that can be taken out quite easily without the invincibility. All right, now we go into game 2. Doki now left off onto the board for Richards. Let's stack that one up right. And we have Tiamat, Dorothy, Lily, and Lingluo being banned here. Tri-key being selected. Attack buff, speed buff, also prevents people from tampering with their strike preparedness. Strike prep. Strike prep is so hard to say, man. I've been saying that wrong the entire day. Strike prep. Then Doki Doki. Oh, going for the S tier picks here. Veronica. What's going to be the protected pick? It's going to be Rahu. Alright, so we still have 1 healer on the board left. Wonder if that's going to be taken up. Oyen being selected by Peibao. And of course, Bayoting. We've seen that combo. The infinite res Oyen. Once you don't have enough damage to clear the enemy board, then she just comes back again and again. We've seen a Hoyen die 7 times in a row and still just triumph to the win. So this is putting a lot of pressure on Richards. He needs to get some damage on his board here. Some really good burst damage. This isn't exactly a burst unit, and I do think Sanya is more of a takeaway. Just making sure that it isn't the double res archetype being selected by Peibao. Peibao probably needs another buffer here. Oh, it's going to go for the Alpha Strike team. Messiah being selected. So 2 pure carry characters here. Taiki just making sure that they cannot be tampered with. Their actions. On the other side, we are going to be taking a look at Richard's final composition. Okay, so we have the start of the game here. Action advance coming in, so he's going to have a 2-action lead. Probably just the buff going across. Getting that Underworld flower in play. Making sure the res is there. On the other side for Richards, some debuffs coming through. Shielding happening. I will say, when we've seen these type of compositions, it is a race of attrition. So Shallow Grave coming in. No burst damage is gonna take out any of these characters. Cannot go below 1 HP. Never mind about 1 HP, barely breaks the shield anyway. Alright, Messiah goes in. Let's see how much damage he's going to be able to accomplish here. Procs most of the shells. It's all in all not that much damage, actually. Okay, Sanya, you know, confident enough to use a non-res heal across the board. Rahu going in for some defense buffs. Lots of crit damage. Oh yeah, I believe that was a death into an auto-proc ultimate. So there is going to be a small timing window that she can be taken out. And another action advance coming in from Beotin. Right, it seems like Peibao is just trying to focus down onto Sanya, who is the only res character here. Smart choice coming in. Oya dies again. So Beotin's there. Does have Underworld Flower. So at the end of her turn, she's going to be able to res. Right, here we go. This is the sort of grindy playstyle that we've been seeing throughout the day. Lots of heals from Sanya. But Rahu going to be able to take her out. Oyen out once more. So at least from the games that we've seen so far, Max, Sustain, and Stall does kind of win out against double carry. Feels like there's just a threshold that offensive characters just can't push through at some point. And it does seem like we're getting the exact same script this time. Richard is going to take this one in style and make the game one game apiece. Very well done. Honestly, when characters are evenly matched in terms of their builds and the way that these players are in their understandings, I feel like the Stall team is kind of going to win out. They are playing with maxed out characters at this point, but the builds is still up to the players themselves, so they can kind of customize the modules and shells and what they want to build. You know, some players have definitely, I think, definitely had a lot more experience building than others, so that has made a difference. If you're wondering why some of the characters seem so much tougher or like better in some certain player hands, it's definitely because of the sort of invisible builds that are happening behind the screen right there. So at least when we're evenly matched, we're on the semifinals, everyone's build should be about equal quality. Then it does seem like the Stall comps tend to win out here. We haven't really been seeing the Messiah work out. Whoever's picked Messiah has actually lost the match so far. Game 3. This is do or die for Peibao and Richards. Doki once again is banned. Veronica taken off the board, so no buff stealing for you. And let's see what Peibao goes for. Tiamat. Good old Tiamat. Alright, Richards hiding his face in his hand right now. What are the counters? I don't think you can let Tiamat run around with Linglua. He probably needs to secure it, take it off the board now. You know, when you look at Tiamat's kit, it could be good or bad, but the fact that she has 16,000 HP when everyone only has 10, it's really the reason for her strength here. Okay, so Heinrich and Linglua being selected. Okay, as I expected, I don't think you can allow Linglua Tiamat combo to go through. It's way too powerful. The next healer on board, Xia, gonna be snatched up by Peibao, and this is the protected slot here. Not be banned away. We go with Viper. Okay. Using a protected slot for an SR. Interesting. Trying to equal the field. Nobody gets buffs. I'll block yours. And Peibao's going to steal mine, so Dispel. Next 2 picks coming out from Richards. Rahu. Such an amazing character. So, at least from everything I've seen so far, there is no anti-shielding in this game. There is defense down, there's no anti-shielding, so if you get that with, I believe the 5th pick is just going to be Hellkid, if Richards can find it. Oya being selected for Peibao. And we're down to the last pick for both players. Taking a lot of time here. Okay, Hellkid has to be denied. Yeah, I think that has to be done here. Totally agree with that one. For Richard, he only has 2 parts of the trifecta in this Stall composition. But is it going to be Selene? Okay, so we've kind of seen the Stall comp, like, there's 4 critical pieces, at least from the players coming out of Taipei. It seems like they have the very similar amount of reads. And if I'm looking at the compositions right here, I'm going to say I favor Richard's composition. Once again, he has more of the stall components in there, less of the carry components. We're going to start off with Hellkid, getting a big shroud across the board, suppress immunity. Richards, of course, doesn't have that much debuff. Oh, actually, Selene does have a lot of debuff, so it's going to be kind of tricky to remove this immunity here. Go. Origami. I'm going to have to look up what that does. I think it's an attack buff. But you typically see the Echo version a lot more. Tiamat going in. Big AoE with 2 stacks of Bloodthirst. And Haru off to the races. We are seeing Tiamat starting to take a bit of damage while Richards is completely topped off. And as my prediction goes, stall is the name of the game. Alright, Hoyin's first ultimate's going to come through. This is going to be a full HP ult. Let's get Selene about half HP and procs the shell. Another shield coming in. Don't expect much of these HP totals to be moving until we get to maybe even round 20. And then Viper with the Dispel. Alright, the buffs are failing to stack right here. Chikai, a healer with Origami Guardian. That's a defensive buff. Another ult again, going across the team. And we're just waiting for those stacks to build up on this Rahu. Oh. Got a good chunk of the team down here. A very grindy game. Extremely grindy. I really wish... I want to see Hoya burst someone down here. Okay, it's finally her turn. Auto attack. 3,700 damage. Alright, things are starting to stick. I think Tiamat might have a chance here. Of course, AoE heal can come through. Whale Prayer as well. Wrath going up to 8 stacks. It's going to start transferring debuffs over to the enemy. Viper with another Dispel. And yeah, I'm just waiting for Rahu and Tiamat to build up. Someone give me like a fast forward button here. Would really appreciate it. Tiamat actually falling dangerously low. I don't think the res potential is going to come in for Hoya at all. So if Tiamat just dies, as she does just drop here, Selene tags her with the AoE and she falls down. No damage being dealt and not the ability to actually enter into a Bloodthirst, into her Purge form either. Shielding is just way too much damage. As we said about the meta, stall is the name of the game. My prediction holds true. Resist going through. A lot of debuffs at this time. Can Hoyin kind of bring this back? That's the only chance for Peibao at this point. We've seen Hoyin clutch it out before. But her damage does not actually scale. She needs to find other sources of buffs or just be really low HP and find a great ultimate. Those are difficult conditions to complete. That's block damage coming through. And I think we're just coming in for a slow bleed out on the side of Peibao. The Tiamat didn't seem as well built. Spent a lot of HP, of her own HP, but wasn't able to deal that much damage to the other side, and hence wasn't able to get that much Bloodthirst stacks. Yeah, so I assume like if you're just damaging shields, you don't actually advance your stacks. Good mechanic to be aware of. Selene just going in again. Oh, this is really painful on the side for Peibao. So far, yet so close. Or maybe it's the other way around. So close yet so far. Nearly was going to be able to find that rematch with Online. And just for you guys that are, you know, catching the stream outside of Taipei, online actually means pineapple. It's also a fruit that symbolizes luck. Some cultural knowledge for you. And we do have to tap out from Peibao. That is going to be Richards moving on to the grand finals. A very close matchup here. It's 2-1 in his favor. Messiah kind of being the the scapegoat of this series, losing both of the matches early on, and the stall comp winning out in all instances here. So congratulations to Richard S. He is going to be the first one to move on, and maybe, perhaps, there's already someone waiting for him on the other end. It's either going to be Online or Saiso coming in. So, ladies and gentlemen, who do you think is going to be our first FCI champion here? Is it going to be Richards with the stall, or is it going to be Online with even a stallier stall? There are only... Actually, there's only one option here, but I really hope that they're saving something for the grand finals. That would be my hope. You know, we have 41 champions here, and to my knowledge, a lot of them still have not been picked up right here. I'm a huge fan of Floros coming in once again just to save the day, shut down single carries, even though a lot of these teams are not running any carries at all. What else could there be? You know, I actually really want to see a DOT team come out. Those are always my favorite, you know. When you think about stacking long game plans, what's better than true damage and burst to counter heal? You probably need a lot of setup to get that done. Probably need a ban Lingluo, but perhaps it's doable. We also saw Lian actually win a game as well. So some interesting strategies coming out, potentially. And Saiso also one of the SR explorers. I think that's a kind of a fun thing. Always nice to see in gacha games when when players can kind of turn to less traveled paths. And we're going to be taking a look at the other side of the semifinals. So Saiso and Online, one apiece. Taking a look at the compositions right here. This game has been going on for a while because those Doki stacks are getting higher. We're going to the moon with these stacks. 10 stacks across the board here. Another really solid composition. 3 Reason characters on one end. So Viper is actually going to be dealing a lot of damage with those counterattacks. All right, Lily casting buffs with AoE. Increasing the CD durations across the board. Lily has to be one of the most disruptive characters in the game. Just like getting one extra CD turn on Twin Shadow, or like skipping the CD entirely while slowing everyone down. Very difficult to deal with. So we're seeing Online coming out ahead of the attrition war. As we can see, the shielding here. Double shielding from Hellkid and Veronica. And then 2 buffs that are just going to go higher and higher on the side. We saw Green Tea just win out with Veronica AoE as well. Remove 20% HP. There is still 2 healers on Saiso, so don't worry, this game isn't going to end anytime soon. Doki Doki also going in for a little bit of stacks right there. Wow, that crit damage actually really stacking up. 5,000 across the board. Question here is, do you hold on to the revive? It doesn't look like it was necessary. Single target heal is enough. Viper coming in with the Dispel. The immunity blocks that one off. Actually, only Hellkid losing most of the stacks here. And Veronica going in for a little bit more damage. I'm just waiting for Lingluo to kind of reset the game here. Dorothy, Life Leech. Really nice way to circumvent not having a healer on the team. A lot of different ways you can play, and yep, there comes the reset. CD reduction. I'm just trying to find the scaling element that's going to allow Saiso to kind of come back into this. So far, it does look like the attrition war is just going to be won on the side of Online. If Hellkid goes down, maybe something happens That's kind of the target we're seeing right here. Two odd characters trying to pummel onto him. Alright, but the shield's going to come through. And he also has Life Leech, so probably heals to full already. The spell takes one Life Leech off. And that's the AoE damage that we're talking about. Oh, it's going to be a long game, folks. I feel like Richard S. is going to be waiting for quite a while on the final stage. All right, and we're kind of back to full at this point. Just another reminder, get RTA Master into your game console. Or put it in Twitch chat. I feel like if you, remember if you put your UID in Twitch chat, then I think rewards will be sent. Silence coming down on Hellkid. A lot more rounds going through. And just a reminder, if you guys are playing the game actually, and you're playing it in Challenger mode, then you can actually speed up the game ×3. I think this is like a ×2 speed up. I typically play on ×3 as well. I was given access to the test server. Made some really cool spreadsheets for you guys. You can go to Zoka's Discord, put them over there. Want to give back to the community. You guys are amazing. And hopefully we'll have a winner before I fall asleep here. Oh, okay, we got a stun. We're moving somewhere. Let's go. Oh, prayer. Back. Oh, Hellkid's dead. Goodbye. All right, how? Okay, I'm not even sure how that happened. But Doki Doki able to stack up enough times. 12 stacks. Hellkid goes down. Honglai might be seeing his chances slip away at this point. 4v3. Shield coming back in, but there's not going to be any immunity left. Dorothy? Alright, that Lily skin is amazing. Typically she's kind of in purple, but I kind of like the black and white. It has a regal feeling to it. Veronica's like, oh wow. I've actually never looked at the back of Veronica for this long. Really nice. She has like a sundial wheel thing, 3 wings. Switches to the front part, and also like the withered roses aesthetic. Right, Dorothy, try to keep this life leech going. Ultimate goes through, barely any damage, steals some buffs, so they're gonna still have life leech plus the whale thing to keep everyone topped off. I'm just so surprised, even with the main damage dealer and like immunity shield going down, Honglai's composition is still like, you know what? We'll take it another 30 rounds. No problem. Okay, I vastly prefer the one-shot meta. At least there were some cool combos going in. And some nice dice rolls. Doki Doki's falling kind of low though. Alright, there seems to be a target focus on Doki. Data stream, CD reduction. It's gonna have the res anyway. I don't know, I think he's... Okay, so I understand what Olin is trying to do. He's trying to take everyone down in one hit. So he's getting all the HBR bars low. If he can use the W ability on Veronica, get a 2-for-1. I think that's the game plan here. Because if you just focus Doki, then Sanya just brings her back anyway. I'm still not sure how Hellkid died. Probably some crits coming in. The typing's not terrific against a double odd comp. Okay, Shallow Grave being stolen. Alright, I'm pretty sure we might be close to 100 rounds. I think 100 rounds actually passes a lot faster than people think it does. Okay, as production's coming over, I'm gonna ask them if 100 rounds is coming up, because so far this game has been going on for at least 15 minutes. Okay, production's checking. It might come down to HP totals. That's gonna be really exciting. This is actually gonna be the first time today that they finally just say, okay, guys, you had your fun, but it's gone on too long. And I'm not sure, but I think at HP totals it's possible to win a 3v4. Oh, there's the W I was talking about. Taking everyone down low. And he has a CD reduction. He's lined this up perfectly. Come on, Olai, take us to the finals. Ling Luo doesn't have the mass AoE heal. Is this finally a setup we've been looking for? The Twin Shadows into the CD reduction. Hayaku from Dorothy. Please get me out of here. CD reset coming in. Finally down to a 3v3. All right, here comes the W. There we go. 2 more down for Wong Lai. It was all about the setup. That's what I said he was going to do. He's taking everyone down on low at the same time. W for multi-kills, and the battle finally ends. Online moves on to the finals. Let's go. I met Online earlier today at the washroom, and he was like, ah, God, I was defeated. But he still finds himself all the way back into the finals. Our CBT3 Taipei winner now moving on to face Richard S. 2 players that have practiced and known each other for a while now are going to have to walk into the finals, but only one of them is going to come out. Richard S., Summoner's War player from the regionals in APAC, and on the other side, Wong Lai, you know, of course, the champion from our final CBT. That was a long, grueling game, but we could see the setup, the thought process here from Wong Lai. He couldn't just pick them off one by one because the res would come through. He needed to take everyone down low at the same time. He was able to use a Twin Shadow CD gimmicks to kind of reset Veronica over and over again, and finally find the action sequence where he could string in enough actions before there were any reactions from the other side. So even in a 3v4 situation where he lost a Hell Kit earlier on, was still able to pull through. That was quite an impressive feat coming in from Wong Lai. Good stacking ability right there, and we're just waiting for the final setup here. It is going to be 2 players from Taipei going up against each other. Veronica is just such a beast. I think Veronica allows you to get over so many different scenarios. If you don't have healing, just steal their buffs. Steal their HOT. You don't have damage amp, why not steal theirs? Works perfectly well. You need AoE, HP percent, just removes it. Perfect. So, yeah, I think this Veronica character is just absolutely crazy. Veronica and Hoyan are just, I don't know, man. I anticipate these characters are going to get some nerfs, or they could do the gacha way, which is you release even more crazy characters. Like, I feel the release of this game is going to have a couple characters already dialed up to, I would say at least a 9. Pretty insane kits already. All right, now we'll be taking a look, and as we said previously, we are going to be changing up the game format a little bit. It is going to be just BO3 for the finals, as probably everyone's realized the night is getting late. Very dark and cold outside at this moment. So we are changing it up a little bit. No BO5 anymore. 2 less games to watch, which If I've been watching the games today, it could be 40 minutes less. And, all right, back to the stage. Tony, can't believe you left me here. So sad and alone. But it's okay, Tony. I'm not going to miss you. Because I have Only and Richard S. with me on our FCI, okay? Who needs Tony? Who needs a caster? Just need a color caster. All right, that's going to be enough for me. I'm just kind of mauling at this point. So we're going to go into the finals, and no matter the outcome, Taipei is the best region. Remember that. Remember that. The fourth CBT here. The game actually just came out in this phase of closed beta testing on the 9th. So today's the 11th, and a lot of these players newer players had 48 hours on it. But these players, from what I've heard, they actually grinded super hard to get all of their gear up on their accounts. So totally maxed out on the stats here, optimized, they got their spreadsheets ready, and we're going into the finals. Blue side Only, red side Richard S. And to be honest, I feel like they have very, very similar playstyles. Key thing I've seen from a lot of the players in Taipei is just using Selene a lot better. Using her as kind of like another linchpin into stalling compositions. So we'll see if how that will work out. I still think Lingluo and Veronica are probably like the two most important characters in this matchup. Lily is probably there to take you out of stalemates. Attack buff, and then crit buff, and then you can do CD shenanigans in your favor there for some burst damage. But we're going to be taking a look. Doki banned out from both sides here. Tiamat on blue side. And if I've seen enough of this game, I know that we are going to have Lingluo, yep, locked in, and Veronica. It's likely. Oh, is that going to be actually going to be Rahu? Okay. So Sinai, Veronica still up. Yep, Sinai insta-lock. Yeah, Veronica, I'd say has to go here. We kind of know what the S tiers are at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, just copy the meta. You'll be happy with it. Dorothy coming in, attack damage. This Dorothy actually scales based off of crit. It's support that scales off of crit. A really fun concept. And, okay, all the usual suspects. Hellkid probably coming in. And do you go with a Hoyan? It's Bioting, Hoyan, or Hellkid plus something else. I think those are the two options that Richard has to round out this composition. You could go Bioting. Okay, it's probably Hoyan. Probably Hoyan. You know, it's the pick your poison comp onto the side of Richard's. Because, like, you can only ban one out of Tiamat and Hoyan. I still think you ban Tiamat, to be honest. I guess if Hoyan does get some crit or something. Oh, Messiah coming in for Richard S. All right, he trusts in this character. Now, this is a really interesting dynamic between constant and disorder characters, is that they have typing advantages against each other. So you can have some very explosive finishes here. Invincibility. I'm not sure if it procs if you kill Hoyan and Hoyan instant reses to cast her ult. Not sure about the interactions. It's something we're going to have to look after. But at least we have something new here. Some big damage units coming out. I like damage. I like the deeps. All right. Messiah going to start off. Visibility or one round. And that was the snipe I was talking about. The typing advantage against... oh, never mind. Hoyan's actually hollow. All right. It's late. Sorry. I thought Hoyan was disorder for some reason. He is wearing a lot of purple. You can't blame me on that one. 18 seconds. Insta-res. Wow, the burst damage there was very impressive. Right, action advance from shells. Being activated. Tiamat probably going to go with the taunt. Give Hoyan a little bit of breathing room. I feel like she needs it at this point. Okay, one round taunt. And next we have Linglor's turn up here. Oh, actually saving on the AoE heal. She hasn't taken any damage, so I can see that. Just gonna rock the HOT on someone. HP removal coming in from Veronica. Always such a good tool when it comes to these sort of stally team compositions. Alright, Life Leech and Crit coming through. I want to see the big hits here. There's going to be 2 hits back to back from Richard S. Oh, actually speed up from Tiamat. Prevents that one. And we're going on to Purge Day. Messiah down. No res on this team. And is Messiah going to go 0 for 3? Oh, man. Battle ends instantly. Okay, that's 1-0. Only versus Richards. Even though Hoya falls down at the start of the fight, it doesn't even matter. All right, and big reminder to everyone that you do have some. I think we have a raffle going on. Let me see here in the production. Oh, and all right, let's see. So before the final champion match begins, is there anything on your minds, hyperlinkers? That's right, it's time for our final giveaway event. This time we're giving away a whopping 100 pulls of alternate prototypes. Not exactly sure what that does. Hurry up and head to Etheria's official YouTube channel and drop your Etheria UID number in the Fusion Cup livestream chat now to get 100 alternate prototypes. I believe those are just pulls, from what I understand. So before the match begins, you know, just go there, go to the official YouTube. Once again, it's Etheria's official YouTube channel and drop your Etheria UID number in the Fusion Cup livestream chat channel right now and get yourself 100 pulls. Wow, 100 pulls. No. Obviously sounds amazing. I do think they have some sort of like banner system or pity system. And from what I read, it's pretty generous. If I were you, I would definitely pick up Veronica. Such an amazing champion. All right. What could be the last game of the day? Online versus Richard S. We're going to take a look at the band pick so far. And from what we've seen, at the higher level, I feel like Doki Doki becomes more and more important of a band. Just because her CD skip allows for so many different possibilities. We're going to actually have 4 different champions being banned here. So yeah, probably a lot of good guesses across the board. Online going to be banning out Dorothy and Doki Doki plus Lily. 2 of the best rotators banned away from Richard. Richard going to go with the Tiamat lock-in, as you always do. And the other side's going to go with Linglor, Rahu. We're just blazing through these pick bans. Do you go into the Sanya here? I think that's the question. Do you just take what Online ran and run it yourself? Does look like it. Linglor for Sanya. Veronica being selected. Rahu and you could just throw a Hellkid here. Hellkid, Celine, and what else from Online? I don't think you necessarily need it because, nah, you can skip. You could probably. Okay, he's just gonna lock in Hellkid. That's the trifecta we're talking about. Celine, yep, again. Dude, I live in the mind of Online by now. Another damage dealer. Who do I go with here? Still look at the side of Richard S. Dorothy. Probably Viper here. Maybe some sort of immunity. Trying to think. Oh, it's kind of hard on this one. Aoten? Okay. It's a little bit. All right. I think he needs more offensive support. Yeah. I was gonna give him the Origami Guardian, more healing. Doesn't really need the res on this one. And Shada for the buff play. Okay, sees that there's no dispels coming in on the side of Richard S. Only is gonna throw a curveball here. Richard S, is he going to ban out? Okay, taking away the healer. So at least this time around, we should have a faster game. Healer versus no healer. Only does look a bit worried here. Is there any buff he can steal to actually keep himself topped off here? And Attrition War is... He does have shield from Veronica, but it's on a fairly long cooldown. I do think in this one, Richard S has probably found the edge in the ban pick. It's going to take a bit of damage early on, but here comes the shielding from Veronica. Steals 20% HP. I think a big part of it is going to come down to Shada. Probably the best DPS here. Origami Guardian going off across the board. And Veronica, probably, there's no buffs really here to steal. Just going to go with the auto attack. Smart. I like saving that cooldown and not just throwing things off. Selene, debuff time. Okay, attack down across the board. Trading back and forth right here, and actually Only holding up surprisingly well. It is taking a bit of damage, but does have the shield from I believe it was Hellkid there. Okay, Veronica again getting more action, and we're seeing the sort of attrition war now, heavily in favor of Richard S. Is he going to bring this back to a 1 versus 1? I love the difference in terms of healing. You know, banning out the Ling Luo, holding on to Sanya himself. He's breaking away the trifecta. You might have the shield and the defense up, but without the heal, how long can you actually last? And of course, Veronica can just steal those defenses away from Moonlight. No damage being dealt to Richard S's comp. It's kind of a draft win, I would say. Right, cast the W AoE, still has a shield on him. Slowly but surely, though. Alright, Rahu comes in for a big hit. Let's see how much he can do. Doesn't even clear the shields. Doesn't even clear the Veronica shields. That's actually crazy. The lifesteal. 2 characters down. No res on team. And I have to say, this is just a ban pick win. You cannot allow an opponent to just run away with a healing advantage like that. Lifesteal, Origami, Guardian, and also just Sanya, just AoE heal on top of AoE heal. That's just crazy that Veronica herself alone is able to cap out. Gonna come down to Shada. See if Shada has anything to say. No! I don't think I've even seen her do anything. What a clear draft win coming out from Richard S. That fake out was so good. Does a 5th pick and then just bans away the Ling Luo, goes back to the first one. You know, it's been a while since Only actually picked it, and you just kind of forgot that if his healer gets banned out and he doesn't return the favor there, then he's just going down. So Yeah, in terms of like when we're talking about the composition, like the iron triangle or the iron square coming out from the side of online, we mentioned it's the package is healing, extra defenses, extra shielding, and then you throw attack debuffs onto the enemy team. So if you have that engine going, your team just lasts forever. Unfortunately, this time around, the healing difference so obvious. Veronica in these situations where she's stripping straight HP, I think even goes through shielding, is so powerful of a trick right there. HP removal for the win. All right, now 1-1 apiece. This game decides it all. This is the game that's going to come down and see who gets that 5,000 USD. All right, Richard S. knows the answer is Veronica. This is what Green Tea told me as well as he was knocked out. He said, "How did I make it so far? I just trusted Veronica. I don't even know how much damage she does. It's just crazy." That's going to be the first pick. Lingluo obviously still up. Richard S. takes that away. That's going to be like the critical piece. All right. Heinrich going in. Anti-heal being threatened here by Onglai. What would the other piece be? Sanya? Probably Rahu. Probably I'll just go. No, Rahu's banned. Hellkit? Yeah, Hellkit. Get the combos going. At least take it away from the opponent. I think that's always important. A really cool interaction I've heard is that you can use Veronica to steal away the immunity. And open up some passive attack right there for Richard S. 2 picks on this round. What is the protected pick going to be? Celine being selected. Okay. Stall comp galore already in place, but no damage dealer and facing a Tiamat. Plus some dispel. Let's see. I think some sort of speed boost would be pretty good for Onlai here. If you can get Heinrich in action. Wow. Shout out for the buffs. Both Lingluo and Shada do have buff payouts. Oyen being selected. And Sanya going in. So Onlai trying to overwhelm with carry potential. It's a very different comp from what we've seen so far. Richard S. sticking with the stall comp, but we've seen what happens to Shada before. Oyen just turns around and one-shots you. Even gets a res off of you. Let's see the bans here. Lingluo gonna be taken out. I can stand one healer, but not two. Okay, and on the other side for Onglai, just gonna check what was taken off the board. Final compositions coming in. Hellkid with the first move. Immunity across the board. Origami Guardian going there, and Sinling trying to take out the defenses. Not really working out. Immunity is there. Big top off. And now we have Lingluo. Probably just gonna go for a Q. Yeah, I don't think you need the R. Saving it. Single target damage going on. 2 stacks of Bloodthirst. Shada's stacking up a lot of different buffs at this point. Also presenting herself as a juicy target. Second Hellkid ult going through, still being targeted. I have not seen this unit pop off. Very excited to see what she can do here. Even more soul flames. Here comes the AoE. Doesn't actually touch any HP. Shielding from Hellkid stays in place. Big hit from Tiamat.
みんな大丈夫？
Danielle trying to ask, are you okay? But we know she doesn't mean it. She's thinking about that 5,000 USD just like we are. Alright, still trying to focus here. Hellkid, of course, is going against the typing.
何を見てるの？
And we're finally getting some of the single hits out.
準備できました。心配しないで。私が
Just
守
using
り
it
ます。
for AoE heal.
大丈
And
夫？
here the party is going to start. Online has his pieces set up. Tiamat rolls through the composition. Lots of damage being distributed, especially on those SR characters that don't have that much HP to begin with. And this could be the championship. This could be the final composition. Ooh, big burst of damage coming in. Good AoE from Shada. There's no dispel on the side of Online. He needs to win this through raw attrition. No tricks on this side. Huge crit going through. The shields are down. The target seems to be the Chucky. Another AoE down. Alright, and Hellkid is slowly but surely dropping. The typing is right. Celine takes another hit on the team of Online. Down to less than 10% HP for Hellkid.
みんな大丈夫？
Gets the heal down, gets him up to 50%.
処刑を
Is gonna have the revive.
その目に恐怖が見える。
Oh, this is such a cool typing advantage coming out. Sanya here, holding onto the revive, or not? That's a question. Okay, he's just going to use the full AoE heal here. Tiamat still on 9 Bloodthirster stacks. Silence going through on Hongyan. Oh yeah. Both sides are trying to focus their second right character. Action advance. Okay, and get another ultimate. Still as much damage as the one before. The Tiamat is no longer there. Push damage. So I do expect the attrition war to slightly go into Richard S's favor for these next couple of rounds. Every inch of damage matters here. Again with the AoE. Oh, Hellkid is so close to falling. Celine finally finish him off. Hellkid is down! But of course, there is still a res on the team. It's gonna be one more turn, extra turn though. Can't get it right now. This is Richard S's opportunity. He can close down on the champion. All he needs to do, find a little bit more attrition damage. Tiamat's also low. And wait, Hellkid not coming back. Oh, what am I missing? Fallen champion. Alright, I'm gonna have to find out afterwards. We're gonna interview the players. Linglo swinging the game back into Richard's favor massively. Shada just not falling down. Second Tiamat round here. And this time around, Tiamat does find the support on the side. It looks like Online is going to claw this one back. slowly, even though he's the first one to lose Hell Kid.
成長を感じます
Taking a look at the action bar here, a lot of just single target damage going through on Shada. Wilper going through, but I don't think this is enough.
その目に恐怖が見える
Oh, that's 2 more characters down, and we're so close. The battle ends. Online is crowned once again. Fist pump into the air. He is the championship. He's been the champion before, and that's the two-peat right there. All in the mind. Adios. What a clean game coming out from Online right there. Great showcase. 2 fingers up in the air to symbolize 2-time champion. Congratulations to Online, clinching his spot as one of the best Etheria restart players. It's going to be the king of the new title coming in here. Absolutely amazing game. You know, there's so much we can ask for Online onto that game, you know. Richard had like a good comeback in game 2, but game 3, and you know, in a couple of seconds we are going to be going into an interview with Online, kind of get his journey, his preparation, on how he was able to come all the way. You know, he did actually take an early loss in the tournament, but still, fortitude was there, the mind was there, and I love the finishing touches right there. So we are going to be taking a short break, but when we come back, we'll have Online for you. Coming up as a championship interview. Welcome back, everyone. We have our champion Online sitting right next to us, and we're going to be interviewing him about his amazing journey through this tournament. So the first question we have for Online is, how did you actually prepare for Etheria restart right here? There are so many different factors. There's so many things you can do. Can you walk us through the process of coming up with the strategy? 那我想问一下Online第一个问题的话，那你这次的赛事你是怎么准备呢？因为这个准备的面向真的非常非常的多种，你是怎么样找到一套战术，然后去执行它？
其实没有所谓的一套战术，而是大部分都是依照对方的选角，然后去做一个pick 的位置。那其实我跟最后的冠亚军比赛的时候，我跟 Richard 平常也是练习了很多，像我们昨天晚上其实练习到3点，对。但最后他打龙母的那一套，就是用704天宇尾，其实是我跟他讲可以这样打。对，只是他可能漏了一些事情，就是他没有把我所有的补血角色都给选走。对，他如果有全部选走的话，最后那场我可能会输。
All right. So Online says that, in terms of preparation, it's not just about one specific strategy in terms of Etheria restart. A lot of times it's about picking in reaction to what your opponent is actually doing. And in this case, when it came to the finals here against Richard S., they were practicing all late night until 3 a.m. yesterday. And in fact, the counter for Tiamat with the Selene was taught by you to Richard, right? Yeah, you actually taught him that ability. And one thing Richard S. didn't manage to do is he didn't ban out all of the healing characters right there. So Tiamat was still able to power through. And in terms of play styles, can you kind of tell us about what is your play style or what your preferred play style would be? 就想问一下，就是Online的话，你自己有没有一个你自己比较喜欢的游戏风格，或者是说你比较擅长的游戏风格这样？
游戏风格是指战术还是说游戏的种类？
就是在这款游戏里面的这个
其实我比较习惯在候选的位置。对，因为候选的话可以依照对方的选角去做一个 BP 位。那其实一路打下来，我也是真的学了很多。因为其实，在前面的这个循环赛的时候，我真的是只要多输任何一场，我就都被淘汰了。对，而且其实我一直打到冠军赛以前，每一场都是我只要多输一场就被淘汰。
It was a really tough journey for Online. So I asked him what would his preferred playstyle be, and he said that he really likes to be in the counter pick position. In his previous matches, if he lost one extra game, then he would have been eliminated multiple times. So really rough ride. I'm glad that you were able to make it all the way. For my next question, I want to ask, who was your toughest opponent in this tournament? 你遇到最棘手的对手是谁？
最棘手的对手，我觉得是谁举手？因为他在循环赛的时候直接把我2-0。哦，对，然后我其实是一路下来，我看了我每一场输的，我就回去想我每场输的，我可以怎么样的去改进，甚至我有去考虑，就像包含最后我去使用到这个有一支可以无视防御的。对，那我也是从前面就是学过来，就是利用彼岸丁搭配上这个无视防御的角色，可以复活的角色去做一个反打。对，其实一路下来每个对手都从他们身上学到非常多东西。
So, sorry, my brain just. Online said that the most difficult opponent that he was facing was Saiso because he actually took him out 2-0 in the previous circuit. Every opponent Online has been learning more and more for them, and he really watched his game, learned about this character with Peibao Ting, and one of the characters that can ignore defenses and also create reses as a combo. So you learned that one from Saiso and put it to good use. The next question for, I think, all of the players out there that are just getting into this game, what would be the animus that you recommend to build up for them as a first one? 那我想，因为现在有很多新人来到这个游戏，那你会推荐刚开始熟练哪一支一格者？
第一支吗？如果可以选择的话，其实我是最推荐这个弥瑟亚。因为他其实他的群体技能跟他的一个无视防御，在打副本的速度是非常非常的快的。那在最后一关的时候，就是目前的剧情模式最后一关，如果可以有海里系的话，会更简单一些些。所以我觉得是如果有这2只角色是我最推荐的。
So for Online's recommendations, you really want Messiah first because he has this crowd AoE and also ignores enemy defenses. And if you're going all the way into the last part of the campaign, then you really want a Heinrich. It makes it a lot easier to go through. So I think for our final question, it's getting really late here. What do you plan on doing in Etheria restart, and do you have any final words for your fans? 那最后一题的话，我想问说，就是你自己可能在这款游戏会有什么样的规划？然后你有没有最后有什么话想跟粉丝说一下？
规划吗？应该就目前因为还在测试阶段，所以我可能还是会再稍微玩一下，因为我觉得真的还是有很多角色的一些相信是我自己比较不理解的。那最后的话，我觉得。这句话我想要献给我女朋友，因为今天是她的生日，然后我跟她吃完生日餐，然后就赶快跑过来了，所以这个冠军献给她。
For Online's final answers, for the plans on Etheria Restart, there's still a lot of attributes of the Animuses that I'm not familiar with. I want to get to know them a little bit more. And for the final words for my fans, today was actually my girlfriend's birthday. I came to the tournament directly after having dinner with her. And this champion is for you, babe. So I actually added the babe then. You didn't say that, but congratulations so much, Online. What an amazing tournament, and what an amazing journey we've had together with all of our viewers here at Etheria Restart. I know you guys can't wait for the global launch. We'll be seeing you there, and hopefully we'll be seeing more of Online as well. Goodbye and good night.
行くぞ。
死んだらもう痛くないから。
貴様らの魂を貫く。
貴様ら